Zone Park, New York. Sun is shining for the Sunday card where we have New York breds on display in the Times Square and Park Avenue division of New York Stallion Series. Greg Wolf, Paul Verderosa here with you in New York. We have our crew out at Hot Springs, Arkansas as well. We'll take a look back at a tremendous Saturday of action, including the reigning horse of the year, Torpedo Anna, just continuing to do what she does.
Torpedo Anna doing torpedo things, and it's great to see her actually run that kind of race. And every time you think she's not going to run that race, something's going to happen, she still finds a way to get it done. Until they knock that queen off that throne, she is number one.
New York Stallion Series, we have early stakes action here on the card. The boys in the Times Square division, 5 will line up, going 6.5 furlongs here for $200,000. And soon to be king, National Identity, they will get reacquainted. They've got to know each other pretty well, including back on March 8th in the Gander when a nose separated them. That went to Soon to be King.
Soon to be King is such a cool racehorse, Greg. I mean, he always tries. I love seeing him win. I know this race was at a mile, so he kicked in. And when you look at this race, it looked like he just was running in the turn. Then he wasn't running. Then he started rolling again, and then he came up inside. And the only time he got that lead was when he hit the wire. It's such a neat horse. In National Identity's case, the seconds are getting to be a little bit worrisome, but you got to feel bad for him as well because in the last 3 races, he could have won all 3 of them.
Including, against Sand Devil, who would be a monstrous favorite in this spot. Just been a tough luck horse with 3 narrow defeats in a row. See if he can break back through and get that picture taken again this afternoon. Meanwhile, Prince Valiant, 8-5 morning line. He's put together back-to-back wins for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher, and Dylan Davis gets the return call as he was on him 2 starts ago.
So now he's the now horse stepping up into the stakes for the New York breds here. And this horse has some fight in him, and you love seeing that. In his last 2 races with Super Swift and Vikinda, I mean, they threw down in the stretch. And that's what you love to see in any horse races. The 2 best horses get involved in the stretch. He won both races gamely. He projects to be forward in this spot. He may even have the lead depending on what happens on the rail. This is such a great program that we have with the New York breds right now from age 2 to 3. And even though you don't have the Sand Devils or the Sacrosaints in here, the next level is just as good with this field. It's really great to see with the program as a whole.
Yeah, Phillies get their turn a little bit later in the card. That's the Park Avenue division. That'll be race 8 on the card. This is the field that will line up. And Bam's Bliss Kiss from the inside. David Duggan, Luis Rivera Jr. coming off a victory last time out at this 6.5 furlong distance.
Yeah, she had the tactical and talent edge for sure last time, and 9-5 was a gift on her. And if she can get in front of these today, which there's some pace to her outside, look out if she can be in front because she bravens up and she's such a cool horse. I love seeing this for David Duggan too because he's getting good horses. Again, he's showing why he's always been a good trainer. And Bam's Bliss Kiss just makes him look even better. And she's the goods, but she may have some other pace pressure in here. So that's the question mark I have today. But otherwise, she's a solid filly overall.
7-2 morning line. Fed Up with the Fed comes out. Lazy E-Legacy comes out. But a very good field remains intact in here. And we'll see. She obviously wants to go. That's how she won last time out. So we look forward to both these stakes for these New York breds coming up on this Sunday card, as we're just 7 minutes away from the opener coming up here on our Sunday action. We'll kick off the early pick 5. We're approaching $100,000 in that pool. We are muddy and sealed to begin this Sunday action. Oaklawn fast out there. We'll get you out to Hot Springs in just a little bit. 2 races we just talked about, races 2 and 8 in this New York Stallion Series, and the feature out at Oaklawn, that's race 8 later today. $130,000 allowance feature still to come. We'll bring you that entire card from Hot Springs in just a little bit. You can play it all right here. Get signed up, started with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer, the $200 deposit match, new customer bonus. Punch in that code and sign up, match 200, and you are ready to rock right there at nairabets.com. So the opener, 7 furlongs, 50,000 starter allowance for 4-year-olds and up, and it's JD Factor, who is favored right now for the Barn having a very good meet. Okai Conter Machi. This one missed by a neck as a beaten favorite last start.
Yeah, and has put together 3 good starts. Figures have gone in the right direction, but I just have to question the win the will to win for this horse because both wins have come wire to wire with the help of the track.
There he is, 6-5. Manny Franco aboard next door. I see you looking for Gregory Sacco.
Got a perfect ride and trip up the inside last time out to get the job done. Price today if you like him.
Hatch at 12-1. Omar Hernandez Moreno.
Form's gone off form lately, but you don't have to go back too far in the winter to find that this horse ran well, even on the class rises.
Linda Rice Barnes, second off the claim, and Light the Way, 7-2 with Jose Lezcano.
I think it's a good sign that Linda did not drop this horse off the last race. This horse had a little bit of trouble chasing, but got to the top and kind of flattened out late.
Derbiness next door. Here's the 5 with Katie Davis for Brittany Russell.
I like the cutback for this horse today. This horse has a 1 push-button move, so I'm hoping Katie times it right because the last few starts, he's come up a little bit short in the stretch.
First or second in 10 of his 16 starts. And then Dylan's Ruby outside Kendrick Carmouche. He had 4 wins on the Saturday card.
Kendrick keeping on rolling after getting 4,000 wins on a horse on the outside that will probably show some speed off of the layoff today. Was wide and 1-paced last time out against better.
Yeah, 4-year-old return for Dylan's Ruby. Check in for the first time today with Sarah Al-Badwi downstairs for more in the opener.
Hey, Greg and Paul, as we'll take a look at this first race field. And we'll start with the new face to the group, and that is the number 5, Derbiness, coming in from out of town. A couple of starts at Laurel for this one, and now getting that slight cutback in distance from a couple tries at a mile and a 16th to today's 7 furlong distance. And he's a tactical type. He certainly has the numbers to compete with a group like this. Seems to be well spotted coming in here. Katie Davis getting aboard for Brittany Russell, and he's a consistent type. It's just that we haven't really seen him in the winner's circle in quite some time. His last win coming in an off the turf race last October. He's one of the players in here for sure, as the wagering does reflect. And ultimately, we'll go over towards your favorite next. Taking all of the money is the number 1, JD Factor, another one who you could make the same argument, not necessarily that winning type. He's finished second over his last 2 starts. I thought a little bit against the racetrack 2 back when he finished second to Quick Hammer, who we saw come back and win yesterday, stretching out in distance. And then his last race as the favorite, finishing second. I just thought that he got the pocket kind of trip, being able to sit off of the early pace and there get that nice inside to outside split, save all the ground, and really have the best of it from a dynamic standpoint. And so with that in mind, that led me to a horse who's going to have to try to get the better of him this time, and that is the number 4, Light the Way, a horse who does have some good early speed. And perhaps in this race, he won't have as much contention on the front end as he has in races in recent past, where the pace was honest in that last start where he faded to finish 3rd behind JD Factor. And he's one that goes second off the claim for Linda Rice. She keeps him at this $50,000 starter level, and we'll see if he can get that extra added half a furlong today, as he is one that seems to be on the upswing over his last 3 starts and has that good early speed. Greg?
Sarah, thank you. See what happens here with Light the Way, 3-1. There he is on your screen. Linda Rice against second off the claim with Jose Lezcano, and good chance this one could.
So take a look on the screen here. We've got the number 4, Light the Way. This is Linda Rice's horse. If you take a look at the last race between Light the Way and JD Factor in here, and I think the one thing to note about JD Factor is when you look at this horse, he looked like in this spot that he was going to just roll right on by, and he just kind of hung a little in here. And I kind of question at this point, too, if this horse wants to go longer than 6 furlongs. You start looking at this horse's past performances, and I don't know, since August of last year, it seems like the longer the distance is, this horse hasn't really put in the run that you'd like to see. Now, I know this horse only lost by a neck, so I'm splitting hairs here, but I just kind of feel like the last 3 starts have just not been races where you want to endorse this horse on a win end, especially at 4-5 in here. So, and sorry, play Greg. Yeah, it's okay, Greg. It's all right. I know. It's my time to shine. It's all right. I understand. No, we're having a little problem with Greg's mic. So, Light the Way's case, though, as Sarah said, I think is a horse that you have to take a look at in here for sure, especially from a speed perspective in here, because I think the question you have to ask yourself is, what are you going to do with a horse like Dylan's Ruby on the outside who's coming off the layoff for John Service in here, who at times has shown good early speed in sprint races? Now, you go back 2 starts back for Dylan's Ruby. He is not like a 2-turn distance horse in here. So for me, it was more about Dylan's Ruby and Light the Way may be setting things up for a horse to come off the pace like Derbiness, but I know, Sarah, you had more interest in Light the Way than I did.
I did, Paul, but I think that you bring up a great point about the horse towards the outside coming in fresh with Dylan's Ruby. He, of course, got that patented Kendrick Carmouche solo warm-up, and he is one that at times has shown some good early speed as he comes in from out of town. He's coming in fresh, so that's another point in his favor of him possibly having some good forward position in here. And he is one that he's a good price if you like him, and maybe he ends up setting things up for another horse to get that off the pace kind of trip, and maybe that's to the benefit of a horse like I See You Lookin', a horse that I think was very much so with the racetrack last time, taking advantage of the rail bias that was present that day, as well as some speed types failing to sustain their bids. And he's a generous price right now at 18-1, the number 2 horse. So I know you had a little bit more interested, more so than I did, but I think the 3 main players in here we've touched on: the number 1 JD Factor, the number 4 Light the Way, as well as the number 5 Derbiness. And we'll see who gets their picture taken today, as I'll send it back up to you, Paul.
So for me, thank you, Sarah, Derbiness is the horse that I feel will benefit the most from the cutback in distance today coming in for Brittany Russell. You take a look at that horse's last race at Laurel. Ran into Stronzino, who we've seen around here, a Jamie Ness horse who has run well. And even in the start before that, you know, has kind of made that move to get to the top in some tepid paces. I think this horse is going to get a little bit of pace in front. I think the cut back to 1 turn is going to suit this horse today. And I think Katie's the right rider to give this horse that push button move that this horse needs going around the turn. Horses are getting ready to head into the gate here for the opener on today's card. There's JD Factor going in 3-4 right now on the board. A lot of money for a horse who's run second in his last 3 starts. First race, starter allowance. Send it up to Chris Griffin with the call. Get the day started here at Aqueduct.
Light the Way. Derbiness. Dylan's Ruby. Kendrick Carmouche, last to low to the outside. Dylan's Ruby hesitates briefly. Now goes in. Opening the front of the gate there was the 1, JD Factor. So a few just a little restless here, fractious at the start. Now we're in, all set. And they're off. Good speed for JD Factor. Just sprints right out of the gate, but has some company towards the outside as Light the Way is now a neck in front. Is hard sent there by Jose Lescano, and Light the Way really having to work, but is in front, is up by a full length. At the rail here moving forward is JD Factor. So just going to have to steady, just steadying very sharply there was Hatch, the gray, in third. Following them is Dylan's Ruby out in the center of the racetrack, and second to last, I See You Lookin', the trailer. Derbiness. They work up the backstretch here in the opener, 22-4 for the opening quarter mile. Light the Way was intent on getting to the front, and Light the Way has 4 furlongs left to go and is up by 3/4 of a length. JD Factor, Manny Franco is shoving JD Factor long, and Light the Way is getting away. Hatch is even passing the favorite now as JD Factor is all in here at the rail. I See You Lookin', starts to make a move, is taken 4th, is to the outside of Dylan's Ruby, who's in behind. The backing up JD Factor, Derbiness still the trailer, 46-3 for a half-mile time, a quarter-mile left to go. Light the Way is looking to take him gate to wire. It's Light the Way, but I See You Lookin' is in full pursuit. Dylan's Ruby down towards the inside. Light the Way still with about a 2.5 length margin. I See You Lookin' is cutting into that margin from way out of it. Derbiness is rolling too. A final 16th to get, and they're trying to swarm this tiring leader. Light the Way needs the line. Derbiness from out and over. Photo! That got so close. Light the Way. Did Light the Way hold off the oncoming Derbiness from last to maybe first. And Dylan's Ruby finished third in 1 minute 24.14 seconds.
Horse on the lead, the horse in last. It comes down to these two at the wire photo finish in this opener between Light the Way and Derbiness.
Boy, I think I got there. Maybe? I don't know. I will find out with the photo, but that was a nice ride. It basically, turned out the way we talked about it early, right? Sarah thought Light the Way was going to go to the top. I also thought that horse had speed. Derbiness has one move, a late move this time in him, and as they get to the line, 4-1, I'll take that all day long on this horse. Nice ride by Katie Davis as well. No real excuse for Light the Way. Got to the top, did set some quick fractions early, 22.46, and just got beat late by a horse who in recent starts, Greg, has been making the lead a little too early in tepid paces. Today got some pace to run at, and the move turned out to be perfect. Great ride by Katie Davis. Last to first win.
Cut back in distance, gets the win, and just posted now unofficially. It is Derbiness 5-4, 6-2, and a 4-5 favorite defeated here to kick off this card. We'll have the prices in a moment. We send it out for the first time today to Hot Springs, Arkansas, Acacia Clement, and Richie Migliori.
Good to be here. We are fresh as a daisy on this Sunday after a big afternoon on Saturday here at Oaklawn Park for the Apple Blossom Richie. 40,000 fans here on track, over 12.2 million handled. Just a hugely successful day as far as the track is concerned, but I think a successful day for racing as well.
Absolutely. A champion returns, delivers another big performance, Free Like a Girl with another big effort. So some great stories, and the enthusiasm of the Oaklawn Park crowd here. It's so reminiscent of a Saratoga crowd. They're just so into the sport of it.
Absolutely. Torpedo Anna just dominant in that Apple Blossom. She had some, looked like maybe some competitors on paper. Turns out when they actually ran the race, nobody was much of a competitor for her. And we got a chance to follow a lot of interesting storylines. You see breeder and co-owner Judy Hicks there on her head, leading her into the winner's circle. A big, excited winner's circle celebration. But then just watching the crowd applaud her as she went out onto the track. It's just a really fun thing to bring our sport together and remind us why we love the game in the beginning.
Well, it really transports me back in time, Acacia. I was falling in love with racing in a golden era in the 1970s with horses like Forgo and Ruffian and Seattle Slew, Affirmed and Aladar. And I felt like that 12-year-old boy again watching her. It just reduces me to being a fan, and at the heart of it, that's what we are. We're fans of the game.
Absolutely. That's why we work in the game at the end of the day as well. 93 Buyer Speed, figure 4 Torpedo Anna. We'll see what the rest of the year does hold. Kenny McPeak saying she likely will make her next start Kentucky Derby weekend in the La Troyenne. We have Sunday racing coming up, though, in Hot Springs as we'll meet the field. For the opener, it's a maiden claiming to kick things off. High-level maiden claiming for 80,000. Sprinting, going 6 furlongs. Here's a first-time starter, Covert Quality.
More of a turf pedigree on the female side of the family, and tough inside post for a firster.
Even money right now on Bye Bye Miles. Back-to-back second-place finishes.
Yeah, he's really kind of found his form the last 2 races. Going to be very tough.
This is another one for Steve Asmussen, Tuxian Devil.
Well, Steve's horses usually improve after a start, but I don't know how to decipher that Houston form.
Arthur's Court is next, third on debut.
Yeah, and actually finished with some interest once he got to the clear.
Blinkers off, Stu Denny.
Yeah, turns back in distance after showing good speed and takes the blinkers off. Maybe they want to relax a bit more.
And then a couple first-time starters towards the outside quarterly report.
Yeah, taking some money, but you would expect a Brad Cox runner with Christian Torres to take money just because of the connections.
And Nat Gas for Greg Compton.
A horse that's actually coming down in price. This horse was a much bigger price, probably twice the price about 3 minutes ago. So some money actually coming in for the other first-time starter.
Francisco Arrieta couldn't be aboard that one. We welcome in Maggie Wolfendale here with us at Oaklawn. Maggie, on the heels of an exciting day yesterday, kicking off Sunday racing. What are you seeing out there?
Well, Acacia, we have 3 first-time starters, and strangely, the one that is taking the most money because of connections probably has the least impressive pedigree backing him up. We'll start, though, with that aforementioned runner for the Brad Cox barn in number 6, quarterly report, a son of maximum security. Really isn't that much production. The second dam, Keep the Peace. She was multiple greatest stakes place, dirt sprinter, but he looks so much like maximum security. I mean, he is a spitting image of his sires. He does show up wearing blinkers first time out. And look, he looks really well prepared. He's been professional. He looks fit, but he also, despite, maximum security being okay at times, going a 1 turn mile or 7/8, He looks like he wants a little bit longer than the 6 that he encounters first time out, just because he's a little bit leggier. He has that longer tubular frame that just indicates router to me. The firster that I do like, as Megan was just talking about, taking some attention, is number 7, Nat Gas. He worked 10 flat at the OBS June sale last year. It's taken him a little while to get there to the races. But speaking of a pedigree, if you go back a generation, the second dam, she was a stakes-winning dirt sprinter. And she also produced First Samurai, who was pretty good himself and is also a sire. And Nat Gaz just looks like the sprinting type. He's compact, he's broad-chested, he's got a broader hip on him too, and he came in on his toes. They are applying a pair of blinkers on him, pair of short cup cheater blinkers. But when he hit the track, it was like, I know what I'm here for. He bowed his head, framed himself up beautifully for Francisco Arrieta, and just moved effortlessly, floated over the ground here. He's the first-time starter that I would like to take. Now, Steve Asmussen sending out a formidable duo here in Bye Bye Miles, much the horse to beat. I have no problems with him whatsoever. As we will take a look, though, at number 3, Texian Devil, who debuted going 5.5 at Sam Houston. Now, it doesn't feel like that form often translates that well. It's not bad, but it's okay. I will say, though, he comes out of a live race in which we saw a Cool Cowboy return to win the Lafayette Stakes at Evangeline with a 79 Byron, the second place finisher Go-Go Boss returning to break his maiden with a 68. He got away slowly that day. I know the replay, I could tell he looked quite large, and he is quite large. So I don't know if we're going to see that much improved speed given the experience angle just because he's that big of a horse. He still might want more ground to work with, even though he gets a half a furlong more here. So still kind of taking the wait and see approach with him. And Acacia, I can't say that I'm necessarily fresh as a daisy as my voice would indicate.
Don't worry, Maggie. I was being sarcastic when I said that. We're all feeling it a little bit. It's always the hangover that comes with the day after, the adrenaline, the excitement, the experience of a big day of racing Sunday. But great to see a lot of fans out today for a beautiful afternoon.
It is a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and what better way to spend it with you guys in this beautiful setting.
3 to 5 on Bye Bye Miles. Richie, I know you had a quick comment on the first or Nat Gas.
Yeah, you know, this is a horse that worked extremely well out of the gate. I was out one morning, and I think this is a very live first-time starter at 8-1.
Loading in for the opener, maidens coming up to kick off this Sunday at Oaklawn Park. Here is the voice of Oaklawn, Matt Dinnerman.
Nat Gas coming up. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. From post 2, the favorite Bye Bye Miles got away swiftly, is on the lead with Stu Denny, who's a neck back. Nat Gas is 3 deep, is showing natural speed in the first lifetime start. Texian Devil makes his way into 4th. Arthur's Court right behind him. Gap of 3 to Covert Quality, and Quarterly Report has no early speed as last. They're down the back stretch. Bye Bye Miles says, come and catch me if you can on the lead. Strides a length in front of Stu Denny, who's on his tail running in the second spot. Texian Devil 3rd with Nat Gas, who's alongside of him. They're 2.5 lengths off Bye Bye Miles, who's comfortably clear and goes well. Bye Bye Miles around the far turn run. Then comes Arthur's Court, Covert Quality in the second last position, not making up ground, and Quarterly Report has yet to pass a runner as they hit the top of the lane. Bye Bye Miles neck in front. Stu Denny shown the stick is second. Nat Gas swings deep off the corner. He's gathering momentum on the far outside, but he's green just shifted in there. Bye Bye Miles in the meantime, very professional on the lead, holds on to the lead and opens up 2.5 in fact, and goes for home. Stu Denny second. On the inside, Texian Devil 3rd. Nat Gas 4th. Coming to the line, Bye Bye Miles said bye-bye right away out of the gate and breaks the maiden nicely. Stu Denny second. Texian Devil 3rd. Nat Gas was 4th.
Experience pays off for the Asmussen team. Steve Asmussen with Keith aboard. Bye Bye Miles breaks his maiden wire to wire.
Yeah, Steve Asmussen's 40th winner of the meet, your leading trainer. And he seems to spread it out well between his sons, Eric and Keith, who work very hard in the mornings alongside their dad, working horses out, even going to Louisiana Downs on their days off to work horses for their father. But Bye Bye Miles, he was really rounding into form and just gotten a really good spot here. We'll keep an eye on Nat Gas for next time. A little bit green, broke out at the start, lugging in a bit through the stretch, but the experience should help him.
One to watch moving forward, but today it's bye-bye Miles to get the win. Keith Asmussen in the saddle for his father, Steve. Prices and more when we come back, and we'll also continue recapping a spectacular Saturday of racing here at Oaklawn. Torpedo Anna's Apple Blossom will look back at the race itself and see what she did on the track to pick up yet another Grade 1 victory.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on Naira Bets. Open your Naira Bets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the Naira Bets app to start using Fast Facts today.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net. Today, in the opener, the favorite victorious for Team Asmussen, bye-bye Miles, said bye-bye indeed. Break is made, and here in start number 6.
Keith Asmussen on the best horse, put him on the lead, and bye-bye Miles was not going to be caught. Nice effort, and a horse that just kind of rounded into form over his last few starts.
Absolutely. $3.60 winner, 4 to 5 shot gets the job done there in the opener. Not much of a surprise there. But yesterday, yes, it was a short price winner, but it was a certainly exciting victory for Torpedo Anna, the reigning horse of the year, who, of course, we're following all of those storylines all up to the race. But let's talk about the race itself, Richie. Beginning at the start, not the quickest break from the gate for her.
Yeah, but it actually turned out to be a blessing, right? She just didn't break badly, just a touch slow, and that allowed Wild About Hillary to clear. But now Brian Hernandez is able to set up shop right off this horse's flank, so it couldn't have worked out better, just swapping positions and being in the clear. You're on the best horse, you don't want to get in a jackpot. And once she was traveling as comfortably as she was down the backstretch, you can't say the same for Where's My Ring, who was kind of caught in a little bit of a precarious position. And right here, Brian Hernandez imperceptibly moved his hands a touch. She takes the lead, And then he kind of turns her back off and gives her a breather here once he disposed about Wild About Hillary. And only special kind of horses can do that, where they have multiple moves. A good horse has 2 moves. A great horse has 3 or more. I don't know how many moves are in Torpedo Anna. It just seems like endless amount.
Another big victory and another big effort from Free Like a Girl as well, who held on for second. She always tries. She always shows up. Torpedo Anna, though, 93 Beyer speed figure. We saw a 95 last time in the Azeri, where she likely was not totally cranked up. But I wonder moving forward what she's going to have to do. I wonder, even now in the Distaff division, what is there out there for her to face that could potentially unseat her?
Well, listen, the Beyer figures are one metric in which to judge horses, and an important one. I'm not discounting that whatsoever. But it doesn't tell the whole story with a horse like Torpedo Anna, who just seems to rise to whatever challenge is put in front of her. Think about the Travers, where she got a 110 Beyer figure because she had to be stretched. She's a very smart individual, and she does just what is necessary.
She knows what is expected of her for sure. As we bring Maggie into the conversation, Maggie, she certainly knows how to win and get the job done. What were your thoughts on the performance yesterday?
Yeah, it seems like there is quite a bit of criticism given the slower, relatively speaking, Beyer speed figure that she received for the win in the Apple Blossom. But I could not agree with Meg more. We've seen her rise to the occasion. We've seen her run those faster races when she needs to. And I think the distinguishing factor between horses that are good and talented, between horses that are truly great, is their heart and desire, coupled with how fast that they are. And we know that she has a big heart and a lot of desire to complete the mission, to go out there and give it what she needs to. And I was right next to her when she pulled up, and she was not breathing that hard. So again, just doing what she had to do, still winning by open lengths. And like you said, Acacia, we'll see how deep this Distaff division proves to be. The only horse I can think of off the top of my head is Randomized, who had an abbreviated 4-year-old campaign, does look to be working steadily at Payson Park for possibly a 5-year-old debut. But we've seen that Torpedo Anna has handled the horses that are ready, the older fillies and mares. Could she be facing males in the near future is my biggest question.
Kenny McPeak said right after the race, "I'm not afraid to run my horses," as we have certainly seen when she took on the males in the Travers. Do you think we could see her in a race like the Whitney this summer?
I think that is very much a likelihood, because Kenny McPeak is not a trainer that shies away from challenges. And I think it's great for the game. And if you think about the resume that Kenny McPeak's put together, particularly over the last few years, he's on the Hall of Fame ballot this year. There are 2 trainers that absolutely, to me, are slam dunks that should get in, and that's Christophe Comat, not because you're sitting next to me, and Kenny McPeak, only the 3rd trainer in history to win the Kentucky Oaks and the Kentucky Derby in the same year.
Certainly has had a spectacular year and has had a spectacular horse in the barn in Torpedo Anna. What a day yesterday. But we have some stakes action at the Big A still to come. The New York Stallion Series, horses in the paddock. There's National Bargain, just missed in the Gander last time out. Looks to get back to the winner's circle today. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
And they're off at the Naira Ben Haskell
in the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home,
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside is coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stakes.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Introducing Peace and Justice, new to New York in 2025. a proven sire with over 200 wins, 16% wins per starts, and one of only 2 New York-based stallions to have a graded stakes winner at Saratoga in 2024. Now, with 3 different racing surfaces coming to New York, and with New York breds running for equal purses as open company, Peace and Justice is the sure choice for 2025. Peace and Justice, now standing at Irish Hill and Duchess View Stallions in New York.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races and the first of a couple of stakes. New York Stallion Series coming up next. Times Square Division for the boys. New York bred 3-year-olds going 6.5 furlongs. Appears to be a 3-horse race in this 5-horse group. National Identity, Prince Valiant, soon to be king, taking all the money.
Yeah, and deservedly so when you take a look at their past performances and start to pick them apart.
Here is National Identity. So 3 very narrow runner-up finishes in stakes races each of the last 3 starts.
Yeah, you got a feel for him, too, because he could have won all of them, to be honest with you, Greg, with the way he ran.
Prince Valiant, who is on a roll right now. He's put together back-to-back wins for Hall of Famer Todd Pletcher.
The now horse, like the fight in him, he should be involved early and late.
Butch Reed, he usually sends his runners here with intention, and they run big. We'll see if this one can do it, but seemingly a big ask.
This is an interesting horse, and Butch wouldn't send unless he thinks he had some kind of chance. Couldn't make the lead last time. We'll see what he can do today.
Soon to be king. 2-1 George Weaver barn. Eric Cancel rides.
Beneficiary of any pace that will be in front of him today. Such a cool horse, always tries. Got a good shot today, too.
And in the chase, outside post has shown a little speed at Charlestown the last couple of starts.
Yeah, and even going back to breaking his maiden at Saratoga, he had some speed. We'll see how much pressure he could put on, but he hasn't had an answer for Soon to Be King when they've met on 3 occasions.
17-1 on the 2 outsiders. 4 minutes away from this early stakes action. Let's go down to Sarah.
And it does seem like the 3 horses taking the bulk of the wagering are the ones that you want to key in on in this spot, the stakes division for the colts that we have going on today. And we do have those 3 main players that we'll start with, one of them being the number 2 Prince Valiant, coming in for trainer Todd Pletcher in here, who was able to show some promising early speed over his last 2 starts, both of them ending up being victories, and even ran well first time out too, and showed that good early speed in defeat on debut. But he's one he's paired back-to-back 81 buyer speed figures together, and even his last race where he was forwardly placed and able to get the victory over Super Swift, who would come back to win with high marks, he was towards the outside of those pace setters. And I thought that was a day on February 23rd where the rail was good and you really needed to be saving some ground to be most effective, and he's one that never really got on that better part of the racetrack. So perhaps being up against it a little bit and still getting the win, still pairing up back-to-back similar numbers with that win and that last start, I think that bodes well in his favor. He's shown some good gameness, and he's the one going the sprint distance where he's not cutting back like the other 2 main players in here, though he will have to deal with some other speed in all likelihood. The horse that will benefit the most, as Paul Verosa said, Soon to Be King, the number 4, he's sort of that been there, done that type of horse that we've seen plenty of in his career so far. 11 starts and the last one a victory, where he was stretching out to that mile distance in the Gander, getting a little bit more distance to work with, and also getting some good pace to close into, and just getting by National Identity for the win. He's one that will benefit from that pace, as we mentioned, but he also sat a little bit closer to the early fractions last time, which I think helped him to be more in range when unleashing that closing kick. We'll see what he does on the cutback in distance and how much pace ends up being necessary for him to come with his late run, or if he has a little bit more tactical ability after seeing that last time he could be a little bit more involved and not so out of touch with the field early on. And then towards the inside, the horse that is going to be your favorite, National Identity. He's sort of been a little bit unlucky himself, running into some highly touted New York bred colts and finishing second to them over his last 3 starts. Mile maybe a little bit further than his comfort zone ultimately is for his preferable fastest races, finishing second 2 starts ago to Sand Devil with that 93 Beyer speed figure and being forwardly placed in there, and finishing second even 3 starts back at a big price to Sacrosanct, another highly regarded 3-year-old New York bred colt. We'll see what he does in here and how much early speed he still possesses on that cutback in distance. I just want to see what he can do with a little bit more pressure and with some horses that might have a little bit more upside than he does. Greg?
We'll see. A National Identity cutting back from that mile distance last time out today certainly seems like it could be the day for him. Let's go back to the Gander, back on March 8th, and this was stretching out a little further to that mile distance when he just gave up the lead late.
Yeah, and he made the top, and he just got ran down by Soon to Be King. So in some ways, National Identity ran into that pace that was going on first, and then got picked off late down inside by Soon to Be King, who was rolling. I wonder how National Identity is going to react today and what the tactics are going to be breaking from the rail on a cutback. He hasn't had to do that yet. I know he's broken from the 4-0, 5-0, but he hasn't had to break from the rail. And he's got a horse like Prince Valiant, who's pretty fast to his outside. Huggy had speed at Parks in the debut going 22. He's kind of quick out of the gate. He couldn't make the top last time. And then we'll see what the horse on the outside does as well. I just have question marks about him cutting back in distance, whereas in Soon to Be King's case, I don't, because even on cutbacks, we've seen it before with him, he's tactical enough that he's only a length or 2 or 3 out of it. He doesn't have to come rolling from the back of the pack in here. I'm all about the 4 in here. I'm married to him. I think he's such a cool horse. He's kind of like a pet of mine. But, Greg, make no mistake about it. National Identity, Prince Valiant, and a lot of other New York breds that are not in this race make this division a very good division this year.
Oh, that one horse in the background, the one he just missed against 2 back, Sand Devil would be 2 to 5 in here.
Absolutely.
And he fought him tooth and nail to the wire, just missed by a neck. Deserving favorite, I believe, in this spot, and we'll see if shortening up is the right move for Danny Gargan, trying to get this horse over the hump. Amazingly, with how well he's ran, just that 1 win in 5 starts. And I give him a little benefit of the doubt with the 3 runner-ups.
You can, and that's fine, because, I mean, with the horses that he's faced, and it's not like he hasn't fought it out with them at one point or another in the race. There were no suck-ups there. He was on the pace at some point in some of them, and in some cases even took the lead before he got caught. So I'm with you. I just need to see it again from him on a cutback today with a horse like Prince Valiant, who's pretty quick and on the upswing, and a horse like Soon to Be King, who you know on his best day can pick them up.
Prince Valiant, he just stepped in with Dylan Davis, trying to make it 3 wins in a row and get his first stakes victory here in his stakes debut for Todd Pletcher. Set for this Times Square division of the New York Stallion Series. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Last to load to the outside. The 32nd running of the New York Stallion Stakes Times Square division. All set. And they're off. Speed from Prince Valiant is right towards the front, and towards the outside is going to be Huggy. National Identity is going to settle right in behind the leading group, but the leader is Prince Valiant. Prince Valiant and Dylan Davis, they assume command, and here comes Soon to Be King, is right on the tempo, is now within a half length of the leader. Out wider comes In the Chase, and here comes National Identity, is holding that rail position, is going to be behind the leader, Prince Valiant. Just taps on the brakes here for Kendrick Carmouche, is a well-settled 4th. The trailer in a tightly bunched field is Huggy. 22.67 for the opening quarter mile. Prince Valiant now steps it up, and Prince Valiant is still up by 3/4 of a length. Soon to Be King within range, and 3 wide still In the Chase. National Identity is just moving right in behind Prince Valiant, is waiting for the opening, and here comes National Identity is there with Soon to Be King, as In the Chase has dropped out of it. Huggy trying to pick it up for the back end of the field. 46.28 for a half-mile time. Still no room yet for National Identity as Prince Valiant turns up for home. Prince Valiant is in front and sprinting away. It's Prince Valiant who's now running them off their feet as Soon to Be King is trying to keep up. Back there in third is National Identity, but Prince Valiant is opening up here inside the final 16th. And by King for a day, give it to Prince Valiant, who wins the Times Square division. Soon to Be King was second, then came National Identity, and Huggy in 1:16.73 seconds.
3 in a row. Prince Valiant Stakes debut, a winning one here. Todd Pletcher, Dylan Davis team up.
Race was over about 10 strides out of the gate when this horse was able to clear. And National Identity broke a step slow in here, ended up having to pocket up. And right here you thought, all right, he's got a little bit of run, but he got a little bit green or a little bit squirrely just in the bend of the turn and then just kind of flattened out in the stretch. But Prince Valiant popped out on top and was able to draw away from them. Soon to be King ended up putting National Identity in that box down on the inside, having to be second today, being closer to the pace without much pace on. So credit to Soon to be King for being more tactical and chasing this runner home that was loose on the lead. National Identity, little flat. I think breaking from the rail a step slow didn't help in this spot.
2, 4, 1, 3. Slight second choice with the victory. And again, 3 in a row now for this 3-year-old for Red Oak Stable. And Dylan Davis, short time back in New York. Starting to rack up some nice wins in the return.
Yeah, making the most of it. He had a great Gulfstream Park meet, too. So Dylan coming into his own. And a nice one now for Todd Pletcher to talk about as we go forward. Just another horse now establishing themselves in this division of New York breds for this year. So it should be a fun year going forward with this group.
Sharp final time, too, for these 3-year-olds. 1:16.3 for the 6.5 furlongs. Short and sweet time for you up here on the desk. So
it was good.
It was
with
fun.
you as always.
We're going to take a timeout. I'll have new company up here in just a moment. We'll talk top flight winner from Saturday's card when we come back. Everyone thought it was a foregone conclusion. Alpine Princess would get this win. Not to be. Its headline numbers. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, and yeah, guess who? Dylan Davis for the win. Stay with us.
Watchtower coming at Medoro. Medoro, Watchtower. Watchtower got her.
DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
What's up, JK?
Oh, hi, Greg.
How you doing?
Hi, Greg.
You hear me okay?
Ralph Ave for life, baby.
I took the local today, and they didn't stop at Ralph.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual and usually, well, little stroll through downtown Hot Springs. Very charming area.
It is a very charming little town. It reminds me a great deal.
certainly does. A very close little jaunt from the racetrack to the downtown area as well, with plenty of fun things to do. Field on the track for race 2 at Oaklawn. It's a mile, maiden claiming for 12,500. Fillies and Mares in the spotlight here, and you have a field of 10, so pretty big group going out, and the favorite is one who is more of a turf horse. We'll get to that in a moment, but starting things off with the one Union Dame stretching out in distance.
Yeah, stretching back out. One race going a mile here last April was actually pretty decent.
Drop back down in class for I'd Be Honored.
It's just going to have to find a race we haven't seen in the first 2 starts.
Francisco Arrieta aboard Open Flame.
A nice run last time, kind of points this filly out, and certainly a contender.
Big price on Take It to Court.
Yeah, coming from Delta Downs, off a layoff, is going to have to run a bit faster.
I like this name. Acting Up.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a story behind that name. Another one that just would have to improve.
Patient Emily Blinkers Off.
Another one just needs to improve. Don't this one would be a surprise.
Acoustic Cat, just one race on the main track and an off the turf race.
Oh, yeah, that was a decent race too, but it was an off the turfer, and on an off racetrack, will it translate to a fast track?
She's a Reader, 11-1.
Yeah, something obviously went awry last time. Previous races, around the fringe.
Frosted Miracle, the other one for Kenny McPeak.
Taking a precipitous drop in class, and that could be the key.
And My Spittin' Image, pretty saucy out there on the racetrack.
Yeah, it gets a tough post for a horse that also has to find a race good enough, which we haven't seen yet.
Well, that's the field for this upcoming second race. Maggie, Acoustic Cat, still the favorite. Can she transfer that form to the main track?
Well, she's shown that she can at least handle it, right? When she ran on the turf at the fairgrounds in an off-the-turf event, and that was for 30, but almost kind of parallel, I would think, given that this is a scheduled dirt race, but it's for 12.5. So, look, she's just one that has never really filled out, never really strengthened up the way that you'd hope. And like I often talk about with, horses that are more turf meant, they lack that substance and that, push that the dirt horses possess. So as a short price, am I overly enthusiastic about her? Not at all. But she does go out for Rob Atras. And I know Rob, I believe the day that they canceled last week here, I think had her in. And it was kind of upset he didn't get to run her that day. He thought maybe a wet track would be better for her too. But we'll see how she does here. Like I said, I'm not totally against her because this is a weak field. But again, at a short price, I'd be willing to take a shot with somebody else. And that shot would be with number 1, Union Dame, who does stretch back out in distance. And she hasn't run this distance at this level. So I'd be willing to give her a shot. Now she's also third off of a layoff. She is built like a horse that wants to run long. Also, when she was in those sprint races, she was having to be niggled at the entire way, just unable to keep pace, unable to find her rhythm. So I do like the fact that she stayed on well in the end of that last race, going the 6 furlongs. But I'm going to take a shot here with Union Dame. Loved her overall appearance, like her getting back to a mile. As we'll also check in with one of 2 Kenny McPeak runners, number 9, Frosted Miracle. She's the drop down of the 2, as he'll also send out number 3, Open Flame. But Frosted Miracle, I saw her in her debut. She was actually very green that day. She had dropped the rider on the track. She's a little bit more mentally together. She's still a bit of a nervous type, kind of living on the edge, if you will, but she's not strengthened up whatsoever with having 3 races now under her belt. So maybe she appreciates the class drop. Physically, I wish she had done more for me. A horse that, as Mig said, I don't know what went wrong last time out with number 8. She's a Reader, but it does feel like she runs her better races when she is forwardly placed. She didn't get away that well last time. And Ricardo Santana, who climbs aboard today, really gave her a big warm-up. And from my eyes, she was moving pretty well out there. So look for Ricardo, albeit from a more outside post, to be aggressive with her from the start. Acacia?
Yeah, pivotal at the break to get into the race. Maggie, thank you. She's a reader, getting Ricardo Santana in the saddle. But Maggie alluded to the 2 Kenny McPeak runners. Take a look at the 3 Open Flame, who will be ridden by Francisco Arrieta. As Richie, you've been touching on throughout the week, just how strong Francisco has been as of late.
Since the middle of March to right now, 27 wins in 13 racing days, 4 stakes. And watching riders, every rider has strengths and weaknesses. I don't see any holes in Francisco Arrieta's game. He does everything well. Sometimes a guy is great at one thing, not so good at another. He's just consistently good across the board.
Riding so well right now, currently 1 behind Christian Torres.
Yeah, Christian Torres has a 1-win lead, but there was a lot of separation by the middle of March, and Francisco Arrieta came roaring up to him. And the only person not concerned about the jockey race is their agent, Cody Autry. He's got the leading rider, the second leading rider, so whichever way it goes. So he's done a tremendous job for both riders.
He's probably the one having the best Oaklawn meet of all. Any final thoughts on the second race from you, Richie? Are you for or against that favorite Acoustic Cat?
I'm actually against the favorite. I really was leaning towards the 3 Open Flame, and I like the case that Maggie made for Union Dame, who I thought was interesting as well, because her 1-mile race here last year would certainly be good enough to win.
5-2 now on Acoustic Cat as she goes back to the main track. Maybe Union Dame will appreciate getting back to a longer distance. Race 2 at Oaklawn coming up. Here's Matt Dinnerman.
To the outside post, My Spittin' Image. Rounding out the field of 10. Remember, this race will start and end at the 16th pole. We're ready to go. Looks like they're trying to straight out I'd Be Honored, who reloads here. Take 2. And they're off. Awkward break from Acoustic Cat, who's at the back of the field, the favorite. Not a good getaway at all for him. My Spittin' Image on the lead with She's a Reader, who's quickest, and She's a Reader. She's going to take the initiative here and strides 2 lengths clear into the turn. She's a Reader. My Spittin' Image running in the second spot. Patient Emily to her inside. Frosted Miracle is 4th right behind them. Acting Up is next on a stronghold early. Union Dame to the inside of her. Then Open Flame, I'd Be Honored. Acoustic Cat trying to make up some ground after the disastrous break. She's second to last, well clear of Take It to the Court, who is well behind. They're down the back stretch here. She's a Reader, strings them out, leads 2.5 lengths from Patient Emily, who's on a hold second. Frosted Miracle joining her. There's a gap of 3 to Open Flame. Union Dame to the inside, and Acting Up, who's 3 wide. Acoustic Cat now within 6 lengths of the lead with a half mile to go. She's 2 ahead of Open Flame, a similar margin to I'd Be Honored, and Take It to the Court is well out of it as they go into the far turn. She's a Reader, half length in front. Frosted Miracle getting closer without being asked as they round the far turn. They're 2 ahead of Union Dame, under a ride in third. Acoustic Cat makes her way into 4th. She's 5 lengths off the pace, needs to pick it up, is under some pressure now. Open Flame joins her as they hit the top of the lane. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Frosted Miracle putting away She's a Reader, who's going in the wrong direction. She's done. Union Dame on the outside, coming up to challenge Frosted Miracle on the final furlong. Frosted Miracle on the inside. Union Dame in the white blazes outside. Frosted Miracle grittily holding on to the lean. Union Dame can't get by her. Frosted Miracle close to the line. She's got it. Frosted Miracle over Union Dame. Open Flame, and She's a Reader.
Frosted Miracle on the big drop in class, dug in to hold off Union Dame late in the stretch.
Yeah, the drop in class and being able to get forward position and stalk She's a Reader, who did make the lead, looked comfortable, didn't have an answer though when Frosted Miracle came calling, and Union Dame stretch roll through the stretch. Watch the late and stretch here. It's like the gray filly Frosted Miracle might have taken a step out. I think the race was decided by then, but it did look like she kind of drifted for a few strides there.
Was that a little bit of race riding at that point, or maybe a little bit of fatigue as well?
Yeah, and I think, you know, when Manny Esquivel went at her with the left-handed crop, you know, when they're tired at that point, get a little off balance, she kind of shifted ground a little bit. Watching what we've, you know, on the one feed here, like it's not a true head-on, didn't really look like it was much.
And on top of that, we have Union Dame, the one horse. She's on her inside left lead, which automatically, naturally makes them kind of lean in a little bit as well.
Yeah, right. Their shoulder is pointed more towards the inside when they're leading with that left foreleg.
Frosted Miracle, though, with the win, 9-1-3-8 in the second at Oaklawn Park. Kenny McPeak with another one. This one breaking her maiden. Manny Esquivel in the saddle. Bring you prices and more when we come back. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Grade 1 Whitney to Arthur's Ride.
And Adair Manor will take the Clementel Hirsch. Olympiad gets the gold. It is Timberlake who's going to win.
Tap it twice. Tap it twice.
Sierra Leone in the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son had stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You gotta be wired a little bit differently to hop on top of a 1,000-pound animal and run 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing you.
We do a very dangerous sport.
American racing revolves around the Triple Crown. There are trainers, jockeys, and the owners.
There is unbelievable money in this game.
I just forced my way in. And I'm not leaving.
Some people look at us like we've lost our minds.
Micropoli spends $20+ million a year on horses.
We're in your little Twitter feud.
Just Mike's loud mouth that I get tired of.
Oh, yeah! Oh, yeah!
I expect trainers to put the horse in the best position to win.
Good horse will take you all over the world. Hard part's finding a top horse.
Trainers will be firing one jockey, hiring another. It's cutthroat. There's not much loyalty.
Make me look good, will ya?
Cars, motorbikes, you can press the brake. Horse racing, you can't.
I wasn't ready to retire. I'd rather die on a horse than die of boredom.
If you can win the Triple Crown, you're in the history books. You're a legend.
Tough trip right there.
Obviously, the prize money is huge. And there's a chance for the world to see who's really the best.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's brought to you where you can play it all at Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That $200 deposit match sign-up bonus with the code MATCH200. Joining me here on set, four-time Major League All-Star Paula Duca. Good to have you up here. We'll take you the rest of the way here through this card. And we just saw Prince Valiant, this horse for Todd Pletcher, now on quite a roll.
Yeah, and a really aggressive ride, I thought, and a very heady ride, especially by Dylan Davis on Prince Valiant. He took kind of the speed away from National Identity on the inside, and he had that horse locked up, and the horse did not want to be where he was most of the way, and he kind of had the four in chase mode, so it was a really good ride by Dylan, who's been riding a little bit everywhere. I got to talk to him about that, but he's been riding well.
Exceptionally well. Now he's getting all these big-time opportunities. We're going to see him in the Kentucky Oaks coming up. There he is. Winner's Circle lead-in, brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale. It'll be held May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. After the Preakness, where will you be? So Prince Valiant, 3 in a row, including this stakes debut in this Times Square division of the New York Stallion Series. Let's go downstairs to Sarah.
Here with winning rider Dylan Davis aboard Prince Valiant, taking the first of our 2 stakes races today for trainer Todd Pletcher. You'd ridden this horse 2 starts back, Dylan. You knew you had some fight in him if he was forwardly placed, and you didn't have to do much fighting today.
Yes, you're right, Sarah. Just wanted to break well. He's got some good natural speed, and he's a fighter for sure. That's what I figured out from him last time with my winner with him, and he broke well. Trying to clear the one really quickly, I was able to do that, and then he just gave me a little trouble down the backside. He was wanting to drift out a little bit. But I was able to focus him into the turn, and he was straightforward for me after that, no problems. And he was wanting to get going a little bit earlier than I would like to at the 2.5, and I just allowed him to do that. And he responded very well and didn't allow any horses to really challenge him. And if I knew if someone were to challenge him late, he would still fight on. So he ran a really game effort today.
He certainly did. Plenty of that natural early speed. Were you a little surprised that no one else challenged you too much for that early supremacy?
A little bit. I knew the main speed was the one, and then possibly the 5-horse, the horse coming from Charlestown. But there was a couple scenarios that were in my head, but coming out running was the first one. So I'm glad that Plan A worked, and we're here today. We're here right now. So
it's all that matters sometimes, having Plan A work out for you. Then you don't always need Plan B. Congratulations, Dylan.
Thank you. All right.
So Dylan Davis, he's become, especially it sort of came to the forefront with that incredible Saratoga summer he had last year, but he is one of the truly in-demand riders in the game right now.
Yeah, he is, and he attributes going to Florida this winter to get some more connections and to get into more barns. And, we were mentioning this yesterday. He would never be in the Todd Pletcher barn or ride as many horses as he's ridden for Todd, Chad Brown, but he gets the job done here. This is a colt by King for a day out of the D Funny Bone mare. New York bred all the way here and gets the money here in the New York Stallion.
So Prince Valiant, 3 in a row. As we move on to race 3, Dylan will have another big chance coming up, talking about one of those barns he has worked his way into riding for. Reigning Eclipse Award-winning barn of Chad Brown. Dylan will ride Malarchuk, who has been off since mid-January, but no doubt about the horse to beat in this race. Chileno just ran an off-the-charts performance last time out. That was at a mile, not a mile and an eighth. Can he do it again?
And he hasn't been seen since that win in December where he had that 98 buyer, and Brad Cox's barn is clicking at a 38% click. You also get the 1A in here, Glint, who's on a 2-race winning streak for Linda Rice, so a powerful entry in here.
Chileno will kick things off. Manny Franco, post 3. It's Brad Cox second off the claimed away from Linda Rice, and then that 98 buyer speed figure win, but that was 4 months ago.
Yeah, it was 4 months ago. Seems like he's been training well up to this, and you're getting 9-5 right now on the entry.
Post 5 for the entry made here, and this is the Linda Rice barn. Glint.
We were talking about Glint claimed out of the win. It took him 9 starts to get his W, and then he came back and won again.
Michael Licious gets the rail. Mike Maker and Christopher Elliott team up.
Kind of runs his races upside down. What I mean by that, he's going to come from way out of it, but he's getting played as of right now.
It looks like he has the ability to appreciate a little bit longer distance here at a mile and an eighth. Here is Pirate Jamie Ness.
I can see a world where Pirate is a player in here. The worry is 0 for 9 the last 2 years.
Frizzante has put together back-to-back good efforts for Linda Rice. Kendra Carmouche aboard.
Yeah, and this is a horse that has 8 second-place finishes, but can be tough. Got actually DQ'd out of his 3rd win, but he always shows up.
I like the way he looks warming up as well. Here's Malarchuk, named after Clint Malarchuk, who had that nasty injury that severed his, almost died.
He almost died. It ended his career, yeah. Malarchuk is good. He's kind of like Cheleno. Which horse is going to run better off the layoff? And there's a 6, Hoku, for Jack Abrams. We've seen some of Jack's horses fire here. Obviously, he's over at Parks, and this horse is coming over from Parks.
5 minutes of post in a competitive 3rd here from Aqueduct. Let's go downstairs to Sarah.
And we'll start here with the horse that's taking a lot of money, and that is the number 2, Michaelicious, trained by Mike Maker. And I am doubtful that Michaelicious is a nickname for trainer Mike Maker, but this horse has run very well at longer distances, and he is getting to stretch out to that 2 turns after running 4th last time out going the mile, when he was cutting back slightly from a couple of runs over at Turfway on the synthetic, going the 1.25 miles. So you know that he can stay the distance, and he is a horse that comes from a little bit off the pace, making that big late run like he was last time. And he's a player for sure in here, and certainly seems to appreciate a lot of the conditions that he will have today, with the potential for some early pace to develop in here, as well as getting a little bit more ground to work with. But 5-2, a little bit short on a horse that was 6-1 on the morning line, and we haven't seen in the winner's circle on the dirt since Churchill of last December. And he is running at a level which he still has to prove that he can compete against here, because you do have some older, hard-knocking types in this field. The comebacking horse for trainer Chad Brown, that is the number 5, Malarchuk, who we mentioned. A horse that has those 2 good numbers, an 87 Beyer speed figure, breaking his maiden a couple of starts ago, around a year ago actually for him, when he was on the front end and was able to draw away from a field winning by over 9 lengths. And then we saw him come back again in January at Gulfstream, where he didn't hit the board as the favorite. A little bit of trouble in that trip, but he's the one that I think many believe will be forwardly placed in here, which could help him, though he's had a lot of stops and starts, and still remains to be seen whether or not he's really going to appreciate this 1.125 distance. But he is the one with potentially some upside and could be forward in here, which could help him. I landed on a little bit of a price in here, the number 3, Pirate, who has not necessarily proven up to his potential, being the little brother of National Treasure, a horse that did win first time out at Saratoga back in the summer of 2023. Now, this is his 2nd start for trainer Jamie Ness, and he's getting a little bit more ground to work with yet again, stretching back out after being forward in a race going a mile. The pace was honest in there, cut the cord, held on to finish 2nd, but that was a tough group he was in, and maybe there's another step forward in the tank for him, as well as the ability to have some forward position. Greg?
He was a horse who won first time out at about 1-5 for Todd Pletcher, Pirate. Then he was 3rd in the Grade 1 Hopeful at Saratoga, behind Nutella Fella in that race that completely fell apart back in 2023. But he has not quite lived up to the bloodlines.
No, and then they tried a little bit of everything. They tried the turf, then they tried blinkers, then they tried going really, really long. So they've tried to check all the boxes. I do think this horse will at least be forwardly placed going 1.125 miles in here, and I can see where Sarah's going. You know, I landed on the 2, Michaelicious. Now, I've talked about this. I think you got to be in the center of the racetrack, especially for this horse that's going to be coming from way out of it. But I do think there are horses here going the 1.125 miles that might not, you know, the last 1/8 of a mile might start stopping, and this horse will be picking it up late.
Yeah, it's sort of the great separator in this race. No one has won at this distance in this entire field, including this guy right here. He's going to try 1.125 miles for the first time. He's gone longer and been competitive, and I thought, you know, that was one of the reasons why Michaelicious was sort of a major player in here too. Those 1.25 races, you know, on a different surface, but 1 3/16 too. He won out on dirt, so at least close enough.
Yeah, you know, the 1 3/16 win at Churchill Downs is key. I'm kind of with you there. And he ran well before that off a layoff on a sloppy racetrack at about 16-1. So he really wasn't, you know, played that day, and it seems like he likes a little wetness in the racetrack. So 4-1. You know, I was with Sarah when the horse was 5-2. I don't know about that, but 4-1's okay now.
Yeah, he's really went a little bit longer than this distance. Frizzante just missed in his career at 1.125 miles 4. I thought the 4 looked tremendous warming up too. Those are the 2 really that I don't know if you say they're proven, but at least ability at these longer distance. There's Frizzante. Pick 6, by the way, starts here.
And Frizzante being by Vino Rosso, you would think, obviously, Vino Rosso, a Belmont winner, maybe stretching back out to the 1.1 like you said. This horse has been right there twice at 1.1 actually DQ'd.
Yeah.
And then loses by a nose. So, yeah. But he definitely likes the distance.
Sort of, and there's this one horse back in the picture. It kind of the elephant in the room here to when you're handicapping this race. I mean, that race last time out, it was 4 months ago. It was at a mile. He could regress 3 to 4 lengths and win this race if he runs that figure again. But it's not like he's done that a lot in his career. He's run numbers similar, a couple of starts back in late summer of 2023 at Saratoga that were in the ballpark. That was a career best, though.
Yeah, and a lot of his races that would beat this field are sprinting. The ultimate test for the one is, can he get out to the 1.1 and then the layoff? Now, a lot of people will say sometimes when you have a layoff, when you're going a little bit longer distance and you get to go a little bit slower early, it helps. But Chileno hasn't been this far. I mean, let's be honest. His best races were about 6.5 furlongs and 1-turn races. But, like you said, if he can just run somewhere close to his last race, he'll get to the wire first.
9-5 favorite, Chileno, and the other half of that entry, Glint, but he's the one taking this money, although both could win. As favoritism now shifts, a little surprisingly here to Malarchuk, the Chad Brown runner with Dylan Davis.
That just shows me this is a horse that has been training very well. And, you know, second start of his career, you know, Chad went to 1.1 so I don't think the distance will be an issue with Malarchuk. It's going to be how is he going to be off the layoff?
There's Frizzante moving in with Kendrick Carmouche for Linda Rice, set for the third start of the pick 6. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. Here's Malarchuk. Malarchuk moves forward. Hoku, last to load. Hoku. Going in. All set. And they're off. Pirate broke right out of the gate and sprints to the front. It's Pirate who's going to have the early lead. And host of pursuers in behind as Glint is going to cross over here from an outside draw. Is now about in the 3 or 4 path, but is going to be a stalking second. Pirate and Ruben Silvera, they're on the engine. They're a neck in front. Pressure to the outside from Glint, who is a secure second. And at the rail, that's Chileno, who's a shared third with a wide run. Malarchuk is in that 3rd and 4th spot. The 3 at the back, very tightly bunched as they back off the pace, and that's going to be Michaelicious getting the worst of it. Also having to steady was in between horses Hoku and Frizzante. They're very tightly packed here. 23.51 as Pirate did slow things down, is under a tight hold here, and Pirate is doing it nicely so far up the backstretch. Right to the outside is Glint, and Jose Lescano is still a stalking presence, and Chileno's trying to keep up, is in 3rd. Malarchuk is in the center of the racetrack, is in 4th. Now more settled here. Comes the run. For the outside is Frizzante, and Hoku wants to go. Is under a tight hold, is the trailer, is right next to Michaelicious. 48.36 for a half-mile time. Pirate is still there. Pirate is still just cruising along and might even slow it down just a touch into the turn once again. And Pirate with a neck advantage. And here to the outside is Glint with every shot. Malarchuk 3 wide. All in is Chileno. Frizzante's trying to run on 2. Michaelicious starts a mild rally from the back, and the trailer is Hoku. Pirate is approaching a 1/4 mile left to go, and Pirate is very strong at the top of the stretch. Pirate is trying to sprint away from the field, is doing just that. It's Pirate who's just skipping along. Here down to the inside is going to be Chileno, who's taken 2nd. All in Malarchuk, but Pirate has less than a furlong to go, and Pirate got right to the front, and it's smooth sailing all the way home. It's going to be Pirate, Ruben Silvera. They'll dominate. Kick off the pick 6 at 9-1. Chileno 2nd, Malarchuk and Michaelicious in 1 minute 50.48 seconds.
Grade 1 placed in the 2nd start of his career back as a 2-year-old. Now Pirate, first win since his debut at Saratoga back in 2023.
Good call here by Sarah at 9-1. This horse just went to the front end. We talk about Ruben Silvera being aggressive, and he was aggressive right off the get-go. And then the 2 entry mates, you thought maybe Chileno would go after him or the 1A, Glint, one of them, to support the other one. But the problem is one's trained by Brad Cox, the other one by Linda Rice, and nobody really went after Pirate, and the race was long over in here, and it looks like 9-1 will start off your pick 6, and no doubt about it. This horse went off as your second longest shot, Greg. I think the 6 ran second too, no?
Pirate, second career win. And Ruben Silvera, aggressive early, gets to the front, and Pirate leads every step of the way. For Jamie Ness, horse who began his career, most of his starts come under Todd Pletcher. Recently moved to Jamie Ness, 4th in the debut in the barn, and now a victory here at 9-1 in a competitive field. 3-1, 5-2. Here in the third, as Paulie told you, to kicking off this pick 6. 9-1 shot, second biggest price on the board. 3-1, 5-2 in the third.
Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen said, Gun Pilot is an absolute beast. He has a lot of gun runners' great traits. He is a bigger and stronger version and was extremely talented. His easy Grade 1 win in the 7-furlong Churchill Downs Stakes proved everything I knew.
The gold, but it's Gun Pilot. Gun Pilot and Christian Torres.
Gun Pilot is Gun Runner's only son to retire to stud this year. New to 3 Chimneys.
We're back on America's Day at the Races here at Oaklawn Park. The third race is coming up next, a mile and a 16th starter allowance. And right now, taking a look at the board, it is the number 4, Nullify, who is your favorite for Dwayne Lucas, the coach. But Richie, let's meet the rest of the field, starting off with Lear to the rail.
Lear with the rail has speed, kind of simplifies things, and his rider, Walter De La Cruz, likes to put horses on the lead.
If you're a hunch bet player, maybe Palm Tree on Palm Sunday?
Oh, I like it. And I honestly, I did forget it was Palm Sunday. Forgive me.
Special Dispatch is next.
Yeah, I thought this horse was pretty interesting for our friend and colleague Tom Amos. I think he's going to sit the right kind of trip.
Giving off that third place finish. Nullify, your favorite for Wayne Lucas?
Yeah, I think the pace that's I believe is in this race is going to play well to Nullify's style.
Second off the layoff for Mendelssohn's March.
Yeah, deep closer. Kind of lost contact last time, but did come with a run.
The Thunderer. That's a strong name.
Yeah, another horse that should be forwardly placed, but probably relegated to a stalking position.
What happened to the speed from Maximus Magic?
Yeah, last couple starts, speeds kind of went sideways. This horse is more successful when he does show that speed.
And a horse that also has speed. Here's Neon Lights.
Neon Lights has won 2 races, and they were in wire-to-wire fashion, and some horses are just better going a little faster than being in behind horses. I thought he was very game last time. From that post, doesn't Tyler Bacon have to kind of come out aggressively?
You would certainly think so, drawn outside with that speed. But for more on the rest of the field, let's check in trackside with Maggie.
And Acacia, well, I have no problems with your favorite Nullify in here. He's definitely been facing some tougher company. I'm going to look one to his outside with number 5. That is Mendelssohn's March for Kenny McPeak, looking to go back-to-back here on this Sunday card. And Mendelssohn's March is a horse that at times has competed at some of the highest levels, but mainly on the turf. And he has yet to win on a fast dirt track. But I thought that his last race, which was off a bit of a layoff, was a good indication of his ability to handle it. And furthermore, I felt like he's a horse that often needs to just kind of get some racing just to strengthen up a bit. And he looked really good when he started his warm-up beneath Julien Leparoux, who does know him relatively well. And, you know, he was a horse that didn't necessarily catch my eye back in the paddock, but on the track, he definitely looked better. He looked like he belonged with this group here. So Mendelssohn's March, I'm hoping that because Julian took him away from the pony, he's going to keep him a little bit closer than what he was in that last effort. So he'd be my alternative to your favorite. I wanted to try to make a case for number 2, Palm Tree, who does go first off the claim for Sippy Contreras here. But you know, Brendan Walsh, he's a pretty good trainer, and he firmly decided, it felt like, that this horse was more of a turf horse, really, honestly, and that's what his pedigree would suggest as well. But I always kind of want to give a horse the benefit of the doubt when they've only tried a surface once and it was their debut. But he really looks more like a turf horse. He's a good-looking sort, and it does feel like maybe Sippy claimed him with some purpose to bring him to Oaklawn here over this main track, this dirt surface. But again, I take the wait-and-see approach, but he is a generous 10-1 on the board. Now, a horse that's going to be looking to run and gun from the outside, you would have to think, is number 8, Neon Lights. He does, at least on form, present himself as a need-the-lead type. He's won twice, both of which were done so from gate to wire fashion. He looks great. He definitely warmed up very well on the racetrack. He's well turned out here for Jordan Blair, so it's just not that advantageous of a post position for a horse that is going to want to go forward. We'll see what kind of trip Tyler Bacon can work out for him again. Acacia?
Yes, to work out a trip from that outside post, Maggie, thank you. Neon Knights, who, as you mentioned, Richie's best races are when he uses that speed. Just take a look at that last start from him here at Oaklawn, winning in March when Tyler was still an apprentice, now a journeyman rider. He has to be aggressive from where he's drawn.
Yeah, and especially with a horse that's shown that he's more proficient when he's able to make the lead. And you can go back to when he broke his maiden at Churchill Downs. It was a one-turn mile, but 22 and change, 45 and change. So you know he possesses that kind of speed. I think he's got one way to go. I think Tyler knows that, and especially from that post, you don't want to run the risk of being caught extremely wide into that turn. But I think he's game. He'll fight when he's on the lead.
Has that early foot, you see the tenacity down to the wire that he showed last time out when getting that victory. We'll see if he can work it out today. Back over to the 4, Nullify, who's your 2-1 favorite here. Tyler Bacon previously had been riding that horse. Gets Nick Juarez in the saddle today.
Yeah, Wayne Lucas using Nick Juarez quite a bit more, and now that Gary Stevens has his book again. And Nick Juarez rides extremely well for Wayne Lucas. I think Wayne instills a lot of confidence in Nick. But it's kind of interesting, right? Nullify is your 2-1 favorite. The 6th Thunder is 9-2. Now, you can go back 3 starts with Nullify when he defeated the Thunderer. Tyler Bacon had the bug then. He got in with 113 pounds compared to the Thunderer getting in with 118. They were half a length apart. Now Nullify is in with 124, and the Thunderer is with 122. So a big swing in the weights from getting weight to now giving weight. And they weren't that far apart. I prefer the Thunder at 9-2 over the 2-1 for the 4 Nullify.
You're getting a little bit of a better price there. And, sometimes there is a conversation about weight. Do you feel like maybe with lower level horses who are not the most consistent, sometimes it is bit of a stronger factor?
Well, I do think it becomes more of a factor, you know, when you're getting away from, let's say, stakes caliber horses. Now, but that being said, it's just the swing in weights that I really concentrate on. And the fact that Nullify was in receipt of 5 pounds and now he's giving 2 pounds, that's a significant swing to me.
Christian Torres will be aboard the Thunderer, first off the claim for Johnny Ortiz, 9-2 right now. Maggie had some interest in the 5 Mendelssohn's March, who's second off the layoff. He is going to be a horse, though, that wants some pace up front.
I think he's going to get it, though. I believe the inside horse, Lear, has to go, particularly with a rider that is aggressive. He likes to put horses up in the game, Walter Dela Cruz. And then the outside runner, Neon Knights, excuse me, he has to go forward. I think we could see a fairly contested pace here.
We'll see how it plays out. Who does it set up for? Race 3, loading in for Oaklawn Park over this fast main track on what's turned out to be a glorious Sunday afternoon. Matt Dinnerman standing by with the call.
And to the outside post, Neon Knights. Mile and a 16th. Ending at the regular finish line this time around. We're ready to go. And Lear off. Neon Knights drifted outwards at the start, is recovered to run in midfield early on. Lear from the inside strides in front. Special Dispatch already in a good gallop, taking second. Palm Tree third right behind him as they go into the first turn run. Nullify is next with the Thunderer and a deep Neon Knights. Length and a half to Mendelssohn's March on a strong hold at the back with Maximus Magic. Just 4 lengths from first to 8th as they approach the backstretch run. Compact group of 8 led by Lear on the inside. Narrow lead, Special Dispatch, keen to go, is right there matching him. A length to the Thunderer, who's 3 deep. Neon Knights is farther out 4 wide, and those 2 up to challenge the other 2. And now there's 4 runners across the track on the lead here, with Palm Tree right behind them in 5th. Nullified to his outside, just a length and a half to Maximus Magic, who's still second to last. And Mendelssohn's March is inside of him, still 4 lengths from first to last as they hit the half-mile pole. Lear, Special Dispatch do battle on the lead here together, and they're 2 clear of Neon Knights, who's backed away in the 3rd position with the Thunderer, and Palm Tree, who's inside 5th going into the turn. Nullify trying to get closer between horses. Maximus Magic with him, and Mendelssohn's March, patiently ridden, appears to have some run here and stays on the rail for the final quarter mile. Coming to the top of the lane, Lear in front with Special Dispatch. They're still going at it as they swing off the corner. The Thunderer has dropped out of it. He's done. Here comes Palm Tree on the outside with a nice rally. Palm Tree gathering good momentum, blows past the top pair, kicks on. Special Dispatch right behind him, second. Inside it's Lear, 16th to go, and it's Palm Tree is asked to finish the job here, still in front from Lear and Special Dispatch. Palm Tree for the Cipriano Contreras barn wins it. Lear second, Special Dispatch third, Mendelssohn's March 4th.
You know, Richie, sometimes the things don't always play out as you anticipate, but Palm Tree on Palm Sunday gets the win. However, we're taking a look at the start. Keep your eyes on the 8. What took place at the beginning?
Yeah, the complexion of this race changed dramatically when Neon Knights kind of raked the outside stall door and ducked out and lost position. And then look, not only did he not make the front, which is what he wants to do, he's hung 6 wide into that first turn. This is not a recipe for success.
Change the dynamics of the race as well, as you see him there in the pink cap just kind of struggling to make an impact late. However, first off the claim, and touched on maybe Cipi Contreras did it with intent with Palm Tree, and it paid off today as he found himself in the right spot. Palm Tree getting the victory on Palm Sunday.
Well, you pointed out the hunch bet of the day, and I missed the boat here, but Palm Tree, nice trip, drafted in behind the speed. And Lear, your runner-up, you know, he was aided by the fact that Neon Knights didn't get away cleanly, because he did make the lead, and at a big price, hung on tenaciously.
Palm Tree taking full advantage and getting the victory here, as the dynamics of this race did change pretty drastically at the beginning. Bring you prices and more when we come back. And yes, we saw Torpedo Anna win yesterday. We also saw a pretty impressive sprinter in Booth in the Count Fleet. We'll take a look back at the Steve Asmussen trainee's victory and the incredible streak he's been on.
The champion 2-year-old. one of 4 champion 2-year-olds in his immediate family.
Good-looking effort there.
Essential quality at 2. Undefeated.
Essential quality, though, has opened up by 5.
Devastating. His own first 2-year-olds race in 2025. If they're anything like him and you've got a mare in foal, just imagine.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at nairabets.com.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York stallions that deliver.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
We're back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. You can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. As we take a stroll down Bathhouse Row, which consists of 8 bathhouse buildings constructed between the years 1892 and 1923. This area along the Grand Promenade in downtown Hot Springs was designed as a National Historic Landmark District in 1987. Pretty incredible, pretty beautiful there too.
Really beautiful, and it's a nice place to walk around and take in the sights. And it reminds me a little bit of like the Adelphi Hotel, that historic feeling there.
Into the winner's circle for Palm Tree, a horse that certainly did appear to prefer a different surface and was a generous price in here as well at $27 off the claim for the Contreras barn, and making this a winning one.
Yeah, I mean, maybe Cipriano Contreras claimed this horse with the idea to run back on Palm Sunday, Palm Tree. And actually, the one dirt race that this horse ran at Ellis Park wasn't a bad effort. So the only try on dirt and getting back to dirt was the key, and Palm Tree worked out a really nice trip under Manny Escobar.
Palm Tree with the victory there in race number 3, but as mentioned before the break, not only was it Apple Blossom Saturday yesterday, but we had the Count Fleet. And on paper, Richie, it looked like Booth for Steve Asmussen was very much the one to beat. We talked about his gate speed coming in. Didn't really show the same kind of brilliant rocket gate speed from the beginning.
Yeah, I mean, for a normal horse, he broke well.
Yes.
But for him, that was actually a half a step slow, because usually when the doors open, he's already in front. But he took the lead and he took heat. Anarchist just kept the pressure on throughout. There were no free rides for Booth. And this is the thing that you don't know about a horse until they're in the midst of it. Will they battle? Will they fight for it? Well, Booth showed that he was up to the task, and he has as much heart as he does ability and speed. And Steve had it covered anyway, because here comes Rivet with his son Keith to round out the all Asmussen and Heiligbrod exacta.
Absolutely. For Bellinger and Heiligbrod, Booth and Rivet owning both of those. Booth with the speed, Rivet with a closing kick. But you see a celebration from Eric Asmussen. This horse, when he won the Whitmore last time out, that was his first graded stakes win. How encouraging do you think it is for him that his dad kept him on a horse like this? He's able to win on these big days with one that's clearly got so much talent.
Well, it's something that impresses me so much about Eric and Keith Asmussen is just how much appreciation they have to get these opportunities. Yes, it's their father, but at the end of the day, it's still a business. And, owners have riders they want, and maybe they don't want particular riders in certain situations. So they don't take it for granted. They really appreciate that they get these opportunities, and you could see for them it's all about the horse. And that comes from the family, their grandparents, their Uncle Cash, their mom and dad. They understand how much these horses give us and how much they elevate us.
We saw that list of Steve Asmussen's winners in the Count Fleet. Pretty poetic and full circle moment with Booth, a son of Matoli, who won this race for the Highly-Broths, getting the job done yesterday too. Really family ties in more ways than one.
Yeah, and it's really neat to see all those connections come together. And think about it, to campaign a horse like Matoli and then have their offspring deliver on the national stage like this. And Booth has really kind of laid claim to being one of the upper echelon sprinters now in the country.
Yeah, and let's not forget about his stablemate Skelly, who was a two-time winner of the Count Fleet. Opted for an allowance race on Friday instead, and he was dazzling in that effort. We'll see what those star sprinters do moving forward, but in the meantime, we have the late pick 5 coming up from New York. There's Spun Size in the paddock. More from Aqueduct after this.
Was full count Felicia, never in doubt.
Coming down to the finish, First World War. Fort Washington on the outside. They're coming down to the line, and Goliad does it.
Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage, and it is right around the corner, the third and final leg of the Triple Crown. I know we haven't even got to the Derby yet, but soon enough, we're going to be at Belmont at Saratoga. You want to be part of the action, trust me. It was sensational last year, and more fun ahead. That entire week was just tremendous.
I think I'm going to get a belt buckle of that guy and hang out with that guy with the cowboy hat in the beginning of that promo. It's a guy looked like he was having a good time.
It was such a special experience. Obviously, the weather cooperated.
Yes.
Be part of it if you can. That entire week, the racing is just tremendous. Little preview of what's to come in the summer as we get set for our post parade here to kick off the late pick 5. New York bred 30 maiden claiming sprint. Here's Ready to Romance.
Yeah, tough horse to get to. 2 starts, is lost by 47 lengths, puts the blinkers on today.
Katie Davis for Bruce Levine, Sunset Park.
Got Lasix last time and a much improved in performance with Katie aboard. She already has a win on the card.
6 starts Lady Mercia and has not hit the board.
No, and has run 7th, 8th, 11th, and hasn't beaten many horses.
The only first-time starter in the field, Sigmund's Dream.
Yeah, for Linda Dixon, and Linda 0 for 9, but she doesn't have that many, and a first-time starter can definitely win this race.
Jump ahead to the 6 here, Observer, Linda Rice, Jose Lezcano.
Dropping a tiny bit in class, and I thought probably would end up being your favorite off the connections.
A little surprising. Spun size right now is your favorite, Charlie Baker.
Yeah, horse that drew the 1 hole last time now goes from the inside all the way to the outside, and maybe that's why this horse is taking all the attention. Now Nikki Brainburst, the 5, has gone to the favorite. Who goes to the front end? Is it the 5 or the 7 in here?
Yeah, Nikki Brainburst, 7 tries, but at open 20 maiden claiming last start just missed and was 3 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher, but the opportunities are starting to rack up.
Yeah, they're racking up. She's 0 for 7 now, but at least she has 3 second-place finishes. Spun size has 4 starts with a 2nd and 3/3, but Nikki Brainburst, Ray Handel got his, I did an interview with him the other day, and he talked about, listen, my barn has just been a little bit unlucky. Hopefully you could be my good luck charm and we can get going. So you can look at a barn that might be on, on its way to going. And this was the last start that you were talking about, Greg, and the horse just missed.
Yeah, again, this was open company, lower level 20 maiden claiming race, but matches the best speed figure, at least, that she's produced in her 7-race career. And she has the ability to, at least tactically, be in the mix early on.
Yeah, she's the gray, obviously, in the middle of the racetrack. Yeah, I think tactically, you're right. She puts herself in the right position. Christopher Elliott, I would think, would put her close to the front end. And you want to stay out in the middle of the racetrack. He rides her like that today, she'll probably be really tough.
And I would think it's going back and forth. We'll see. But right now, second choice at 5-2. As we go back to the one who is favored right now.
What do you do with the 6, Observer?
I mean, I thought the 5 and 7 were going to, if I had to take 2, those would probably be the 2. But yeah, it certainly scares me from that barn.
Good race, I guess, last time when dropping down. And then the other horse taking money there is the 7 spun size. Does spun size go to the front end? I mean, if you look, when Jeremy O'Dwyer had this horse was a bad gate horse. And then last time out of the 1 hole broke okay, but now gets the complete outside. And hopefully, if you're backing the 7, you want this horse to get out of the gate, because I think this horse could be wicked fast and maybe faster than the 5, Nikki Brainburst.
Yeah, I would think we're going to, well, Eric Cancel at times not super aggressive, but yeah, this one has speed and certainly showed it last time out. Let's take a look at that effort back on March 29th.
Good effort. She hadn't raced since January. She was kind of caught on the inside, kind of in chase mode. It's one of those things where she's running well, but she's just never going to get to the winner. So I love that she fought, down to the inside in this whole race. I mean, was able to clear the other horse. The 3 on the outside is the one that's going to swallow her up, but pretty good effort.
Yeah, and you, as you said, love that switch from the inside post to the outside today. But again, we got this variable with this track today, muddy and sealed. She's never been over this kind of surface. We'll see how she takes to it. And this one, too, we're being told the 4 is coming out the first-time starter. So late scratch of the 4. Take out Sigmund's Dream. There's Romero Mirage taking the saddle off.
This is your start to your late pick 5. If you got knocked out like a lot of us did with Pirate, except Sarah, who had that horse at 9-1, you start your pick 5 here. And if you've already punched it, you're going to get either the 5 or 7 if you had the 4 on your ticket.
Take a look and see at the double here and who's going to likely go off favorite in this
Close,
spot.
I think. Even the 2 is pretty close in the doubles.
Looks like it's going to be the 5, according to the double. Nikki Brainburst, you have favored in the double and actually favored in the pick 3 as well. So it's probably going to be the 5 who's favored at post time. We'll see. Usually that's a good predictor.
Well, yeah, they're going to take a little bit longer around and gives everybody a little bit of an adjustment, especially the start of any kind of wager like the pick 5 or pick 6. Now the pick 6, you kind of get the favorite. Now the pick 5, you can go ahead and adjust your tickets. Because I think some people did use the first-time starter in here thinking, okay, this isn't a bang-up race. Maybe a first-time starter can win.
What about in terms of the best value on the board right now? Is it potentially the 2? We haven't talked about Sunset Park much. 9-2 right now, and coming off an effort that certainly puts her in the mix against this group.
Yeah, I would think she's the other horse in here. I mean, Katie Davis already went on the card. She had a win yesterday. This horse really improved. Whenever you run a 0 buyer, you always have a worry. But this horse stumbled so badly 2 starts ago. Then the last start ran really well, but it was never really dismissed at the windows. Was always kind of bet in the 2 starts. So getting bet again today.
She can sit and maybe stalk off the 7 with the 5 right behind her and be in that maybe 3rd position early. The 1, really don't know because she's gotten out poorly each of her first 2 starts. She is putting blinkers on today, but she's got the inside post again today.
Yeah, you just never know what's going to happen with the 1 Ready to Romance. She hasn't done much, but you're right. Sometimes the blinkers can wake up a horse. And, you know, if the horse breaks well, could cause a problem, at least early in the race when it comes to the speed part of it, or the pace.
Pick 5 pool over $120,000 begins here in this 4th. Spun Size, Charlie Baker, Eric Cancel, that outside post after having the rail last start. Still right now, 8-5 favorite. It looks like that may change here in a moment. Set for the 4th. Let's go to Chris Griffin.
Goes in. All set. Looks like a rider off there, just for a moment. And they're off. Spun Size with the speed towards the far outside, and also Nikki Brainburst is in that early mix. These 2 speed off together. Ready to Romance is at the rail, is trying to move on through, has taken a challenging 3rd. And to the outside of that rival in 4th comes Sunset Park. Well settled as Observer is in the 5th position, and the lone trailer, Lady of Mercia, as they're approaching 4 furlongs left to go. Nikki Brainburst is in front. Spun Size wants to go for Eric Cancel, is just stalking this pace setter. Here comes the move from Observer 3 wide. Losing ground quickly was Ready to Romance, is about to be passed by Lady of Mercia. The leader, Nikki Brainburst, 23-1 for the opening quarter mile. Here comes Spun Size. It's been traveling well. Observer is still 3 wide and chasing Spun Size, who's put a nose in front. Not going away as Nikki Brainburst, also trying to keep up as Sunset Park far back to the rest. They reach the top of the stretch, the gray Nikki Brainburst, but Spun Size has been loaded here around the turn, and Spun Size is now cut loose. Spun Size is trying to sprint away. Observer is in full pursuit, just towards the outside, is making up some ground. A furlong left to go. Spun Size, Nikki Brainburst. Observer is run up into 2nd. Spun Size is going to sprint away, and Spun Size will win this. Spun Size wins it over Observer. Nikki Brainburst holds off Sunset Park in 1 minute 12.47 seconds.
Spun Size, second off a short layoff. Charlie Baker, Eric Cancel to start this late pick 5, and this one actually did go off the favorite at 8-5.
Yeah, so if you had the 4 Sigmund's Dream, you get the 7 home here, even though the 7 was your I think 2nd will pay, but good job by Eric. Keep this horse kind of clear from a lot of the speed. And the 1 did show some speed with those blinkers on, Ready to Romance. Caused a little bit of issues for the 2 there, who got caught sort of in a pickle where to go, but no doubt about Spun Size. Observer tried to chase late, but Spun Size gets the job done. And the inside to outside was just the key here, and you got the favorite home.
So Spun Size graduates, career start number 5, 7-6, 5-2 finish. Late pick 5 begins with this 3-year-old filly for trainer Charlie Baker with Eric Cancel, the 8-5 favorite.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive. She feels more than pretty. She feels fantastic.
It is all she feels pretty. The sun shines bright on this value sire. Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
It's America's original sport.
And no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Get into the game with Bond Racing Stable. When you partner with Bond Racing Stable, the Bond team does all the work and you enjoy the experience. As a partner, you can watch morning workouts, come to the paddock for saddling, and cheer your horse down the stretch. Bond Racing Stable offers more than 30 New York-bred weanlings, yearlings, and 2-year-olds in a partnership program that gets you to the winner's circle. Whether on your own or with friends and family, make Bond Racing Stable your racing partners. Go to jamesbondracing.com today.
Changing on the fly, America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Overhead view here, Oaklawn Park. Breezy, gorgeous spring afternoon in Hot Springs. And getting closer to post time to the 4th race on the day after the day alongside Acacia Clement. Hello, everyone. I'm Lafitte Pinkai. That adrenaline provided by Torpedo Anna. Acacia going to carry us through. And yesterday, just a great day for the 40,000 here. Just a great day to be a horse racing fan.
It really was. Meg and I were talking about it earlier today, just how much you appreciate it as a fan of the game at the end of the day. When you get a chance to see a horse that is that talented, goes out there, does her thing, whether you're associated with that horse or not, it's fun for all of us because we love this sport. We love that people take attention to a big star that's going out there and doing it time and again.
Another grade 1 victory. We'll have much more to unpack from yesterday's Apple Blossom Day, plus the Count Fleet, and today's program getting closer here to the 4th race. Horses on track, 4 minutes out, make it 3 minutes out. $10,000 claimers, 6 furlong sprint. Wide open, Acacia, where we have a very lukewarm favorite, Coast Basis, number 3 at 3-1.
Yeah, certainly a tricky race in here.
Cost
Basis had the win last time out with that speed. Tyler Bacon going to be aboard once again. Rode this horse to victory as an apprentice last time out. Now a journeyman rider. He's going to stay aboard. Took him a little bit of time to get through the condition and at a variety of distances as well. And it seemed that they kind of figured out that he fits sprinting and around this level, and that's where they're going to stay.
Cost Basis, tenacious winner in his latest. Maggie's with us. The gelding chasing him in the stretch that day is the gelding on your screen, Metallic Men here at 12-1. What are you seeing? He seems pretty revved up.
Yeah, with Sammy Camacho Jr. climbing aboard, who does get on a lot of David Jacobson's horses in the morning. So I'm sure having a good knowledge of Metallic Man, as last time when he faced your favorite Cost Basis, he was saving ground. He kind of got shuffled back a little bit around the turn as a horse was backing up in front of him. And so losing that lucrative position that you want as the race starts to speed up. And then he found some room down the lane and he was able to regain third. So not a bad effort, I thought, in the context of how it all played out. Now, he is, as I like to say, a chunky monkey. My man carries a lot of weight and conditioning, but I mean, this is his 4th start off of a layoff, so you would have to think he is fit, and Sammy Camacho definitely giving him a vigorous warm-up, so looking for that forward position, one would have to think, but just really healthy overall. You know, he's completely dappled, and I like that Sammy's really getting him loosened up out on the racetrack, too. We'll move on to a horse that, if he remembers who he was once upon a time, maybe just going back to last year here at Oaklawn, Life is Hard could make some noise. Now, I know that he's never won at the 6 furlong distance. He's only won going longer. But his fastest race, at least on the Beyer speed scale, is going short. So I thought it was interesting that Norm McKnight now for his third start here at Oaklawn on this main track opts to turn him back here, and he does apply a pair of short cup cheater blinkers. The front wraps do go back on as well here, but if he kind of gets back to those races that he had, at least sprinting in the season last year in 2024 at Oaklawn, he could make some noise. He looks great. He's a generous 9-1. He has made the right kind of physical impression on me, and physically he looks like a horse that isn't going to be necessarily completely outfooted with those blinkers going on as well. And then we'll check in with number 9, Dutch Mills. If I just had to pick horses on appearance, coupled with the fact that I liked his last run, coupled with the fact that Tom Amoss picks him up, Dutch Mills would be it. Last time, I know it doesn't look as though he ran that well, but he just got the wrong trip. He was at the rear, then he circled up 5-6 wide going around the turn, and rightfully so, he just couldn't sustain that bid. I'm hoping that, as we often see with Tom Amoss, he does put a little bit more speed into his horses. He also cuts back his blinkers just a bit here. He was wearing a full cup in his last effort, cut back to more of a cheater cup, if you will, and just looks incredibly healthy. So a horse that made a great physical impression that I thought had an excuse in his last start. Lafitte?
Dutch Mills, Maggie, those blinkers, Acacia, being used by new trainer Tom Amoss on Dutch Mills.
Yeah, it's interesting what Maggie was saying because, yes, watching the replay, you can see a pretty significant blinker cup, which will really kind of limit the peripheral vision of a horse. I had actually had this conversation last summer in Saratoga with Tom because more often than not, I would say probably the vast majority of times, Tom opts for what we call a 3/4 cup blinker, which is a pretty good size. You see a lot of trainers, you think of Bob Baffert, the very tiny cheater cups. So if he really scaled back the blinkers, even a little bit more significantly than what he typically would go for, I think that's a very interesting move because it'll still have the same desired effect of the focus that the blinkers will use, but sometimes horses that are breaking a little bit slow, the horses around them a little bit more, and opening up those blinkers will hopefully have that desired effect.
Which we'll find out how he performs momentarily. Dutch Mills, 5-1, 2 stalls to his outside. Acacia now the favorite. Late money showing up Atomic Tone. If he's going to be effective, what's the key to success for him today?
Atomic Tone was a horse that last time out was really off the pace, and you could see it kind of lugging in late and in between horses, never seemed comfortable. Also was stuck being really drawn far to the outside. Not an easy thing to claim off of David Jacobson, though.
Filing in. We're all set. Matt Dinnerman with the load and call post time. Race 4 Oaklawn live on Fox Sports 2.
Family tradition. And to the outside, Lions Not Sheep. Waiting for Lions Not Sheep to round out the field of a dozen. Full field here, voyaging 6 furlongs, 3/4 of a mile. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Uneventful break for all the runners. Myria Coincidence on the lead today with Metallic Man. These two share the top spot. Lions Not Sheep aggressively ridden in the 3rd position. Axton running in 4th with Ian Glass. Then Cost Base is usually towards the front. Today he's well off the pace with Atomic Tone. They're 2 better than Super Brady, who's down on the inside. Family Tradition is next. Dutch Mills parked outside of him, just past him in fact. He's within 8 lengths of the lead going into the far turn run. And a big space back to Palace Kitten. And Life is Hard as they corner into the turn. The leader, Metallic Man, 3 furlongs to go, clearing off 1.5 lengths. Myria Coincidence under pressure in the 2nd position. Ian Glass running in 3rd on the inside. Lions Not Sheep is sent along outside of him. Atomic Tone going to be caught wide, turning for home, attempts to advance position, makes his move as they come off the corner. Metallic Man in front from Myria Coincidence. Atomic Tone on the grandstand side, unleashed with a rally, and he's charging after Metallic Man. Atomic Tone, Metallic Man 1-2. Atomic Tone trying to get in a little bit here, but he goes by Metallic Man in the final 16th. Atomic Tone drawing clear. Atomic Tone 2.5 ahead. Metallic Man was 2nd, tight for 3rd. Myria Coincidence, Ian Glass.
Not exactly straight as a string, but fastest of all in the stretch. Atomic Tone in the 11th, 2-1 favorite with Christian Torres in the saddle as they and Francisco Arrieta. Yeah, slug it out the next couple of weeks here for a riding title at Oaklawn.
Yeah, that'll be pretty fun to continue to follow. And you can see it's just that horse's head turned. And I'm sure Christian Torres watched his replays because you can see it even, like I said last time out, when it was really noticeable, the lugging in, because he was between horses. Here, he had that outside momentum and was able to stay clear. And he goes immediately to the left-handed crop, which that is the perfect use of the crop. When you have a horse like that is leaning in, it's just that little reminder there so that you don't veer into another horse to your inside.
What looked like a cavalry charge to the wire, he wound up drawing away and making it look easy in the end.
Yeah, pretty easy win. You see kind of wrapped up at the end, and you have to give credit to the number 5 Metallic Man. Maggie mentioned the warm-up Sammy Camacho Jr. was giving him, keeping him moving out on the track, and he was aggressively handled early, which almost paid off.
End Zone Athletics. Rodriguez Ramirez. Atomic Tone. Race 4 here, Oaklawn Park, 11-5-7-8. Back out to Aqueduct. Greg, where we just watched Fun Size and Eric Cancel take down race 4.
Yeah, impressive here, getting from that inside to that outside post here. Charlie Baker Barn, Eric Cancel, and maiden breaking win for this 3-year-old filly here in start number 5.
Yeah, congratulations to the connections here. A spun to run filly at elusive quality, mare Lexington Pearl. And if you had that pick 3, you're going to have multiple victories. And the 4 was scratched to the gate, but you moved forward because Spun Size was your favorite.
Pick 4 next, huge scratch in here. The one who would have been favored, taking a massive drop when it comes out. So the 6 gone, and that opens things up in this race. Certified Lover Boy with that scratch becomes a 3-2 favorite right now, who lost his rider last time out. Start before that, though, makes him very tough.
It makes him very tough in here. And then Fernando Abreu and Dylan Davis, who's already had a hot day, I would think they're going to push towards the front. You got Dr. Kraft here as well. Good little field, even though it's only a 5-pack.
There's Certified Lover Boy right now, 3-2 favorite. Yep, Dylan Davis, he'll be aboard, looking for his second win on this Sunday card, teaming up with the barn of Fernando Abreu post-parade when we come back.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Built in 1916, the Superior operated as a bathhouse in downtown Hot Springs National Park until its closure in 1983. Acacia stayed vacant for 30 years, so you know it's haunted. Until Rose, current owner, reimagined the Superior bathhouse into a craft brewery with a full-service, family-friendly restaurant.
I never thought about the haunted angle, but that's very
sure.
interesting. Yeah. Well, it makes sense. So I'm from Connecticut, which apparently has like the largest number of haunted houses. Like there's proof that it's an old Victorian home that's haunted.
There's a movie.
And there's a haunting in Connecticut. You know?
Yeah,
we're known for it.
Yeah.
The Huskies and haunted houses.
How are we bringing this back to atomic tone?
I've got no segue for you.
No, nothing. Nothing. So here we do. At the top of the stretch, atomic tone. And yeah, you'll see he's finding his best stride. And you have 6 of them in the mix. And now he really accelerates, but you can see Christian Torres doing everything he can to try to keep him as straight as possible. Still lugging in, but traveling best.
And that's a tricky situation when you have the best momentum and a horse is closing. You don't want to do too much to get in their way and stop that momentum as they're moving forward towards the finish line. I thought he did a really good job of balancing, not having any infractions in the stretch, as well as letting his horse have that clear run.
Atomic Tone, 11th lifetime win. Just 2 of those here at Oaklawn. 11, 5, 7 in the 4th race here in Hot Springs. When we come back, now what a winter, what a rider. Manny Franco in New York, a live one in the 5th Augustine Red, and a live one in the Derby 20 days from today. Sovereignty, Fountain of Youth winner.
Twirling Candy, proving Lane's End's stallion-making tradition. Twirling Candy has seen success on the track and in the sales ring, siring multiple Grade 1 winners and millionaires including Exalted, Ice Cream U-Screen, AG Bullet, and Walkathon, and reaching 7-figure yearling and 2-year-old sales. Twirling Candy, a leader of his generation.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The brilliance of the legendary Arrowgate and the speed and stamina of the sire of sires, Uncle Mo. Introducing Petulante, the first son of Arrowgate to stand in New York after winning handily at first asking.
Petulante! He's got a kick here, and he's going to prove much the best.
He won or placed in all 7 of his lifetime starts, including the Grade 3 Salvatore Mile.
Petulante, Nimbus class, Petulante!
Petulante, now standing in New York. For information, visit IHDVStallions.com today.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Late pick 4 coming up in this condition. $50,000 claiming 7 furlong sprint. Big scratch of the 6 out. Win it. We told you already. And with that, this horse here, your favorite Certified Lover Boy.
Yeah, and Certified Lover Boy lost the rider last time, but I would think this 5-year-old gelding will be pushing the envelope from the inside.
Here's Dr. Kraft, and on the cutback, he's dangerous.
He's dangerous, although he's got a lot of seconds and thirds, 17 seconds and thirds. Maybe he can get over the hump.
Mr. Papa Giorgio, he could potentially be forward.
Yeah, and anytime Rick Dutcher hits the reset button, you want to take a look. This horse is getting played a little bit, but there's a lot of scratches in here.
Augustine Red, he has faced some much better runners. Liberté de Bayou last time out ran a huge effort.
Yeah, and, you know, for the Kutamachi bond, they claimed this horse from Linda Rice and given this horse a little bit of time.
And Stolen Base, he showed sprint speed last start at 6 furlong, 6.5, excuse me.
Every once in a while, Stolen Base can be very tough. He's got a couple buyers that can win this race, obviously, and he comes from a little bit out of it, but he should like the outside draw.
Still muddy and sealed on this track for our Sunday card. As we get set for this Pick 4, we welcome in for the first time to our Sunday coverage, Jonathan Kinchin. JK, your thoughts here in the 5th?
Well, I like the 7, but I think I found Johnny V. So I thought this was kind of nice, wasn't it? Look at that. Little Johnny V. I think he's probably in Lexington. I like the 7. Stolen base to the outside. This is a horse who came in off a 296-day break last time, right? So it's arguable that he needed that race, and he got the race. And I'm hoping he's going to be a little bit tighter this time. I'm not crazy about that race individually. He was close up to a pace that wasn't that fast, stopped pretty badly, but I'm just hoping that it's a race that he needed. I'm hoping that it's a situation where that 296 days, they needed to knock the rust off. The rust has now been knocked off. He draws well towards the outside, and his biggest enemy is the 1 who's got a pace advantage. The 1's 3-2, who I think is a likely winner of this race, and the 7 is 5-1, who has an opportunity to take a step forward. I'm hoping he does take that step forward. By no means am I against the 1. I just find more win value on the 7. I'd make sure I had the 1 in my late pick 4 or in any exactas or trifectas I was playing.
So, yeah, 5-1 on the 7 outside, but here's a look at Certified Lover Boy, and he looks the part for a favorite, doesn't he?
Yeah, it looks the part. And if you go back to the race 2 starts back on a sloppy racetrack, it was a darn good race. Now, I get it, he was part of an entry on that day, but he just lost by 3/4 rank. He has like 3 or 4 races to go to that would just beat this field, but in similar conditions, if he runs this race back, he's going to be just really tough to beat.
It's this race, and yeah, he's has one a ways back. He's run it before, but this race, nobody can touch him in here if he does it again. It was on a sloppy sealed track, getting a muddy sealed effort today, but no 2 off tracks are the same, but at least gives you a little confidence. It wasn't the off going, even though he just missed. Yeah, that was a race that sort of separates him from everybody in here.
And they were 8 lengths clear of the 3rd place finisher, so obviously a really good race. He lost a Bold Endeavor the race before that. The horses that have ran him down, he's got some decent horses run him down. Now in his last race when he lost to jockey, Dr. Kraft was able to kind of seize the lead, the 2, and it's going to be interesting what Eric Cancel does because Lane Luzzy jumps to the 3 in here.
Let's go downstairs to Sarah.
We'll see how this pace does play out ultimately, but I do think your current favorite, the number 1 Certified Lover Boy, is likeliest to find himself on the front end early on, especially with that rail draw and just the natural early speed that he does possess. Can't take anything away from him with that last start. Of course, as mentioned, he stumbled at the start, lost the rider, but he was favored in there prior to having that incident happen, and thankfully everybody okay in there. So I think that money that he took going first off the claim for Fernando Abreu is meaningful and clearly taking money yet again today. So this is the first time we'll get to see what he does for these new connections. I have nothing against him, kind of like what Jonathan said. He'd be a part of any of my late multi-race bets and in some exactas, but the horse for me that I landed on top is that number 2 horse, Dr. Kraft, who he's not exactly a winning type. He has those 8 seconds, 9/3 with only the 2 victories in his 25 career starts, but he's ultra consistent. And he's one that I don't think will mind the slight turn back from the mile to the 7 for a long distance either. He's tactical. As mentioned, he was forward last time, taking advantage of an available opportunity to show some good early speed, but he doesn't need the lead by any means, so he can sit just off of your favorite. And we'll see what he has to offer if he can end up going by, because he's faced some very good company over his career. He always shows up with a good effort for the most part, and you can really rely on him to run his race. So we'll see if he can get the job done today. He ends up being your 3-1 choice right now with a couple of key scratches in here. So maybe not the best gamble for a horse that doesn't love to get his picture taken, but you can rely on him to run his race. Greg?
Yeah, 3-1 second choice right now. Even money, meanwhile, Paul, on the favorite, Certified Lover Boy, now 4-5. Is this getting a little too short here?
A little too short, And, listen, the horse stumbled out of the gate last time out. You don't wish that again, but obviously he's never had gate issues kind of really before. So hopefully it doesn't happen again. You're getting a little bit carried away at 4-5, but he just might be the goods in here. Because he's just got a couple races to go to and the speed advantage that he has. Now, Dr. Kraft, what is Eric Cancel going to do? Does he kind of sit behind? Because he really can't press the one. If he presses the one, the race is over for him too as well.
There he is, 7-2. Slight turn back from a mile for Dr. Kraft. And to the 7/8 distance, just 2 for 25. And no one has stellar records really in this field. Sort of nature of this condition in here. But this horse has put together back-to-back efforts that have been very good. He's had the lead in the stretch each of the last two. And then he's weak and late at a mile. So it could potentially 7/8 be the medicine here to get him across the wire.
Yeah, you're thinking that maybe that's it, right? The 7 furlongs. And he's kind of a horse that maybe at 7 furlongs he'll pass horses, and maybe he doesn't need the lead. And, Lane maybe hit the lead too early, but you can't say that. I thought he gave the horse a good ride last time. He just got beat. He was 9-1, 9.5-1. But they all got to beat that gelding right there.
Certified Lover Boy, he's looked great leading up to the start. He's got the form as well. Obviously stumbled and lost his rider out of the gate in that last start, but when he last finished a race 2 back, and that race just overpowers this group. We'll see if he can repeat that one, because that was his best in a long time. 4-5 favorite. He steps in. There's Dr. Kraft. We send it upstairs as we get set to kick off this pick 4. Chris Griffin to get us started.
Mr. Papa Giorgio. Augustine Red. Danny Franco aboard. Augustine Red. A little reluctant now, goes forward and in. Stolen base. Stolen base. Is in. All set. And they're off. Speed from Dr. Kraft is on the early kick, and Mr. Papa Giorgio is in the early mix now with the head in front. At the rail, a Certified Lover Boy is going to work on through and apply some pressure. It's now going to be Certified Lover Boy confronting Mr. Papa Giorgio, and these two are 1-2 as Mr. Papa Giorgio is going to take back here for Lane. Leslie is on a tight hold here, is stalking from second. Just outside of them comes Augustine Red out in the center of the racetrack with a 4-wide stolen base, and Dr. Kraft is saving all the ground through a 22.92 opening quarter mile. The leader, the favorite, Certified Lover Boy, was intent on getting to the lead, is up by a neck. Chasing all the time as Mr. Papa Giorgio is now cut loose as they work into the turn together. Dr. Kraft is also under a tight hold for Eric Cancel. Saves ground at the rail. Is just drafting right in behind Certified Lover Boy. Stolen bases all in. Same can be said for Augustine Red. No move yet as the leader is in hand. Certified Lover Boy looking strong through a 46-second flat half-mile time. Dr. Kraft is down to the inside here of Mr. Papa Giorgio. They're still second and third. Certified Lover Boy is now cut loose and sprints for home. Certified Lover Boy is trying to open up on the field. Has still got a comfortable margin. Dr. Kraft is going to ride that rail and try to gather up some momentum to pass this leader. Inside the final furlong, Certified Lover Boy just shut that lane off. And now Certified Lover Boy is almost there. Dr. Kraft switched to the outside. Certified Lover Boy wins it. Dr. Kraft's second, then came Mr. Papa Giorgio. Augustine Red, 1 minute 24.79 seconds.
2 for Dylan Davis on the Sunday card. Certified Lover Boy, odds on favorite, wins it 4-5.
Yeah, the money was right here, and Dylan did the right thing. Get this horse to the front end, and the race was over. I don't know if the 2 was giving Eric Cancel problems, or Eric just ran out of gas and didn't go to the gym this morning, because he didn't really look like he was really wanting to ride the 2 in the stretch. I don't know if something was going to miss, but no doubt about the 1 here. Certified Lover Boy. I just don't like jockeys. I get it. When stuff happens, don't give up right now. Don't stop riding your horse. I get you're a clear second, but this is ridiculous right here. I don't like it.
4-5 on your winner, Certified Lover Boy. 3rd win in his career. He looked sharp in the lead up. The form was there as well, and he gets the job done. Picture time for this 5-year-old gelding by Mendelssohn. As we're underway with a chalky beginning here to this pick 4, let's send it back to Hot Springs.
You make it to the gym this morning?
I did, actually. Yeah.
I was asking, like, rhetorically. You really actually
I
got up and
did.
went? Wow.
Yes, I did.
Of course you did. She's classification. I'm not surprised somehow. Yeah, I did not. Yeah, so the
looked
heavy
genuinely
lift,
really
I was
surprised
like,
when I
wow.
said yes.
Yeah, that motivation, discipline. Yeah, the heavy lifting on the set continues, and horses on track here coming up for the 5th race at Oaklawn. You know what we have seen, aside from all the hype and hoopla of yesterday's Apple Blossom, some incredible sprint races this weekend. Skelly coming back, Booth yesterday in the Count, Fleet, and today his deep competitive allowance feature.
Absolutely. I mean, you look just at the group coming up here. You have Hap Hot, who's 5-2 on the morning line, riding a 3-race win streak. But then to the outside, Raymond also riding a 3-race win streak. So kind of a cool matchup between these two horses that are just in excellent form.
This was the most recent. Late March, it was off the turf. Sam Houston in the mud, and the Minnesota bred Hap Hot is gone. Wrong lead, right result. Apparently, this is a habit of his. This is just Hap Hot. They don't all switch lead. Confirmed, won a Triple Crown on his left lead.
Yeah, some horses are like that, and you talk to some jockeys about it, and they say, he's traveling well. It's kind of what I was touching on before. You don't want to get in their way and stop their momentum. If they're doing it easily, they're not really struggling with needing to switch to their outside lead. Just leave them alone.
So 3 straight for him and 3 straight for Raymond as well at the bottom. 9-2, the latest of his 3 straight wins. Early March, a wet, fast track in the dark here, and very differently than Hap Hot, Raymond rallies from well off the pace.
Yeah, they have opposite running styles, which will make it really interesting. Does it set up with a hot pace? Is Raymond going to come from off of it? Raymond's stuck with the far outside post in this race today. However, he's probably just going to break, drop back, and then try to make one big late run anyway. So it actually could turn out to be fine. If anybody was going to get an outside post, it works out okay for Raymond.
Yeah, hotter the pace, the better for him.
Yep.
Does his best running from far, far back. That is the allowance feature a little bit later on. Again, not a stakes purse, $131,000. As for this upcoming 5th race, we'll meet the field. $20,000 maiden claimers, a mild 3-year-olds and older. Another deep, competitive wagering affair.
Yeah, tough to really sink your teeth into much here. 3-1 favorite currently.
And keen thoroughbred homebred.
Didn't break well and did not run a step that day, but does get a big drop in class.
Greer's Ferry Overlay, 7-1 currently.
Yeah, this is a horse that actually ran well in maiden special weight company, though at Thistledown.
Good news, Rocket, the Asmussens.
Stretching out in distance today to try the mile.
Class dropping Boat.
Another one stretching out, but also a horse that does get a bit of a drop in class. I thought actually ran okay last time out.
AWOL and Ramon Vasquez, 3 wins yesterday.
This is a horse that was claimed for $12,500, nearly got the win that day. So kind of, I think, going back to a logical level today.
Flat Out Blessed debuted in the mud.
Blinkers off, drop in class, stretch out in distance. A lot of changes for this one.
Harvest and Earth, and now Francisco Arrieta, 2 wins behind Christian Torres.
And teaming up with Kenny McPeak here, this is a horse that's just been facing much better recently.
Tough customer, speaking of which, Christian Torres.
And a horse that does not get out of the lowest level he'll have run at.
Kavanaugh, the Arkansas bred.
For Ron Moquette, a horse that showed so much more speed last time out and comes out of a live race. Sir Exton had a 70 buyer speed figure in his next win.
Big Country Boy, number 10, a first route.
And with that sprint speed, you'd imagine he's going to be forwardly placed. It didn't break well last time, but typically is right on it.
Kai, 2nd of 2 for the Asmussens.
And running on the main track for the first time, has only tried turf and synthetic, or I should say first time since debut.
And finally, Hecka Mighty, stretch out, 2nd start.
It just did not get out of the gate at all. Really hesitated and looking like still, maybe it's that screen out there, so hopefully it can get a little bit more focus come race time.
12 deep, wide open, $20,000 maiden claimers. Who'll graduate? Post time in 3 minutes. We check in with Maggie trackside, starting with a Boat. Opened up at 12-1. Maggie now 9-2.
I think instead of a boat, I need a kite out here. I need to go parasailing or something. It's so windy. Yes, Boat is one of several stretch out horses in here and he'll go out for Jazzy Baumier, who I think he looks better as far as from a fitness/strength perspective. He's definitely put on some conditioning since the last time I saw him, which was 2 back. But with that being said, he is a little bit more of that Well, very much that twirling candy type of frame, where they are a little bit more narrow, so therefore it lends itself well to getting more ground. And I know that he is only, well, I shouldn't say only, but here in the state of Arkansas has only faced Arkansas breds, but faced some good ones at least. I mean, you go two back, he was in a race with Touchdown Arkansas, who has shown his winning ways since getting back to the racetrack. And last time, Lord of Rhymes, who finished second that day, would return to win with a 73 buyer. So definitely improving his number two. I just think Boat looks better, A, and B, should appreciate the stretch out. Now, I do like Harvest and Hearth in here. Definitely don't have any problems with him as your favorite, but just to his inside is a bit of a long shot. I say that, though, as he is he's more than half of his morning line at 30-1, sitting up there currently at 13-1. He was just slow away and incredibly erratic first time out. Going 6 furlongs, it was like, I'm freaked out. What are we doing? What is this sloppy surface I'm running over? They're running way too fast for me. I can't keep up. I'm just going to try to blow the turn and not participate. I think this horse wants every bit of ground he can cover. He's very long, very stretchy in his frame, and just needs to have a slower pace to attend to, so therefore he's not freaked out. Also, he has a fast dirt surface to run over today, and the blinkers coming off, allowing him to see everything, which I think also was the problem last time out. I think this horse is going to run a lot better in his second start. As we'll also check in with Kai, one of two Steve Asmussen horses. He takes over training with this guy, and I know his lone dirt effort was not very good way back when as a 2-year-old at Delaware. But there's enough pedigree to say that he should be able to handle this surface change. He's a generous 23-1. He's very upright in his pasture, and so I'm not opposed to him getting to the dirt today for Steve. Great coat to him as Eric Asmussen climbs aboard. I just wish he looked a touch stronger behind. He's not your typical not this time where they tend to be kind of compact and stout type of horses. He's more of that city zip line. But look, at 23-1 on a Steve Asmussen horse, I mean, there's worse options, Lafitte.
A $16 winner yesterday for the Asmussens. Kai, a Count Fleet winning jockey, Eric Asmussen, and I guess that's what you look for on days like this, breezy days like this in these maiden claiming races, at least horses that are trying something new.
It's very breezy out once again today. There were a few moments I actually thought our set might blow away out here, and then all the pollen started. There's a lot going on, but yes, something to consider as well. And to Maggie's point, she talked about a couple of horses that maybe did no running in some of their previous starts. There's not much form in general in this race to sink your teeth into. So I wouldn't get so caught up in that, because sometimes it's only by virtue of who they're running against today. There's a lot of horses that have not shown much as of yet. And so getting a fast track, getting some class relief certainly might help. And Kai as well is intriguing, getting onto the dirt for connections that certainly know how to get a horse ready. And, you know, we often joke about it. Steve Asmussen, you'll see him in a grade 1 and then a $5,000 claimer within an hour.
Loves the action.
Loves the action no matter what.
Kai, and we'll see what kind of trip Eric Asmussen works from the 11 post in this mile affair. Circling back to Flat Out Blessed, who Maggie referenced. 16-1 from that 30-1 morning line. Yes, second start, first route by a 2-time Jockey Club Gold Cup winner in Flat Out.
Yeah, absolutely. And just seemed, I agree with Maggie, totally overwhelmed in that first effort. So blinkers coming off, and a wet track on debut, especially for a horse that's green, can be a very tricky thing as well.
Apple Blossom winning trainer, Kenny McPeak, that first win in an Apple Blossom as the favorite here. Harvest in Earth, and the story within the story, Francisco Arrieta, 2 back of Christian Torres. Torres right next door on Tough Customer. The outcome of this race could play a serious role here in who kind of has the momentum going into the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, they're making it very exciting as well. They're both riding very, very well, and especially kind of seeing the resurgence over the last couple of weeks from Francisco Arrieta and some of the top rides that he's given here at Oaklawn Park.
Post time for the 5th $20,000 maiden claimers. Matt Dinneman with the remainder of the load and call.
A-Wall, post 5. 2 back, Flat Out Blessed, and Heckamite. Flat Out Blessed, 2 post 6, into the outside post Heckamite to round out the field. Working with Heckamite. We're ready to go. And they're off. Kavanaugh leapt in the air, pretty high there in the air at the start, and is well out of it early. Big Country Boy right to the lead from Boat, who takes a hold running in second early. Kai is third now outside of Boat as they go into the first turn run. And Dew saving ground down on the inside of Greer's Ferry and Tough Customer. Deeper is Heckamite. Behind them comes A-Wall. He's within 4 lengths of the lead, a length and a half to Heaven and Hearth. Good News Rocket, Flat Out Blessed, kept well off the fence wall Keen, and Kavanaugh is trailing after the bad break. Approaching the backstretch run, they've sorted themselves out. Big Country Boy on the lead by about a half length from Kai, who presses. Tough Customer placed well in a stalking spot third. Boat more settled down to his inside. Another length back to Greer's Ferry in the 5th position. Heckamite is next with A-Wall, and Good News Rocket in due to the inside. Harvest and Hearth, he's within 8 or 9 lengths of the lead in a space of 4 to Kavanaugh, and Flat Out Blessed as they hit the half-mile pole. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. Big Country Boy at 70-1 leads the field into the far turn with the 24-1 long shot. Kai pressing still. Gap of 2.5 now to Tough Customer. Sent along from the 3rd position, gaining ground on the top pair. Boat is retreating. Greer's Ferry into the 4th position, making his move, and then comes Good News Rocket. The others are well out of it. Top of the stretch. Here comes Tough Customer with a run towards the lead. Greer's Ferry unleashed on the far outside. He's rolling. Greer's Ferry, Tyler Bacon swoops to the front. Tough Customer left back in second. Greer's Ferry, it's maiden diploma time for him as he opens up. 4-5 coming to the line. Greer's Ferry well ahead. Tough Customer, place position for him today. Harvest and Hearth was 3rd. Kai holds 4th.
That slingshot move, Greer's Ferry graduates in his 21st career start in a race occasion that had so much going on right from the start.
There's a lot happening here. So the 7, who was your favorite, Harvest and Hearth, stumbles at the start. The 9, Kavanaugh, leaps up in the air. And then the 6, Flat Out Blessed, off very slow again, and then proceeds to throw his head up, get very hard to handle, very rank. Again, it seemed even with the blinkers coming. Drop, just a horse that's really, really tough to handle the first few strides out of the gate.
Like an error and a fumble, interception, mistake after mistake after mistake. Opening the door for Greer's Ferry, like, where'd that come from?
Yeah, I mean, this is a horse we talked about in the post parade that had run well at Thistledown in Maiden Special Weight Company, and I know sometimes there's really a question as to how that form transfers over, and was not able to get the job done several times at very short prices over there, and last time out a couple times in claiming ranks, but a little bit of a freshening off the claim and finds the right level and company today.
You're saying goodbye. You've already visited the gym, as we've established, so you can enjoy the rest of your evening.
Yes, we'll see. It's been a lot of fun, though, this weekend. I'm looking forward to being back for Oaklawn Handicap next week.
Yeah, the marquee event, handicap event here every season at Oaklawn Park is always a pleasure, and great stuff over the weekend.
Absolutely. Same to you.
Gage Clement stepping aside. The MiG jumping back in the cockpit. 2-8-7-11 here in race number 5. We'll have those results and more from Aqueduct as our coverage continues.
This is my Oaklawn.
Welcome back. America's Day at the Races. Fox Sports 2, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. If I didn't track anywhere anytime, visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app. To get started, Hot Springs National Park. This hot water cascade located at Arlington Lawn. This is the largest visible spring in the park. Hot water emanates from the hillside near the Grand Promenade and flows under the path down a steep cliff into the pools. It's been here a good part of the winter and spring. Have you had a chance to visit?
Actually, yeah. And what's interesting, on a really cold days that we had some pretty rough weather parts of January and February, the steam that comes off the hot springs, the water. And you look at it and you go, man, you're almost tempted to jump in, even though it's frigid out. You know the water's warm.
Especially on a day like this. Low 80s here, the breezy at Oaklawn Park, and still plenty of live racing coming your way from Hot Springs. More in New York as well. And moments ago, finally, it took a while, but finally, the graduation, the win. Greer's Ferry from far off the pace. That slingshot move and breaking through in his 21st career start.
Yeah, 21 times was the charm. Greer's Ferry gets it done with Tyler Bacon, who has continued after losing the bug to make a mark and impress. And a lot of times when young jockeys lose their apprentice allowance, they go into a bit of a slump. I don't see that with Tyler Bacon. He's hanging in there tenaciously.
10-20 for the win. And look, this one, it took a long time. 11 in the money finishes, 6 second place finish. Left no doubt on this afternoon. That was a clear and concise victory.
Yeah, and listen, this is a horse that's been second 6 times, third 5 times. Today was his day, and let's see, maybe he enjoyed getting his picture taken. Sometimes it's interesting, right? It takes a horse a long time to break their maiden, but once they do, then they kind of go on. They like the adulation that comes with victory.
See if that switch is thrown for Greer's Ferry moving forward as we send you back to New York at Aqueduct with Greg and Paul. Horses in the paddock for the 6th. Greg.
Guys, thank you. Yeah, the 6th race, New York breds, 30 maiden claiming group, 6 furlongs, and we had 3 scratches in here that took out certainly 2 of the main contenders. And with that, this horse here, Eddie Marie, Paulie, right now the favorite.
Yeah, a horse that was 6-1 on the morning line, but you got to ignore the morning lines. A horse that first time out broke slow, but then she got a little bit quicker second time out for David Duggan, who's a very sharp trainer in here. But I'm surprised that she's the favorite at 9-5. I thought the 1 for Rudy Rodriguez would take money. But again, when you look at this field, the first time starting here is a 5-year-old mare running against 3-year-old fillies. This is a tough race to handicap.
There's Manny Franco. He's going to be on board for the man he's talking with there on this one. Rudy Rodriguez on this 3-year-old filly, Professor Grace. At least she hasn't done a whole lot wrong. She only started once. She got out a little bit slow, and here is that break in the beginning, and she put blinkers on and try and solve that problem.
And that's why I think she's the horse to beat. I mean, she kind of she rushed up out of that, and usually, Ruben Silvera is more of a forward rider, but if you look at the Pan version, this is way worse. And he had to move this horse in and out. You take a look at it again. She's the 2. She just gets kind of left. She was the 3 in that day, but she was in the 2 in the starting gate. And I thought she made an unbelievable middle move, and she kind of split the field. But it's not advantageous to draw the 1 hole when you just broke, dead last your first time,
Hopefully, yeah, it was a one-off. Blinkers on this afternoon. Maybe get her a little more focused there in the gate. And we'll see what happens with Manny Franco. She did run relative to this group, pretty good in that spot, even with that poor beginning. And it appears that she does have the upside as well. But look, there's no one in this field you get too excited about with what they've done on the racetrack. Here's Professor Grace again. Take a look at her for start number 2 coming up at her 3-year-old debut.
This is where I'm going to land. I know the horse is 22-1 first time out. I'm just looking for a better break today.
And second place finisher in that debut, came back to win as well. Pocket Queens. Here's Blue Suede Sue, moves to a new barn.
Yeah, from Danny Gargan to Michelle Giangulio, Luis Rivera, who's usually aggressive. So the 2, I think, at 4-1 is a little bit of an overlay.
Drops in class, too. First time in for a tag. Shock for the Bruce Brown barn.
And Bruce has had 1 horse so far in 2025, a winner. This horse did show speed from the way outside last time.
First time starter, Posse Rocks for Bruce Levine.
I know she's a 5-year-old mare. She is by Bustin' Stones, who's about 12% dirt sire, but very good with his firsters.
Eddie Marie debuted sprinting, tried going longer last start, now cuts back in distance.
Yeah, and a filly by Salamini with Carol Cedeno aboard. Right now at 2-1. I think it will float up a little bit.
So that's your group to decide from with 5 minutes to post. JK, your thoughts here on race 6.
Yeah, Wolfie, I love a speed and fade, drawn outside and cutting back. A lot of things going in the right direction. So if you look how this race should unfold, the 6, Eddie Marie, should be able to is drawn towards the outside, should be able to pop away from there, see what happens to the inside, was involved in a fast pace going longer last time. So there's going to be that stamina, still has enough quickness to stay connected, and should be in the clear all the way around there. So if they lose a little bit of ground, it's not going to be a problem because of that stamina that they picked up in the previous start. This horse makes the most sense to me. The 5, the first-time starter, if you're looking for a fresh new face, Bruce Levine has, at times, can have some horses ready to run first time out. But I just like the 6 in here with this draw. When you start looking at the past performances and you start kind of poking or pointing out little things that just make sense to you, the cutback, the speed and fade, going longer, the draw, all that stuff helps me push a little bit over the edge, and I'm not mad at all at the 7-2. Sarah?
Well, you and I are thinking the same thing in this race. Eddie Marie, the number 6 horse, just seems like a logical type on the cutback and distance and comes in with a big bullet 3 furlong work as well. Already showed some good early speed last time, and on that debut, off slow, head was turned towards the outside. But I think the main story with this horse is all the money that this horse was taking in the win pool. Second longest choice in this field of 5 in doubles in the pick 3, and was holding sway as your favorite up until just recently. So I like that we are getting a little bit of a better price on the number 6, Eddie Marie. But the horse that is your favorite right now and was always going to be favored in those multi-race wagers, the number 1, Professor Grace, eliminated at the start in that debut, just off a little bit slow, and then had to take up and actually finished well to run 4th in there. As we mentioned already, Greg and Paul mentioned on set, Pocket Queens, the 2nd place finisher of that debut race, coming back to break her maiden, then coming back with another victory and really improving and stepping up in class as well. Then just ran 3rd here the other day against tougher company. So a productive race. 2 others have won since then as well in that field. And we'll see if this one can get a cleaner start today, adding those blinkers, having a little bit more focus, a little bit more intensity out of the gate, and maybe this one with a sharp break will ultimately prevail. But I'm with Jonathan. I like the cutback with the number 6, Eddie Marie, at a little bit of a price. Greg?
And there she is again. So 7-2 for the one JK and Sarah both like. You can play all the action right there at Naira Bets. Match 200 again. That code to use at sign up for new members to get that offer you just saw on your screen. It's an awfully short price in a state-bred 30 maiden claiming race. And obviously the upside's there. She ran well enough, but wow, even money?
Yeah, listen, I landed on this filly the 1, but there's no way I would ever play her at even money, not in this type of race, because she's a horse that got left first time out. I do like it's only a shorter field, 5-horse field, so there's going to be less trouble for her. But if she breaks like she did last time, what's going to happen? She's going to be behind the 8 ball again at even money. The 2 to me is intriguing at 9-2. I don't understand why that horse is not getting bet. He's the longest shot on the board, or she is, and I would land there if the one drifts up to like 9-5. Then I think the horse is playable. But right now, the 2 at 5-1 should not be 5-1. I think the horse is a player.
And meanwhile, the 3 didn't get out of the gate good each of the first 2 starts of her career. Finally gets the lead, and yes, she backed up to 4th, but today 3rd off the bench of her 3-year-old season, and it looks like a very good chance she's going to be leading the way in here.
She could. I mean, if the 1 gets left, the 2 doesn't really show that much speed, the 3 could be in front, and I could see Eddie Marie obviously right outside of her. The thing about Shock that's interesting, she's by Daredevil, and Daredevil, they love muddy racetracks, so I could see the 3 at 9-1. Omar Moreno Hernandez is an underrated jockey. He doesn't get the stock to ride. I think he's a solid rider. We've seen Pirate go gate to wire in this pick 6 at 9-1. Maybe Shock could do it.
Swiss Skydiver was a pretty good Daredevil.
Yes. Yes.
$35,000 purchase.
$35,000, yeah.
For Kemet Peak.
Yeah.
He went a lot higher, obviously, with Torpedo Anna. $40,000 really pushed it.
I know, pushed it, right?
It's incredible the value and the bargains he gets that turn out to be just incredible runners.
I saw somebody on X, right? It's still boggling my mind how Mystic Dan won the Derby. And I'm like, well, get over it. You know, it's over. Got the ride of a lifetime.
Incredible ride.
Yeah.
Brian Hernandez Jr. Professor Grace. So not quite as crazy here. Still a lot of money, though. Not quite even money. 7-5 for Rudy Rodriguez, Manny Franco. And, you know, there's the question here, too. It's not as much of a concern maybe in this kind of a spot, but 4-month layoff as well.
Yeah, and maybe the 4-month layoff is something that was needed. Get this horse gate ready. Maybe something had happened to miss. What I do love, you look at March 14th, this horse had a monster workout. And then all the workouts are too slow to be true with the one. And none of them are out of the gate, so maybe they solved that problem. But I just have the feeling that this filly's the best of all of these by far if she can get out of the gate. But that's just me.
And maybe they felt like they got what they needed from that work, and
Yeah.
now it's just maintenance mode. We'll see. Short price here, start number 2 for Rudy Rodriguez with Manny Franco. Here's your favorite, 7-5, loading up here in the 6th. Let's send it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the call.
Next in will be Shock. Posse Rocks. Eddie Marie. Carol Cedeno to the outside. Eddie Marie with some encouragement now goes into the gate. All set. And they're off. Stumble in between horses. Look like Shock there. Slight stumble at the break. Posse Rocks has early speed, and there's Shock who emerges and now takes second. At the rail, taken back will be Blue Suede Sioux. Eddie Marie is out in the center of the racetrack, has now taken a challenging third, and the favorite, Professor Grace, is the trailer, is about 4 lengths at the back end of the field. Shock is worked through at the rail, is applying the pressure here to Posse Rocks, and these two head and head as they work into the turn together, 22-4 for that opening quarter mile. Also within range is Eddie Marie as a stalking presence from third, Blue Suede Sioux. Professor Grace is still the trailer, has not cut into the margin yet, and is 5 lengths back and losing almost a little bit more ground. To the outside, Posse Rocks is challenging Shock, and Shock just continues to battle on and puts a neck in front. A quarter mile left to go. They reach the top of the stretch, and Shock has the lead. Shock is in front and sprinting away. Shock, Posse Rocks is back to second. Nothing from Professor Grace is way back there is the trailer today. Late rally here, Blue Suede Sioux, Eddie Marie. They're chasing Shock, who's approaching a final 16th. Shock is the longest price on the board. A short field, but Shock, Omar Hernandez Moreno, they win it at 10-1. Shock wins it over Posse Rocks, then came Blue Suede Sioux and Eddie Marie in 1 minute 13 seconds flat.
I thought Shock would be in front, got company from the first-time starter, Posse Rocks, puts that one away, and third off the layoff. Breaks are maiden here, double-digit odds at 10-1.
Bruce Brown now 2 for 2 at the meet, and this filly by Daredevil, we talked about these horses liking the slop, and this horse was a no-doubter. You're talking about the pressure this horse took, and I looked at you, I'm like, you know what? This first-time starter's got a shot because a lot of these horses don't have winning punches. Wow, well, Shock was having none of that. The one got out of the gate bad again. That's why I was saying if you want to take that horse at a bad price, you were kind of gambling a little bit. Everybody else is just spinning their wheels behind this Daredevil filly.
Biggest price on the board. We had a 9-1 shot kick off the pick 6 as well.
That's right,
We'll
yeah.
see. This might be enough to have potentially a carryover going into next week. Shock here, Omar Hernandez Moreno from trainer Bruce Brown, T&J Stable. And career start number 4 not only hits the board for the first time, got to get her picture taken.
Good ride. Put this horse right in the front. Congratulations to T&J Stable, too. 10-1. A filly, first time out, lost by 41 lengths. That's why you never give up on a racehorse.
Had not got out good the first couple of tries, broke much better. Last time out was forward on the front end and just weakened late. Third off the layoff, able to get it done here.
I'm happy for Omar. I say this all the time. I'm going to say it again. Omar Moreno Hernandez is a solid rider. He just does not get the stock. I'm really happy for him. He's a really good kid, and he's really, really trying hard. He really studies, talks with the races, with a lot of the other jockeys. I was talking to Jose Lascano. He said he asked a ton of questions. I like this kid. I think this kid's going to be okay.
Shock at 10-1 here in the 6th. Let's go back to Hot Springs.
Upset at the Big A. See what happens in this upcoming 6-race Oaklawn Park. We'll meet the field about 7 minutes out. $32,000 claiming sprinters, or check that, 1.1 the distance. Older horses. Favorite drawn inside. Winston Wolf, Pulp Fiction, Harvey Keitel fans. There is your gelding.
Yeah, and he's a horse that is stretching back out, but has been proficient going longer for our friend and colleague Tom Amos.
Happy Strike, Manny Esquivel looking for a third win in the afternoon. Hearn, a 5th start of the meet.
Yeah, more of a closing type, just doesn't have much speed.
Zatara, a best one involved early.
Yeah, but the last couple races kind of lost speed a little bit and hasn't gotten out of the gate particularly well.
There's Rich Strike's best friend, Ethereal Road at 4-1.
Yeah, and he is dropping in class for Flying P Stable.
Systemic Change, back to dirt.
Yeah, back to dirt, and it has had dirt races that would be good enough, spotted by some eased lines.
Oaklawn debut, I don't get it. Preakness winner Cloud Computing finally owned the field to the outside in Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, I think the 7, I don't get it, sits in a good stalking spot. Own the field's going to have to work out some kind of a trip from the outside, and it's going to have to improve a bit.
8 deep, race 6 Oaklawn. $32,000 claimers and Winston Wolf. Why, Richie, is he the 9-5, make it 8-5 favorite here for our friend and colleague Tom Amos?
Well, because it's trained by Tom Amos.
Well, that's good enough for me.
This horse is actually taking a drop in class, has faced better, has numbers that certainly would put this horse in the winner's circle, and I like to stretch back out for this horse.
Tactics. Rafael Bejarano. What does he want to do early?
Want to get your position going forward. He's not going to be in front, but you want to get up in that pocket, that coveted saving ground pocket position, and don't give yourself too much to do. I don't see a tremendous amount of speed signed on here, so you've got to take advantage of that inside position and protect it.
As he continues to warm up, Maggie, are you liking what you're seeing here from the favorite Winston Wolf?
Yeah, Lafitte, this is a good-looking cast assembled here for this 6th race, but Winston Wolf just ticks all the boxes. As you heard Richie say, I think that stretch back out is integral to this horse's success, because you could just see that he wanted no part of trying to chase a gate-to-wire winner around there, going the 6 furlongs last time, 6.5, even though it was 2 turns at Delta Downs. He's just so big, so scopy in his frame too, that those types of horses also don't necessarily like, I don't want to call it a bull ring, but it is a bull ring at Delta Downs. It's just a little harder for them to negotiate those tighter turns there. So Winston Wolf, definitely a formidable favorite. As we'll move on to another horse that caught my eye, actually shipping in here from Sam Houston, is I Don't Get It. Number 7, as Richie said, should sit the right kind of trip. Just looks fantastic from the overall standpoint. And I don't love the fact that he was outfinished for 2nd as the beaten favorite, but at least the 2nd place finisher came back and ran an 89 buyer in his subsequent start, so improving his number quite a bit there. Like I said, he makes a great impression making his Oaklawn debut. And then a long shot at 13-1 is number 2, Happy Strike. Now, he's going to have to find a race that he probably hasn't run before, to be fair, to win this race. But I thought his last race was intriguing because he was kind of in tight at the start. He was 2 to 3 wide around that first turn, and then he circled up incredibly wide around the 2nd turn, fanning 6, 7 wide down the stretch, and obviously just didn't have much left in the tank. Money Supply, he was a next time out winner, the horse who won that race, but my eye just kept going back to him, Lafitte. So well conditioned, just looks like a happy horse, really moving well out there for Dwayne Loy. We'll see what he does. Could he get a piece of this? I think so.
And Manny Escobar in a groove already, looking for a third win this afternoon.
Yeah, Manny Escobar rides a consistently good race. That's one thing that we have here, the depth of the colony at Oaklawn Park, just a solid group of journeyman riders that are very aware of where they're at, and their approach is very consistent.
And that chase for a Oaklawn riding title still very much the part of the story winding down this meet here at Oaklawn Park as we welcome in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, is it Winston Wolfe the favorite here or another? Who'd you wind up with? How'd you see this one unfolding?
Look, it's your twin. He says he's your twin.
Angel
Cordero.
Angel, my twin.
You know he's watching at home.
One of the highlights of last night.
I'm going to go with the sixth, systemic change. You looked at this horse's past performances in the past. There's been some nice dirt races. For whatever reason, when he moved to the Asmussen barn, he was claimed from Turfway Park, and he stayed at Turfway Park where he was running on the synthetic in his last 3 starts. Steve made the decision, took him down to Sam Houston, worked him on the dirt at Sam Houston, and then decided, let's send him up to Oaklawn Park where he can now get on the dirt. And this isn't a, hey, owner, I think you should ship your horse to Oaklawn Park, and it's going to cost you a little bit of money. This is Steve Asmussen, the owner, saying, I have a horse I think might run well on the dirt. He trained on the dirt. I'm going to run him back on the dirt. He shows up here. He's 5-1. You get Steve Asmussen and my favorite horse racing longhorn, Keith Asmussen.
It is good to be your own boss.
No doubt. And listen, Steve's stable, if you think about the depth of it, from 5,000 claimers to champions to Grade 1 winners, they have all the bases covered. He's already trained over 100 winners this year already.
The volume alone, the statistics, North America's all-time leading trainer, and no sign of slowing down. And just that added layer, watching it now with the family and his sons, and yesterday how entertaining that was as a race fan, just watching him win the Count Fleet yesterday with his son Eric.
Yeah, and he had all bases covered.
Exacta with Rivet.
Yeah, Rivet with his son Keith rounding out that exacta. And I was talking with Steve about this early in the meet, and he rode early on. He said he's living vicariously through his sons. He's getting so much pleasure out of, not, obviously training winners is great, but to do it with your boys, fantastic.
Second graded stakes victory yesterday. Booth for Eric Asmussen, both with Booth in the Count Fleet. And that riding title, the chase for a riding title. Christian Torres and Francisco Arrieta. They'll break side by side here in the 6th race. Torres on I Don't Get It. Arrieta on Own the Field. Torres with a 2-win lead over Francisco Arrieta.
One thing we know about Francisco Arrieta, though, he can win races in bunches.
He heats up.
Yeah. So this is going to be an interesting race down to the wire. Cody Archery handles both Christian Torres and Francisco Arrieta. He's the only one not on pins and needles. But guess what, guys? Rafael Bejarano
stalking the leaders
has crept into a contending position.
At one point, it looked like it was going to be another runaway season for Christian Torres. Here we are with 9 or so days left, and this thing's going to come right down to the wire, it looks like.
You as a jockey, maybe I should just speak for myself. I never went into a meet thinking, about being leading rider. But when you get into a position with a week or so or 8 to 10 days left in a meet and you've got a chance, you want it so bad. And that's when you tell your agent, I don't
everything.
Put me on anything. I want to be in there, and you just got to swing away.
Bejarano swinging away here and trying to make a late charge. He is on the favorite here with Winston Wolfe and his most recent win from far off the pace. Is there enough pace? Does the table figure to be set to enhance his late run?
Well, that's the one issue that I have. I just don't think that there's a tremendous amount of pace signed on here. Now, he did go 6.5 furlongs at Delta Downs last time. That sprint could sharpen him up so that he gets in that more forward position.
Winston Wolfe at 7-5. Post time for the 6th from Oaklawn. Matt Ditterman standing by.
Thanks for tuning in, Alexander. Happy strike going into the gate. Hearn, post position number 3. 2 back. Zatara And to the outside post, Own the Field. Here's Own the Field, Francisco Arrieta. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Good beginning for all. Winston Wolf hustled along from the inside to be prominent early. Hearns a little bit naturally quicker. Ethereal Road taking the second spot. Winston Wolf on a hold. He's back in third, stalking the pace in a pocket. Happy Strike with him. Systematic Changes 3 deep. Own the Field is farther out 4 wide as they corner around the turn. A gap of 2 to Zatara at the back with I Don't Get It. Approaching the backstretch. 6 lengths from first to last, and the pacemaker is Hearn. A neck in front, Ethereal Road. They're on the outside pressing the issue. There's a gap of 2 lengths back to a line of 3 now. Winston Wolf, Happy Strike, and Systematic Change. They're 2 better than another trio. They're all at the back stretched across the track. I Don't Get It between horses. Zatara inside and Own the Field, who's 3 wide. Now 5 lengths from first to last. A compact group is halfway home, and Hearn is still carving out the fractions. 3/4 of a length ahead. Ethereal Road in press mode throughout. Winston Wolf third as they go into the far turn. Systematic Change out of harm's way. Happy Strike loses a couple spots. And fifth, pushed upon now with 3 furlongs to go. I Don't Get It's trying to make a run here as Happy Strike gives way. He's done. Outside is Own the Field trying to circle the field, but he has a lot of work to do. And Zatara second to last, not really picking it up. Top of the lane, Ethereal Road up to challenge Herd. Ethereal Road comes off the turn with the lead. Systematic Change is asked for his best on the grandstand side. He's moving with Ethereal Road and Hearn, who's digging in on the inside. I Don't Get It with a furlong to go is fourth as 2.5 lengths to gain in the final 16th. Systematic Changes hit the lead from Hearn. Ethereal Road, who weakens. Then comes I Don't Get It, but it's Systematic Change on the lead, and he will win. Systematic Change over Hearn. Third was I Don't Get It. Ethereal Road was fourth.
For the Asmussens, good to be your own boss. Indeed. At 5-1. Well done, JK. Systematic Change in the 6 at Oaklawn Park.
Yeah, good call by Jonathan, and Systematic Change getting back to dirt, and he had races, Jonathan pointed out, good enough on dirt to be competitive here, and gets it done. Keith Asmussen for his dad. We talked about that earlier. They've really had a tremendous run. Once this meet got going for them and they stopped the interruptions in training because of bad weather, Steve's horses have really hit a nice stride.
Finding his best stride late, Systemic Change, and a 6th lifetime win. Emerging late, Keith Asmussen, encouraging right-handed pressure. Systematic Change responds. Wins going away here, 6-3-7-5. Systemic Change. It's Asmussen, it's Oaklawn, and still this one's going to pay about $12.
Yeah, I mean, you're still getting generous prices, for a trainer that, just places his horses so well. So much goes into being a successful horse trainer, and obviously the most successful horse trainer in North American racing history. You've got to be a top horseman, but you also got to be a great manager and a great understanding of where your horses belong. You want to set them up to succeed. You don't want to put a horse in a race when they're so good that they just can't win. They're not as good as their rivals. Steve is consistently placing his horses.
And again, he gets to make those calls.
Yeah.
In this particular case. Systemic Change back to dirt and back to the winner's circle. We'll have those results when we come back with a 6-3-7-5 unofficial order of finish. JK zeroing in on this one. Systemic Change in the 6th from Oaklawn Park.
They're off in the Naira Benz Haskell.
In the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
Dornock setting up moderate pace, 3/4 of a length ahead.
As the field turns for home.
They're at it again. The 2 Belmont first and second place finishers.
Mind Frame on the outside. It's coming after Dornock.
Dornock wins the Haskell.
It will be Dornock to win the Belmont Stake.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one.
A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Tama. Jack Christopher finished third.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
If only the weather cooperated this weekend, Richie. If only.
Absolutely glorious weather, glorious racing this weekend. Just so pleased to be a part of just an incredible, historic kind of weekend, seeing the returning horse of the year in a scintillating performance, Torpedo Anna in the Apple Blossom.
And so glad you could join us on Fox Sports 2. And moments ago, for the Asmussens, father and son once again, systemic change. 5-1 at post time by a former Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Horse of the Year, Ghost Zapper in a 6th lifetime win, making his Oaklawn debut a winning one.
Worked out a really nice trip, too, under Keith Asmussen. Was in between horses in the first turn, but just got in a beautiful rhythm and wore down a very game Hearn at a big price under Nick Juarez. I don't get it. Rallied along to be third, but its systemic change was best.
Turning the page, race number 7, starter allowance, 1 mile, older horses. Take a look at the field. Updated odds. Seas of Normandy out. A D-Day reunion. Wow. In. Opened up at 10-1, 5-2. The early choice.
Yeah, real nice effort last time, and get that inside draw in a 2-turn race that begins and ends at the 16th hole, so the short stretch. And a repeat of that performance, which was a departure, best race of this horse's life, would certainly be a contender.
That's next at Oaklawn as our coverage continues, winding down Apple Blossom weekend. And we'll have a chance to go back some of the highlights over the weekend, not only the Apple Blossom, but the Count Fleet as well. And the live racing, of course, still coming your way. That 7th race in about 24 minutes. Plus, we documented her story yesterday. Judy Hicks, breeder, co-owner, Torpedo Anna, as cool and composed as the champ she bred pre-race. We had her mic'd up. Have a chance to see her reaction to yesterday's Apple Blossom.
They're coming down for the finish, and it is Silver State.
50-60, 250-60, now 60, 260 mark, 260,000.
Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here in South Ozone Park, New York. You're watching America's Day at the Races, 7th race, 1 turn mile, $32,000 claiming race brought to you in part where you can play all the action. Naira Bets. If you're not already signed up, head there now. Get your wagers in. Our post parade here coming up. For this group, we have a 4-5 favorite in Runnin' Ray. Kendrick Carmouche will ride.
Very impressive last time out. Really ran away from that group. And 3 out of the last 4 times this horse has been on the racetrack, he's run some really nice races. He's a 9-year-old. We seem like around here, the 9-year-olds and 10-year-olds have been in great form.
Smilemon, Rob Atras with Abdur Adorno.
A horse 2 back, another horse that has some decent races to go to. There's some horses in here that got some buyers to go back to.
Linda Rice, first off the claim, Chelonian.
Yeah, Chelonian, 8 for 34 lifetime.
Here is Jackson Heights, Christopher Elliott.
Just missed last time out when cutting back in distance, and we'll need some pace up front.
Stablemate to the 2, Smilemon. From another mother, Gustavo Rodriguez trains.
Yeah, and Javier Castellano in the irons. He took the blinkers off 2 starts ago. It's improved this horse a little bit each time.
Biggest price on the board here with a man who just won the last race.
Yeah, Centavo did win at a big price, 21-3 back, but is really going to have to step up here.
Runnin' Ray, class edge on most of this group and a huge performance last out.
Yeah, the thing about Running Ray, not only is he beating horses, Flat Out Flying's coming back to win, Alternate Reality's coming back to win. He got beat by Yo Daddy, who came back to win, so he's been facing some tough customers.
Really looks like this race goes through the 7 and the 8 in here. Here's
Yes.
Skylander, 2 back. He ran big on a sloppy sealed track.
Yeah, and I think this is the other player in here, the 7 and 8. I'm with you. This horse is 6 for 19 at Aqueduct. Rick Dutrow hasn't had a win so far in 2025, but Dylan Davis gets aboard, and they're 33% together, 7 for 21.
Back to the even money favorite. Runnin' Ray. Looks like Game Face is on today, and huge, again, effort is 11th career win. Back in this race, March 7th. This was for $50,000.
Yeah, and just powered away. Now drops down to 32, but this is the mercy of the condition, right? There probably was not a 50. There probably was not maybe another kind of claiming price. The next one was 32, so what's the next step? They claim Running Ray for 20. They've already got this W and another W, so if somebody wants to dip in and claim a 9-year-old right now, they can. But this right here, I mean, he just kept on moving away from this group, and he did it 4 starts back and 3 starts back.
3 straight wins when he's been in claiming company. He's back in claiming company today. 6-5 favorite. Let's go to JK.
Yeah, look, I like Runnin' Ray. I've got no problem with him. I suppose for me, it is at what point does he start to slow down a little bit? And I think the price is a little bit better on the 8 Skylander. That's why I landed on the 8 Skylander, not because I used to play that video game randomly with my son, but I just feel like being drawn outside of Runnin' Ray and a horse who can run very comparable numbers and has run comparable numbers comes in here not fresh, but off of a light freshening. Hasn't run since February 8th. I know back in the day that the people would giggle that'd be considered a freshening, but I just like where Skylander's drawn here. I like how competitive he has been, the numbers that he can run, and I prefer his price over a horse in Runnin' Ray, who I respect, who is being a little bit overbet. And Sarah, if I could be alive to these 2 horses in a multi-race wager, I'd feel like I had this race locked up.
I'm with you, JK. These are the 2, and the betting board does suggest that as well. And Runnin' Ray, he's just really refound the fountain of youth with that 9-year-old form coming into some of his better form as of late. 3 of the last 4 efforts have been victories. He does drop a little bit in class, but as Paul touched on earlier, they already claimed him for 20 a couple starts ago. They've made their money with him, and there are only so many spots to be in. Plus, if anybody wants to claim this 9-year-old, there are only so many spots to go to. So I don't really look at the drop in class as a negative for him. And the horse that he beat last time, Alternate Reality, he had won his start prior to that. He came right back to win. A couple of other horses had run faster numbers on buyer speed figures prior to that race, came right back with improvement back to some of their better races. So maybe even that 91 buyer speed figure last last time. Room for a move forward off of that in here. He's tactical. He's just in career form, and he's been spotted appropriately, save that race 2 starts ago where he was in a little bit tougher and didn't even really regress that much in there. I do think the number 2, Smile Mon, a little bit interesting from a pace standpoint. A horse whose job got a little bit easier on the front end with a couple of key scratches in here. He likes to be forward. He was against the racetrack last time, facing much tougher company, and he didn't make the lead. He's a horse that can be dangerous if he's able to establish the front end early on. I think that'll be the game plan in here, but I'm going with Runnin' Ray, and we'll see how long the train can keep on rolling for him. Greg?
Sarah, thanks. Yeah, I'm such a fan of Runnin' Ray, but stick with the 2 who's on our screen right now. You just brought it up to me as Sarah was talking. This horse gets loose in here, you were saying, and very good chance he does and take advantage of that inside post.
Yeah, listen, I'm with JK. I like the 8 in here, but now at 7-5 and getting bet, I would bet the 2 because I think the 2 will be clearly in front. Do I think the 2 is better than the 7 and the 8 right now? No, but Sarah makes a very good point. Anytime this horse has gotten to the front end and freely on the front end, he's a tough customer. But the 7 and 8 are in such good form. The 8's coming off the layoff. 7's in such good form. And there's some others in here that haven't been running bad at all. But I do think the 2, Smile Mon, could be very dangerous for a long time.
Let's see how long he could stick around. Meanwhile, this 9-year-old, just in raging form, who was, not that long ago in terms of starts, stakes placed, major back class, over 600,000 in earnings, and he's running races where he should be in. Surprisingly, he hasn't been taken, and so I know he got taken for 20, a few starts back, but probably a good chance he. I don't know. What do you think today for 32?
He's a 9-year-old. Obviously, in this jurisdiction, you can't race at 10, but you can race in other jurisdictions. But for 32,000, you take this horse over Penn National Parks, he would dominate some horses. He might win this race. He's still got the whole season to go along, and he's in really good form right now. And I think the part about it is you look at the 6, who's a 7-year-old. Runnin' Ray's only had 32 starts at a 9-year-old. So he's got, I guess, not a lot of miles on those legs for being 9. He's had some hiccups here and there, but maybe this is the best he's ever been. If you look at his best buyer of all time was 96 when he was a youngster. He just ran a 91. He's back to where he was.
And he dominated a field for 50 claim. He could be in a lot tougher races.
Yeah.
He's running that fast.
Yeah.
See what he does here, though. He's got a real rival to his outside in the 8. Skylander, who actually has become the favorite right now. Dutrow Barn, Dylan Davis, looking for another one on this Sunday card as they load up for our sort of co-feature. I know those New York Stallion Series races stole the show for the 3-year-olds, but this is a pretty good one as well. Much better than the $32,000 tag would indicate. There's Runnin' Ray. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Skylander to the outside. Skylander goes in. All set. And they're off. From Another Mother, broke well from in between horses. Also in the early mixes, Chelonian. Dropping right to the back was Jackson Heights. Runnin' Ray is going to be 4 wide here as they get set to come out of the chute. At the rail is going to hold that spot to Smile Mon, and Smile Mon is now going to assert and take the lead. Smile Mon with a head in front of Chelonian, stalking towards the outside here from second as they hook up with the backstretch now. And they're chasing Abner Adorno on Smile Mon, who's up by a full length, almost a length and a half through a 22-4 opening quarter mile. Chelonian is comfortable in second, then towards the far outside there, Skylander is taken third over From Another Mother, who's back to fourth. Runnin' Ray is well off the paces in fifth and being encouraged to keep up right now, is making hard work of it so far up the backstretch. Towards the back end, Centavo, and Jackson Heights is the trailer. They're chasing Smile Mon into the far turn, 45-4 for a half-mile time. Chelonian is right there, still in second. Here comes the first move from Skylander. Skylander's coming after the leader now. It's Smile Mon who's still in front. To the inside, it's going to be Chelonian, and to the outside, Skylander. They're both picking their spots here as they try to swarm this leader. Runnin' Ray is all in here, is in fourth. Still has about 6.5 to make up. They're 3 across the racetrack here and saving all the ground. Chelonian. Chelonian has taken the lead, and Chelonian ducks in there towards the rail, but is in front and trying to kick away. Chelonian is up by 2 lengths. Still fighting on there is Smilemon. Trying to catch them both is Skylander up on the outside. Runnin' Ray is putting together a rally, but is it too late? It's Chelonian who approaches the final 16th. Runnin' Ray is surging late. Chelonian in between horses. Skylander. Chelonian will get there. Chelonian wins it. Runnin' Ray gets second. Then came Skylander and Jackson Heights finished fourth in 1 minute 37.73 seconds.
Difficult one to find in this race here. One of the best barns certainly on the circuit with Linda Rice first off the claim, 10-1, and with one race remaining, we have had a 9-1 shot, 2 10-1 shots in the Big Six.
What a claim. Linda finds them everywhere. She claimed this horse after coming here from Parks, and look who he's by. Gun Runner. Look at his. Always go back and look. Whenever you miss a horse, look at his record on a wet track. Now 3 for 6 with 2 seconds. These Gun Runners eat up the slop, and Chelonian just got the rail, and you could tell that the favorite was not really firing, and Running Ray started grabbing the racetrack late there, Greg, but it was too late. And like you said, I hope you're alive in this pick 6 and pick 5 because you're alive for a score.
And Runnin' Ray just a lot further back than he ever usually is. Put in a big late run, but just too much to do late. It's Chelonian who gets the win. Jose Lizcano, Linda Rice.
By the way, you could see at the wire here, the 7 spooks out a little bit at the wire. Now, I wanted to make sure everything is okay. He's jogging back, and it seems like he's okay coming back to the winner's circle. I think he just spooked or saw some tire tracks or something, but everything's okay with the 7.
9th career win for this 5-year-old son of Gun Runner. Linda Rice so successful with those Kentucky claims. This one she claimed right here in New York last time out for $40,000.
Yeah, and just sneaking up the rail is Chelonian. And you could see everybody giving chase. And watch Runnin' Ray. He's going to come up late here. You could see Dylan Davis trying to implore Skylander. And it's just not going to happen. And Chelonian gets the job done. If you like 3s today with Pirate and Chelonian, you're making some money.
Horse who had done, at least recently, most of his work at Parks, gets the first win here at Aqueduct in his 2nd try, and another terrific claim. Yeah, Linda Rice. Let's go back to Hot Springs for more. Out to you.
They're playing our song called To Post. You'll meet the field for the 7th race here at Oaklawn Park. Still about 9 minutes out in this allowance event. Older horses going a mile. In a good-sized field with a 9-5 favorite drawn towards the inside of Ducali. And for the Asmussen, looking for back-to-back wins in the program.
Yeah, and stretching out, had that one race off the layoff, was claimed by Steve, and it was a nice effort off the layoff, too. So now you get the 2nd start, probably be a little bit fitter racehorse.
2-1 currently, 10 deep. Here's the field. Running to that short wire, these mile races, how much does that change things for the riders?
Well, I think position becomes even more of a premium because you're spinning off of a turn and you don't have as much ground, as much time to make up ground, I should say.
For our viewers watching, it looks like a rider's making an early move. No, that's the adjustment needing to be made for when the circumference is as such for the mile layout here at Oaklawn.
But it is a balancing act because you don't want to go all in too early. You just want to start your run just slightly earlier, and you'll see sometimes riders kind of overcompensate.
Sure. Here, Eric Asmussen aboard the favorite in Ducali. Have a chance to see them as they make the turn. We start with D-Day Reunion, who just missed at 37-1. Took some early money, 10-1 in the morning line, now 6-1.
Yeah, and this horse was taking all the early morning, kind of blowing out now, but gets a good advantageous inside post.
Ducali, favorite.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, and like all of Asmussen's runners, making a nice physical appearance.
My Noble Knight, winner in the slop, 2 starts back.
Yeah, another player here. I think a horse that's going to get good position for our friend Tom Amos.
Dick Best, well-traveled Calbred, Oaklawn debut.
Yeah, and his speed should be forward. Nick Juarez consistently aggressive.
Eternally Grateful did everything but win in his latest.
A heartbreaking loss. Which way does he go off of that gut-wrenching effort? Also, add speed to the affair.
Count de Monet, Tyler Bacon looking for a second.
Stretching back out in distance, usually lays up a bit closer on the stretch out.
Nip and tuck, Manny Esquivel looking for a third.
This horse is 0 for 14 on dirt.
Unstable Prince is 1 for 17 at Oaklawn.
Yeah, and this horse that should lay up close is going to have to find one of the better efforts.
There he is. Another look. Unstable Prince, then Dynamis, the expensive gunrunner colt.
Yeah, it was just overmatched last time in a first level allowance race against a horse like Lat Long. This is easier, tough post, still going to have to find more.
Face value, stuck outside.
Another one, just a very tough post. Always hard for me to endorse horses 2 turns that are stuck out that wide.
That's the field for this 7th race. 6 minutes out, we touched on Eternally Grateful in that near miss in his most recent March 8th, same level, wet fast track, Richie. Eternally Grateful. Watch this. Hooked by Cash Me Up, and a cutthroat duel ensues.
Yeah, I mean, this was a race that honestly didn't deserve a loser. Both of these horses just threw it down. He was game, so you know he'll fight for it. But a lot of times a horse puts in an effort like this and they come out on the wrong end of the photo. And their next start, you know, they're just lacking a little bit because they've gone so deep into the well. I mean, this was a battle royale.
Mm-hmm. And he's had a little more time, though, to rebound. We'll see how he responds. Eternally Grateful at 7-2, Maggie. But the favorite in Ducali at 9-5. How is the Asmussen runner looking pre-race?
Well, it's a complete 180 than what we saw from Ducali in his return race just a week ago when he was sprinting off the bench for his previous connections. And you can see in the short comment line, it says Washi. And I was actually talking with some of the valets in the paddock too, saying he was crazed. They had to take him outside. Every time you tighten the girth, he would go up and rear up, and you can even see it on the replay. He was white with sweat and lather from his neck to his shoulder. Now he is literally quiet as a church mouse. I don't know what that means. But at the end of the day, Ducali is remarkably consistent, even though he has tons of lines and tons of breaks in his form. And you know that he was cut out to be a good horse, having run against the likes of Cody's Wish and even Baby Yoda, who are in Olympiad. They're graded stakes winners. So I like him from the physical perspective. I just don't know how to necessarily interpret the difference in his demeanor from just a week ago. And I looked up a stat for Steve Asmussen, first off the claim, coming back in 1 to 7 days. It's not something he does often. He's 0 for 4 over the past 5 years. Moving on to his inside, D-Day Reunion. You know, he's one of those horses, and I feel like I've chased several of these today, that is going to have to run a race that he hasn't yet. But he looks fantastic. And on top of that, he's never been on a dry dirt track. He has been on wet tracks twice before. He looks absolutely tremendous. If I was blindly picking horses based upon appearances, it would be D-Day Reunion. And furthermore, now Isaac Castillo, who climbs aboard for the 2nd time in a row, knows him. He is a horse that reacted negatively to the crop. When he asked him with his right hand, he severely veered in. When he switched it to his left hand, he severely veered out. So I think therefore causing him to lose that lead late in the stretch. He takes a step up in class here. Like I said, he's going to have to find a race that he hasn't run yet, but he does look tremendous on the day. Number 3 is My Noble Knight, who comes in off a bit of a freshening, having faced better in his last start. Actually, we saw many of those come back and run a bit earlier on the card today, but he had a tough trip. He was wide throughout the entire way, and he was kind of tugging Ramon Vasquez to go forward. And when you're tugging against your rider, coupled with losing so much ground, you're going to end up a tired horse. And he was a tired horse with excuses against better company. I think overall he drops back down here in class, and My Noble Knight just looks very fit, very ready for this return to the races. Number 4, Dick Best. He is a horse that finds his way to the winner's circle. I mean, 8 for 26 is a record that should be applauded, and 4 for 7 over a fast track. He has speed. It's evident on paper, and it's evident in the way that he is acting. He is fired up and incredibly fresh coming in off of the layoff. He's a bit hot for my liking when they're kind of like this, coming back off the bench. They need to get out there. They need to run a race, get their fitness, shake off that ring rust. And Lafitte, I don't know how this name made it through the Jockey Club approval system.
Richie's going to tell us all about it.
I am? Well, I will say this about Dick Best. He is a horse that has won on synthetic. He's won on dirt. He's won on turf. And you like a horse that just shows up and runs hard. I agree with Maggie. When a horse is a bit too hot off the layoff, it's just a little too much nervous energy pent up. Usually they benefit from a run.
Taking it all in. We'll see what he does in his Oaklawn debut. JK to his outside, eternally grateful. And we'll see, how does he respond after that slugfest he's exiting early March?
Well, I'm thinking Dick Best, the 4 is for the pilot, Richard Best, from the 1942 Battle of Midway. I didn't have to look that up. I paid attention in school, and I remember it. So if there's any questions about my education. The 5, eternally grateful for me. If you look at the last 4 races, all of them have just been good since getting to Oaklawn. I know that there's some mixes in there of, even his last 5 races, even when before. He sprinted. He had some trouble. He went long. He ran well in the slop. He came back, broke a little slow sprinting and ran well. He ran well last time. I don't love his performance last time. I would have loved for him to kind of see it through, but it was honest enough, his pace finding the front end. Now, last time he had horses to his outside while they were setting the pace. Now he's going to be able to be to the outside with the 4 to his inside with some speed. So I'm just hopeful that the 5, eternally grateful, can work out a better trip in here. But the biggest thing is in his last 5 races, he's ran well for my brain. Why wouldn't he run well here again today?
Little history and the logic behind the selection. Eternally grateful, 7-2 with Martin Schwann.
Yeah, listen, he has been in good form, and it's a great point. He is a horse with 5 wins, 10 seconds, though. I'm always concerned when they start accumulating twice as many seconds as wins. It just makes you question a little bit of their desire.
But we just watched him fight. He didn't lose that last race because he wasn't willing to dig and scrap and fight. He just lost a barroom brawl.
He did. He battled. He still lost. And again, it's just something that I look at. I know when I was riding, when I would see horses like that, I usually would try to plan my strategy around the fact that maybe they don't want to leave horses. So if I was going to make my run, I almost get away from horses a little bit so they don't hang on one when they're right next to them, right? But that being said, he showed up last time. It was blood and guts. I just wonder, does that race affect him? He does have over a month to recover from that kind of effort, though.
Who is the best, toughest horse you ever rode?
Wow, that's a great question. Best, toughest horse.
Does anybody come to that brawler type that
Well, there was a horse years ago, Creme de la Fête, that I won 16 races on, and he would find ways to win photos. He won a race one day with Don Macbeth where he backed up to the field, and I had gone down in a fall with him in Saratoga, so he didn't like running inside of horses after that. So every time a horse lapped on him, he backed out. He went from first to last, got in the clear, and came running again and won by a head. He was that kind of horse.
Love to see it. Those types of horses create fans as well. That effort from Booth yesterday in the Count Fleet refusing to lose. How will this one unfold? The 7th race from Oaklawn Park. And Ducali, the Asmussens, Steve Asmussen looking for back-to-back wins on the program. The 2-1 favorite at post time. Matt Ditterman with the call. Race 7 live on Fox Sports 2.
Yeah. Two back, eternally grateful. Hand to the outside. Face value. We're ready to go. And we're off. Dick Best is hard sent for the lead. He's up to challenge Count de Monet in the early stages. Ducali runs in the third spot with My Noble Knight, Eternally Grateful, right behind the pace setters as they corner into the first turn. A tightly compact field here hits the turn, separated by 3 lengths now. And the leader is Dick Best by a half length from Count de Monet. And Ducali down on the inside on the heels of the leader takes back to third. Dynamis just passed him to take that third position away. Ducali in the fourth position now with My Noble Knight, Eternally Grateful, who's 3 deep, face value far outside. Gap of 2 to D-Day Reunion and Unstable Prince. Nip and Tuck is the trailer. Down the backstretch, Dick Best, the pacemaker, at 8-1, a length and a tail ahead. Count de Monet backs off, runs in the second position. My Noble Knight on a snug hold makes his way into third with Dynamis. Ducali stays on the inside. He's 5th now. Eternally Grateful outside of him. Face value in the white blinkers is 5 lengths to make up. Nip and Tuck is out of last. He's joining 2 runners at the back. Unstable Prince as they round the far turn. D-Day Reunion trying to get into it. Dick Best shown more rain to keep going. Leads the neck. Dynamis makes an early move to come and challenge the front runners. Count de Monet between that pair coming to the top of the lane. Far outside, here comes My Noble Knight. He's trying to look for a spot to go here. My Noble Knight, he's going to get into the 4 path, begins his charge as they come off the turn with Eternally Grateful. They're down the lane. My Noble Knight takes the lead here. Eternally Grateful second. Dynamis gives way. Dick Best is fading and coming to the finish. It's My Noble Knight. My Noble Knight by 2.5. Eternally Grateful second. Dynamis third. Count de Monet was 4th.
Creeping closer to the leading riders, Rafael Bejarano. My Noble Knight at 4-1 for our friend and colleague Tom Amos in this 7th at Oaklawn Park. How do you do it?
Well, he worked out a really good trip. Rafael Bejarano was able to extricate himself from a kind of a tricky spot at the top of the stretch, and he walked that tightrope, right? You can't take Ducali's ground and put him in a bad spot, but you want to get out of the spot, and he did it just right without bothering Ducali.
Top of the stretch, what's happening here, Richie?
Yeah, he had already made that move and gotten into the clear, and you could see he wanted to lug in a little bit. Rafi kind of threw the reins at him, got him running straight, and he just powered home. Nice effort from him. Like I said, a difficult position he was in, but he was able to extricate himself from that and, again, walk that tightrope. You can't just knock horses out of your way. You can't put them in a perilous position. And he was able to kind of slide out without bothering Ducali.
And Ducali off the board, how do you feel? Why do you think he was ineffective today?
He just looked flat. He had certainly decent enough position, and he got to a place where he could make his run. And a good thing for My Noble Knight that he didn't have run, because then My Noble Knight would have been completely stuck in behind horses. And listen, part of it is racing luck. You got to ride a smart race, but sometimes you need a break here and there too.
For My Noble Knight and Rafael Bejarano, 4-1 at post time, 3-5-9-6. Those results when we return as our coverage continues. More from Aqueduct to left. Oaklawn, My Noble Knight. Bejarano in the 7th in Hot Springs.
Introducing a stallion, as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus buyer speed figures, a 3-time grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
General admission tickets are on sale now for the Belmont Stakes on June 7th at Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss your chance to witness the historical third leg of the Triple Crown. Get your tickets today by visiting belmontstakes.com/tickets.
Galay to the outside, Elite Power coming down the center. Nakatomi is 4th, then the chosen front, Elite Power to the front. At the 60th pole, Galay is 2nd, but Elite Power does it again in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
These particular
popular horses, elite power. I feel like these are horses we want to see in the breeding shed if we want to develop the thoroughbred breed.
The power of Juddmonte.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. As always, brought to you in part by Gainesway. Power, passion, performance. Terrific performance. My Noble Knight. 5th career victory, first at Oaklawn, and for Rafael Bejarano. 49 wins at the meet, 1 behind Francisco Arrieta, 3 behind Christian Torres.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a 3-way duel down to the wire. Tyler Bacon's not that far away. I don't think he can contend. I think he has 45 now, but this jockey race has gotten awfully interesting here.
And look at My Noble Knight, widening in the stretch, widening late.
Yeah, once he was able to get out from behind horses, and again, Bejarano did a masterful job of finding that seam and splitting it, and My Noble Knight for Tom Amos powered home.
We march forward. No stakes race today, but a stakes race type purse for this allowance event in race 8, the Sunday feature. $25,000 allowance, optional claimers, 11 deep. Raymond at the bottom, on the outside, 2-1 in the early wagering.
Yeah, and we've talked about it quite a bit, kind of that outside flow to these sprints, horses that can make that outside move, not be inhibited by traffic, seem to get the best of it in sprint races here at Oaklawn.
Seeking a 4th straight is Raymond. Sunday feature next from Oaklawn, and the Sunday feature at Aqueduct as well. Stakes Racing, New York Stallion Series, the Park Avenue division. Next, horses in paddock for the feature in New York as our coverage continues.
McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, proudly standing 4-time champion New York sire Central Banker, sire of multiple stakes winner Bank Frenzy.
Now Bank Frenzy means business, and he'll win the Haynesfield.
Also standing Salamini, sire of Grade 2 winner Winstock, and 7-time stake horse Doc Sullivan.
Doc Sullivan dominates the Mike Lee.
And Provocateur, the only Grade 1 son of Into Mischief standing in New York, half-brother to Wood Memorial winner Rodriguez. At McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, New York Stallions that deliver.
Back with you on our Sunday coverage here in South Ozone Park, New York. The co-feature on our Sunday card coming up in a moment here. Our program brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa. We saw the boys get their turn early on in the card in the Times Square division of this New York Stallion Series. Prince Valiant made it 3 in a row. Now the 3-year-old fillies get their turn here in this Park Avenue.
Yeah, and Bam's Bliss Kiss right now is your current favorite, the one in here. It's a contentious field of 3-year-old fillies. I thought there was many ways you can go.
Here's Bam's Bliss Kiss, Luis Rivera Jr. for David Duggan.
Yeah, winner last time out, taking the field gate to wire. Her speed is her main weapon.
Next door, Howling Wind will cut back in distance, blinkers on.
Her speed is her weapon. Like you said, blinkers are going on, so it should enhance that speed, and you're getting 10-1.
Quick 3-furlong bullet move, too. They want to see her forward, it would seem. Princess Mischief, Eric Cancel rides.
This is the horse that needs to get some pace up front because this horse comes from way out of it.
Barn change for Storm Changer, moving to the Carlos Martin barn.
Has a couple races to go to that can win this race, and Carlos very capable as a trainer.
Yeah, big effort in that Eastview. That was going 7/8 of a mile, just missed. Decree and Declare is a maiden, but it's the Brad Cox barn.
Yeah, a horse that got blinkers and Lasix. Well, Lasix will go off because of the stake race, but blinkers last time might have helped her.
Here is Disco Star, the red-hot Mark Cassie barn for the majority of her 4 starts. She's been on the grass.
Yeah, by Disco Partner, one of horses that he campaigned, and Dylan Davis aboard.
Forever to Go. This one's quick. Kendrick Carmouche in the irons.
I'm sorry, Disco Partner was not him. Forever to Go, excuse me, Kendrick Carmouche, another horse that brings speed to the party.
And another one for Carlos Martin. Here on the outside, Katie Davis Royal Event.
This is the horse that I gave out at 23-1. Okay, Greg? I'm walking in on March 28th to work. This horse won at 23-1 again, and I didn't have it. Listen, if she wins again today, this would be a miracle because I think she's going to have to really step up.
That was a terrific pick. I remember that well. As we get a look at the favorite, 2-1 here off that victory last time out. She is quick early. She's drawn inside, and we know what she wants to do.
This is what she did last time. She just decimated a field early when she opened 6.5 lengths, and then kind of geared down and won the race really easy. You know, in the time before that, she couldn't get to the front end. So with the 9 in there, Forever to Go, and the horse drawn right to her outside, and we know how aggressive Ruben Silvera can be. He's aboard the 2. Can he put pressure on Bam's Bliss Kiss? Because she's not moving like a tremendous machine at the end of the race. She wins her races early in the races.
Who will pressure her? Will it be Howling Wind next door, the 2 who's been going longer? That could dull your speed, but we mentioned the blinkers go on the 2. That quick 3-furlong drill. And then here's Princess Mischief, who would love to see a hot pace up front.
And this is where I landed in here. I know I'm hoping here a little bit, but a horse that's won over a sloppy racetrack, accidentally got left that day and just kind of fell into a nice little trip. And you see everybody else's selections there, and it looks like, I don't know if they're resaddling. Well, I might have picked a horse that's going to be scratched, or what's going on here? Maybe a saddle adjustment. Looks like Eric's not walking away, but we can't tell yet.
Well, there's the selections from our analysts there, left-hand side of your screen. Six to 1 on Princess Mischief here. Let's bring in JK real quick, and it looks like, yeah, just adjusting things here
saddle,
with this 4. JK, where are you going to wind up?
Yeah, I'm going to end up on the 9. I think for a couple of reasons. And this is a horse, if my father-in-law is watching, he loves keying horses like this in the trifecta. So Ron, the 9, it's a great horse to key in here. This is a horse who has unbelievable early pace numbers. So in his races, he's run extremely fast early. He makes the lead in most of the situations. She does, excuse me. I said he a bunch of times. She does. Now she's drawn towards the outside with Kendrick. And there's other pace to her inside. I wonder in this situation if Kendrick decides to rate her. But because she's been able to go so fast, I think she's going to have some gas left in the tank when they turn for home if she rates from that outside position. I think Forever to Go has a great chance to be in the top 3 here. I think she can win, but I think she's a very good horse to key in trifectas to get her in first, second, or third. I'm going to go with the 9, Forever to Go, with a little bit of a different running style from Kendrick towards the outside.
Well, we'll see how the pace ultimately does play out, because we have seen several of these want to show some good early position on their way to the winner's circle, and maybe someone else will have to adapt, because it seems as though there's plenty of speed signed on in here, and that includes the number 1, your favorite, Bam's Bliss Kiss, a horse who is the only one covered in the pick 6. So if anybody else wins, we will see a carryover going into Thursday's card. We'll see if somebody adapts in terms of how they want to win, because it seems as though we do have a lot of speed, and I agree with Jonathan. Forever to go. We'll have to change things up a little bit. A horse that has been forwardly placed, a little bit unlucky not to get the victory last time. I went to Disco Star, a horse who is switching back to the dirt after a couple of turf races, who also is cutting back in distance. And even though she was second in her lone dirt start, and that race is too slow on paper to play here, the winner of that race did come back to finish second in 2 consecutive starts after that, one of those behind With the Angels and another as well behind Mischief Lady. So certainly holding some good form in that lone dirt start, even though it wasn't off the turf race. I think she might just be one that's improved overall rather than taking that big step forward on the turf course. And we'll see if Dylan Davis can sweep both of the stakes that we have today. And I will say quickly, Polly, the owners of Royal Event, they have another pretty fast horse in Lady Milagro, who's now off to the breeding shed, and they are pretty high on this one. So maybe don't miss out again at what's going to be a price. Greg?
I don't think she likes doing it.
Thank you for the info.
23-1 back-to-back wins. Yeah, for the 10 Royal Event, 15-1 today. There's Disco Star, the 8. Mark Cassie Barnes. So yeah, Dylan Davis on board. The only dirt start, it was a sloppy sealed track, second start of her career, and did run second, beat 3.5 lengths. Has moved forward quite a bit on the grass, but maybe just getting better overall.
Yeah, could be getting better overall. You're right. And they, Disco Partner only stands for 4,000. They paid 75,000 for this.
He was one
filly.
of my favorite sprinters of all time.
Oh, he was. I mean, what did he run on? 106 and change over the turf at Belmont, somewhere in that area. He's got the track record still.
Yeah, I think I want to say sub 106.
It was like something crazy, right?
Incredible.
Yeah.
Set for this New York Stallion Series Park Avenue division. 6.5 furlongs. We're set. Let's go to Chris Griffin for the call.
Last the load. Royal Event goes in. All set for the Park Avenue division. And they're off. Slightly slow at the start was Princess Mischief, the early trailer. Bam's Bliss Kiss right to the front. It's Bam's Bliss Kiss, but now Howling Wind is going to press on, and Howling Wind sprints clear. Very strong, is up by 1.5 lengths. Bam's Bliss Kiss moves right to the outside. Athletic move there is going to stalk from second. Then at the rail is Decree and Declares, traveling in tandem with Forever to Go, their 3rd and 4th. Storm Changers in 5th. Very strong outfield here early as they went 22.40 for the opening quarter mile. Then at 6th is going to be Royal Event. In behind them, Blue Cap, that's Disco Star. And the trailer, slow starting Princess Mischief. The leader is Howling Wind, and Howling Wind with a head in front. Bam's Bliss Kiss. Rivera Jr. a look over his right shoulder as he sees Forever to Go in behind, and also Decree and Declare. Storm Changer switch to the outside. Disco Star is saving ground for Dylan Davis, is going to ride the rail, and it's open. Howling Wind has got the lead at the top of the stretch, but Disco Star, what a move there at the rail, is now taking the lead. Disco Star with a ground-saving journey, but Storm Changer is rallying on. Princess Mischief is rolling on the grandstand side. 3 of them across the racetrack here in a thriller here in the finale, but it's Disco Star fighting on. Storm Changer in between horses. Princess Mischief trying to catch them both. Give it to Storm Changer. Storm Changer wins the New York Stallion Stakes Park Avenue Division. Final running time, 1 minute 18.39. Photo for second there with Disco Star and Princess Mischief.
What a finish in this finale to this Sunday card. Storm Changer. 2 back in the Eastview, just missed against Bernie and the Rose, who'd come back to win the Matty May. Jose Gomez, Carlos Martin team up.
Yeah, congratulations, Jose Gomez getting the W. Look at the 4 here. It was so loaded. Eric Cancel got a hot dog with him on the outside, but the 5 got the better of the trips, and both of these horses went to the wire. You got to give credit to the 8 here, Disco Star. That was a good pick, too, by Sarah, because this horse hung in there. I don't know if the 4 might have clipped the 8 here late, but I thought the 4 hung. I thought the 4 was going to sweep right by, but just could not go by the 5. He showed a lot of resilience.
12-1 on Storm Changer, and yes, we will have a pick 6 carryover in the next week.
Yeah, and the 2 just put the pick six away. If you had the one, you knew you were in trouble. The blinkers went on the two out-footed the one early, and it set up for somebody that was going to come from off the pace, and it was 5-4-8. Disco Star might have ran the best race of all of them, but Storm Changer gets the money.
Moves to the Carlos Martin barn. Picks up the first win since the debut, and young man who's trying to make it here now as a journeyman on this circuit. Was so successful as an apprentice, Jose Gomez, and good for him to get a win here.
Yeah, it's good to see Jose Gomez, Omar Hernandez Moreno get wins. These guys can ride when they're on the right horses, and Jose showed a lot of strength there deep in stretch. He had the 8 on the inside, the 4 on the outside, pouncing on him, and he was able to carry the horse home.
So Prince Valiant for the boys of the Times Square, Storm Changer here in this Park Avenue. That is it for the two of us. Enjoyed the action here from New York. Let's go back out to Hot Springs.
All right, guys, exciting finish in the feature there at Aqueduct. We have the feature here at Oaklawn as well. Not a stakes race, but you have this $130,000 purse and kind of a trend along with the Apple Blossom this weekend, the sprint racing we've seen in the last couple of days. Skelly's return and Booth yesterday, all heart, determined winner of the Count Fleet.
And Booth has already shown that he's talented, blazing speed. He showed a different dimension yesterday. He still had his speed intact, but he showed the ability to fight. And you never know if a horse is going to be able to do that until they do it.
That class, that moxie that we saw, Skelly and Booth both overwhelming favorites. This one, wide open. Field and updated odds, older horses, 6 furlong dash. $130,000 purse. Raymond, still the favorite to the outside. Late running sprinter in a groove, having won 3 straight. This is how he does his best. He likes that pace to chase, uncorks that late charge that he possesses, and he's been unstoppable in his last handful of starts.
Yeah, looking for his 4th in a row. I love closing sprinters. They're exciting types. You saw that he was spun particularly wide turning for home there, and with a relentless run. And I think he gets plenty of speed signed on here to help his running style to come with that late run.
A lot of speed on paper in this 8th race at Oaklawn Park. Have a chance to see Raymond in the post parade. Let's meet the field. I'm holding.
And he's one of the speeds with the inside, and Walter Dela Cruz, the New York bred.
Mayaz, yeah, another quick gelding.
I was with Ron Moquette after this horse ran last time, and the first thing he said was, I got to turn this horse back. Well, he's getting turned back here.
Crushed it, more speed, and then got Thunder at 4-1 with Francisco Arrieta.
Yeah, more of a closing type, and also one that is dropping in class.
Willow Creek Road, a second in the no double at 15-1.
Yeah, real big effort there, and against the likes of Navy SEAL.
Arkansas Breds will break side by side. There's 110 Stadium, Julien Leperoux.
Horse sports 3 wins at the distance. He's coming off, I thought, an even effort in the no double.
Hap Hot, razor sharp Minnesota bred.
This is speed. This is speed on speed. This could be, the horse that really is putting the heat on I'm Wide Awake.
Lockmore third in the no double.
I thought he was interesting. I think he's too big a price at 15-1.
D'Angelo, Nick Juarez rides after Tyler Bacon was unseated in his latest.
Well, when he gets away clean, other than the last time, he's another one that shows big speed.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Midnight Texas. Look at this. 12-1 on the morning line. 3-1 tepid favorite. Rafael Bejarano seeking another. And then the very sharp Raymond, who you just saw win in the darkness here at Oaklawn Park.
He's just been in terrific form, and he's 5 for 10 overall at Oaklawn Park, so he's shown an affinity for this race course.
Deep, competitive, exciting Sunday feature to wind down Apple Blossom weekend. Raymond, who is 5-2. Maggie, what are you seeing from the current favorite as the warm-up continues?
Liffy, this is where I get in trouble because I'm not that familiar with these horses. And Raymond is riding a 3-race win streak. He's in top form of his career, and he looks to get an ideal setup. And even, his wins 2 and 3 back, he didn't necessarily get really fast paces to close into. Those pace horses, they finished 2nd and 3rd in those efforts. Looking at him, he's not a horse I can particularly recommend, but that might just be him. He's definitely a horse that has been around for a while, and it kind of shows. His coat doesn't look particularly great. I don't know. Like I said, maybe it's just him, and he once again gets the right kind of setup with a lot of pace in here that could obviously be provided by the horse Richie was talking about, Hap Hot, who ships it in here from Sam Houston, running a big performance last time out. He's another one riding a 3-race win streak into this effort here today. Christian Torres will take over. Now, he's a horse that never switches leads, as you touched on earlier, Lafitte. So he is acting like a speed horse. He's been on his toes throughout the prelims here. Very sharp, very aggressive. Much is the inside pace horse in I'm Wide Awake. So I really feel like these two are going to be ding-donging on the front end where it could set up for a closer. And I hope that, not that he's a true closer, I think he's a horse that can sit off of it, and that can be number 4 in here, Crushed It, whom is going to be my pick in here at a price. Tim Thornton comes in here from Delta Downs, the regular rider for this guy. Tim Thornton, maybe not a household name, but did pull off the upset at Fairgrounds against Sierra Leone, wiring the field that day. And we saw a horse in that Delta Downs going a mile effort in Special Dispatch. He came back to run a respectable 3rd in today's 3rd race. And really, it was a merry-go-round affair with Seismic Spirit wiring the field that day. He is calm and relaxed, incredibly well turned out, and at the end of the day, he just looks like a sprinter. So turning back and getting one turn, granted, maybe that's the key to his success, is that he's a 2-turn sprinter there at Delta Downs. But again, I think the race could set up favorably for him. As with Mumyayez, you heard Richie say that Ron Moquette saying, let's turn him back next time. And physically, this guy looks all sprinter. I think the stretch out experiment is out the window, but it's also proof that what Richie says is true. And it's one thing that Richie taught me early on, is that when a horse tries a longer distance for the first time, that's going to be the time that they put in their best performance. So Mumyayez, I do think, is dangerous with this cutback, Lafitte.
And Ricardo Santana, Maggie, closing in on 2,000 wins. 12-1 if you like them. 8-1. JK, make it 7-1 if you like Hap Hot being ignored. No respect for the razor-sharp Minnesota bred.
Yeah, I think it's probably just a little bit of, like, racetrack snobbery, right? Like, you know, look, Oaklawn Park has got big purses and is a premier racetrack with a handful of Grade 1 races, and Sam Houston is not that. And I think that sometimes people see a horse running at Sam Houston and assume that there's a difference in level. And on a day-to-day race, I'm sure that's probably true. But that's what speed figures do for you. When Andy Beyer revolutionized speed figures, the idea was to be able to compare performances from different racetracks on different surfaces with different run-ups, with different configurations, with different surfaces, and this is how speed figures were created. Hap Hot is fast. He's run fast in his 3 races, that he's 3-race win streak, but more importantly, the revolutionizing speed figures is pace figures, saying how fast horses can run early. And yes, I was wrong in the last race at Aqueduct in the stake, where I thought the 9 was a very likely horse to hit the board. But that's how it is in horse racing, and probably in life, I would guess, is you got to trust the process. To me, still, the 8 is a great horse that you would want to key in a situation because of the pace figures. When you run fast early, you're using a lot of energy. It shows a stamina. It shows a talent. It shows speed, and that, to me, is who Hap Hot is. I'd be shocked if this horse doesn't continue to drift down from the 7-1 to the 6-1. And probably ending up somewhere around the 5-1. I like this horse quite a bit. This is a horse, when looking at the sequence, between the 8 and the 12, I thought about potentially singling, playing a late multi-race wager. So it's the 8 Hap Hot for me. I don't know what a Hap Hot is, but I'm sure Lafitte does. Sorry, Lafitte.
Might be a Minnesota thing. Maybe that's like your assignment today, just explaining names of horses that either I don't want to or I am not familiar with. It's gone well to this point.
I'm from Brooklyn, New York. I'm not from. I've never soda bread. I have no idea what a Hap Hot is.
But what we do know is that he is fast, pedal to the metal. Christian Torres, you like the gelding to the outside, who we were just looking at. Let me hear the sales pitch on a Lockmore, who's at 13-1.
All right, full disclosure, I have a soft spot for this horse. He's just one of those horses that I happen to like. I've followed since last year. And if you go back and look at last year, March 2nd in the no double, had his next start, stretching out, albeit, was one of his better efforts, and he won. And then he reeled off 3 in a row. Well, his last start was March 2nd this year in the no double.
All right.
He's got the closing style. I thought he was a bit unlucky last time because he was put in tight at the break and lost position. Not that he's a speed type or wants to be forward, but you don't want to give horses a head start. You want to get away clean and then, drop back and get in a rhythm. And I like Keith Asmussen on this horse. I think he fits this horse's style very well. And if they go very fast, I just think 12-1 is a good price for a horse that should be going in the right direction at the finish.
All right, so a 12-1 shot. Richie sticking with in the Sunday feature, Oaklawn. You heard Maggie discussing Mumayaz, a late defection, late scratch here, just being announced by Matt Dinnerman. Late scratch number 3, Mumayaz. How does that change the complexion of the race?
Well, I don't think it does, because I do think this horse would have just probably been stalking just off the pace. I don't think he would have added to what I think is ample speed already. And honestly, like when he got to the backstretch, he looked good early on from what I could ascertain on the TV screen. But when he got to the backstretch and the camera was on him, he just didn't look as comfortable, as happy as you'd like to see.
What do those conversations sound like? Vet and rider, the communication, what essentially is discussed before that decision is made?
Well, there are examining veterinarians stationed at points around the racetrack and obviously at the starting gate. And if you're just not happy with the way a horse is warming up, their energy level's not good, or they're just not moving as freely as you like, you take them to the examining veterinarian and you say, you know what, I just don't think this horse is at his best today. And it protects, obviously, the horse, the other horses and riders in the race, the rider on that horse, and the betting public. Now, years ago, the conversation was different, but our game has gotten so much better at meeting these things head on. And if a horse isn't 100%, they shouldn't be competing. Years ago, you could take a horse to the examining vet, and they might disagree with you, and that horse was going to run. And that didn't do anybody any favors, because you got a rider on a horse that's not comfortable, and they're not going to ride as hard. They're going to be a little bit cautious.
Sure.
So I really applaud the industry as a whole by addressing these things head on and making it better, making it safer for both equine and human athletes.
They're safe than sorry, and look forward to seeing Mumayaz before long. A late scratch before this 8th race at Oaklawn Park. Final check of the tote board as they file in. Raymond looking for a 4th straight win to the outside. 5-2 at post time. Matt Dinnerman with the call. The Sunday feature live from Oaklawn on Fox Sports 2.
2 back. Midnight Taxes. And to the outside post, Raymond. Raymond rounding out the field of 10. We're ready to go. And Laroff. Good beginning for all. Hap Hot gets the first call. I'm Wide Awake, per usual, showing his customary front-running speed, and these two hook up, putting 2 lengths on D'Angelo, who runs in 3rd. Midnight Taxes outside of him, well off the fence, of course. Crushed it. Moves inside of that pair. Got Thunder the Gray. He's 5 lengths off the pace in midfield. 2 better than Raymond, and Lockmore to his inside. A gap of another 4 to Willow Creek Road, and 110 Stadium will have to pass them all and make up a dozen lengths. Into the far turn. I'm Wide Awake. Carving out the fractions, a neck in front. Hap Hot got a breather, comes right back on again, and these two are once again even with 5/16 to go. D'Angelo shaken up in the 3 path. He's gotten a good trip, has this long shot at 45-1, up to challenge the leaders at the top of the lane. Crushed It is being asked for more on the rail, cuts the corner, and then comes behind Horses the Gray. Willow Creek Road's not getting into it. They're down the lane. Hap Hot is in front, putting away I'm Wide Awake. Now Raymond surging, and Raymond like a rocket blowing past the competition. Hap Hot had no response when Raymond came up alongside, and it's going to be Raymond to get 4 wins in a row. Raymond, razor sharp. Hap Hot second. Lockmore and D'Angelo were next.
That's how he does it. Like his best Cardmania impersonation out there. The late running sprinter, Raymond, 4 straight, finds that late kick, that knockout punch and runs away with the winner's share of this $130,000 purse.
The streaking Raymond, 4 in a row. Tyler Bacon rides him with so much confidence, and he got pace. 21.51, 44.90. Kept him out there in the clear. Didn't want to interrupt his forward momentum, and he storms down the middle of the racetrack for his 4th win in a row. I don't know if any other horse.
Research. Anyone? Research? They'll get right on that for you. They'll get right on that for you. 12, 8, 9, 10. And Tyler Bacon had to love what he was seeing unfold in front of him during the early and middle stages of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. You know they're cooking along, and he just confident and allowed him to settle into that rhythm, put him way out in the middle of the track, and he storms home. And you like to see a young rider who's lost his apprentice allowance ride a horse with this much confidence. It speaks to just that maturity that he knows that, hey, I'm going to get there. I'm cool. I don't have to panic. And, you know, a lot of times you see apprentices win a lot of races up on the front end, allowing horses just to bowl along. It's kind of races like this that start defining you as a rider.
He got there and then some, winning with ease in the end. Cloud 9 Racing Stables. Raymond, 4 straight, winning. Sunday feature here at Oaklawn in New York. And an upset, ensuring a pick 6 carryover for the Thursday program. Park Avenue, New York Stallion Series. Storm Changer and Jose Gomez at 12-1. Richie, what was the key?
Well, he got pace, came wide. I think the key was the move to the Carlos Martin barn. You know, this is a horse that was shipping in from Penn National, and now he was training in New York under Carlos Martin's care. And sometimes just not having to ship, right? Just being in more familiar surroundings. Now, they do ship over from Belmont, but it's 10 miles from Aqueduct to Belmont, so it's a little bit different. And worked out a real good trip under Jose Gomez. Very game effort by a Disco Star there, just on the inside. And Princess Mischief came running late. Horse that carries her head way out and down got up for second. And I was very grateful that she carries her head way out and down because I hit this exacta.
Well done. What'd that exacta pay? I missed it.
I
was looking at the carryover.
$72 for $1.
Well done. Pick 6 carryover for the Thursday program, $21,000 plus. Storm Changer, $71.25. Yeah,
for a buck, not bad.
You gonna be able to access that and fire it and wheel it back for the last race at Oaklawn?
My Naira Bets is loaded right now.
There you go. She was loaded yesterday. Full of run and another Grade 1 victory, the Horse of the Year. Back in fine fashion, perfect at Oaklawn. The Apple Blossom winner will revisit as our coverage continues on a Sunday in Hot Springs.
The only colt ever to win 3 one-mile Grade 1s on dirt. Ran the fastest buyer of the year. That's him, 6 wide, streaking clear.
Here comes Cody's
2 more Grade 1s at 7/8. Here's his forego, also running a 112 bite. That's 5 Grade 1s all told. No other son of Sire of Sires Curlin has so many. They say, be careful what you wish for. We agree.
Bucaro, any day.
Book 'em, Dano. Prince of Monaco in between. It's going to get very close. Book 'em, Dano.
Any track.
결승선 끝까지 사전 사승. 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈, 최고의 꿈.
Any surface.
Queen Maxima starts to extend that beautiful stride of hers, though, and it's lights out. None of the others will come close to Queen Maxima.
Bucaro, a leading sire of stakes winners on every surface from coast to coast and around the globe. Standing in New York at Iron Horse Stallions.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Winding down Apple Blossom Weekend. Welcome back. America's Day at the Races, as always, brought to you in part by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com or download the Naira Bets app to get started. Bathhouse Row consists of 8 bathhouse buildings that were constructed between the years 1892 and 1923. This area along the Grand Promenade in downtown Hot Springs is designated as a National Historic Landmark District in 1987. But you knew that.
But so many similarities to Saratoga, right?
Yeah.
Saratoga health, history, horses. You got the same things here at Oaklawn Park, like the doctor says, an apple a day.
You know?
Yeah.
We might see Raymond at Saratoga. He keeps going like this.
Raymond.
4 straight and like finishing with sometimes you have a pace meltdown and a horse plods up there and just happens to be staggering best of all. This was not that. He finishes with authority.
He finishes, and what's interesting is early in his career, he was a speed horse. Well, now he shows speed. He just flipped it upside down. He shows speed late in the race as opposed to early in the race. And, it's funny. We always get opinions of horses. Oh, this is a speed type. We have opinions. The horses have the answers.
He had the answer today and has had the answer. Raymond, 8th overall in 8:20. Yeah, you just had to key in on the horses on the winning streaks here. JK like half hot going in. His winning streak ends at 3, but another solid effort. Just no answer for Raymond. Nobody had an answer for Raymond.
No, and listen, Hap Hot was the one closest to I'm Wide Awake, the pace setter, so he was a very game effort. Lockmore came with his late run, just a little too late. He might have just lost us just a little bit of a step as a 6-year-old.
Yeah, but you still have, what, the $72 from the exacta you hit at Aqueduct? Because you're going to put it all on somebody in this 9th and final. Who's it going to be?
Well, I'm going to wait and hold judgment until we will see them in the post-break.
All right. Stay tuned. Arkansas bred $10,000 claimers here. She's not a $10,000 claimer, Torpedo Anna. And Judy Hicks, who bred her, we documented her story yesterday, kind enough to wear a mic. We'll take you through that experience and in her firsthand experience of watching a champion, a horse of the year, win and dominate yesterday's Grade 1 Apple Blossom in front of 40 grand.
At the Keeneland September yearling sale, the premier thoroughbred auction venue in the world, Mandy Pope of Whisper Hill Farm signed the ticket on the $5 million sale topper by Curlin, bred by Stone Street Thoroughbred Holdings. He was one of $5 million plus yearlings by Curlin to sell. No fewer than 55 of his yearlings fell to the auction gavel, averaging nearly $600,000, making Curlin the #1 sire of yearlings in 2024. Curlin, the classic sire.
Hi, baby girl. Hi, sweetie. Watch out for the queen. She's coming. Hey, baby.
Yeah, great energy. Huh? She looks great. Look at her eyes. She looks great. She looks great. Just like you. She's beautiful.
Now we can have a hug.
I'm all cleaned up now.
How are you? Good. Ready to go? Are you? It's the question. That's a little dance. Yes, we see the little dance.
Go get him, Brian.
Look at our little dancer.
They're off. In the Apple Blossom handicap, Sweet Alyssa was slow to go. Torpedo Anna didn't have a terrible break, but she didn't get away necessarily too quickly out of there.
Good.
Torpedo Anna taking the second position.
She's sitting perfect. They're not going to touch her.
There goes Torpedo Anna, though. Brian Hernandez Jr. lets her stride to the front, and she effortlessly goes by.
She's got a long way to go, though. She's got a long way to go.
The five's done.
Torpedo Anna off the turn. Length and a half in front. Free like a girl trying to reel her in. Where's Myron is third. Switching leads does Torpedo Anna as she comes down the lane. 3 lengths ahead with a burst. Free like a girl is second. Where's Myron is third with a 16th to go. Torpedo Anna is now asked to finish, and she will. Wherever you may be, give a warm round of applause for the horse of the year, the champion, Torpedo Anna. She's a class act, and she adds another Grade 1 win to the resume. Torpedo Anna, an Apple Blossom champion.
Hey, partner. Good job.
Congratulations, Miss Judy.
Hey,
You just keep showing up.
you did it again. Yet again. You did it. You are such a champion. And you know it. And you know it.
If you're a racing fan, you love watching Torpedo Anna do her thing, but it's super entertaining watching Judy Hicks, co-owner, breeder, has been there since day one, been there like literally since before the beginning, right? And watching her watch Torpedo Anna.
Well, you could see the pride. And just what you're saying, I mean, long before Torpedo Anna was ever introduced to this world, she was the one thinking about what stallion to send the mare to, planning the mating, foaling her out, raising her at her farm, going through the whole process. And you could just see the overwhelming pride she has in her. Now, it's got to be nerve-wracking as well. When you have a horse that there's so much expectation to win, the pressure is on. It's almost more relief than it is, ecstasy, if you will.
She is a victim of her own success, is Torpedo Anna. It's not that anything shy of victory. It's anything shy of a dominant win is it's what's expected. The bar is so high, and now that in 2025 she's still winning, but not in a way, at least on paper. When you look into the analytics, the speed figures, a 103, a 93 for yesterday's Apple Blossom, a 95 for the Azeri, relative to previous Apple Blossom winners yesterday. That is slower than a typical Apple Blossom winner.
Yes, it is. And I will never discount the importance or the validity of speed figures. Obviously, it's one metric to measure how a horse has performed. But it doesn't tell the whole story with Torpedo Anna. She has become such a professional. She's doing just what she needs to do. We know she's capable of running 110 by her figure. We saw it in the Travers.
Do you think we'll ever see that? Again, the best effort of her career, the best race of her career in a losing effort, that 111 in the Travers.
I absolutely believe we will when she needs it. But this is what will keep her in good form. Horses only have so many A efforts in them. They're only going to go so deep into that well so often. Obviously, your better horses have more of those efforts. The fact that she's winning races like the Apple Blossom with B or maybe even C efforts bodes well for when she's going to need that gut-wrenching effort.
And I think a credit to her greatness when it almost feels like winning isn't enough. that's how much is expected from Torpedo Anna. Next stop, Churchill Downs, undercard of the Kentucky Oaks in the Grade 1, La Troyenne. Great addition of the Apple Blossom, and a terrific weekend for Steve Asmussen as well. 7. Make it 7 wins in Oaklawn's most prestigious race for sprinters. Yesterday's Count Fleet runs 1-2 with his boys and Booth, all heart in the stretch.
For over 150 years, the Kentucky Derby has stood as the most enduring tradition in American sports. And in our time, one stallion is reshaping its legacy. Back-to-back Derby winners. His first son at stud siring another. A dynasty in motion. A motion that again has forward momentum toward Louisville, with another elite crop of 3-year-olds bearing his genes. Spendthrift Farm, home of Into Mischief.
Horse racing? Check. Weekly promotions? Got 'em. Huge payouts? You bet. With Naira Bets. Download the app today and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime with live HD horse races, betting tips and tutorials, expert picks, and more. You bet with Naira Bets. Join now for a new member bonus at NairaBets.com.
The Big Cat, as it has come to be known, is the jewel in the crown of California racing, as some of the all-time greats have showcased their brilliance in the shadow of the San Gabriel Mountains.
Locked is let loose, and he moves to the front with a furlong left to go, and it's lights out. He's pouring it on, but it's all about Locked, and Jose Ortiz dominating the Big Cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
The only major U.S. 2-year-old sale held over a dirt surface, Mid-Atlantic May, continues to produce graded stakes winners across the globe and on all surfaces. Recent grads include Eclipse champion Straight No Chaser, brilliant winner of the Breeders' Cup Sprint, as well as this year's Riyadh Dirt Sprint at the Saudi Cup, plus Grade 1 winners Full Count Felicia and Sacred Wish. The Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 19th and 20th in Timonium, Maryland. Where will you be?
About 90 minutes before the Apple Blossom, $500,000 Count Fleet yesterday. Welcome back, Oaklawn Park. Before we get to the horses in the paddock, revisiting yesterday's Count Fleet. Anarchist in from California set the pace on fire all over Booth from Jump Street.
Booth got no breathers. He was under intense pressure from Anarchist throughout, and Anarchist was pressing him all the way inside the 8th pole. From basically the gate to the inside the 8th pole, Booth kept finding. He showed grit, determination, something that he hadn't had to show in the past previously. So now they can be confident that he can, test, have a testing battle and still find. And this was a really, really good effort. Booth has put himself squarely in the picture as one of the top sprinters in the country now.
In the end of the year, do you think he'll be in that Breeders' Cup Sprint conversation once that time of year rolls around?
You got to believe so. Now, listen, there's a long time between now and then, and horses are like strawberries. They can go bad overnight.
But that kind of potential, is he that good?
Absolutely. He is in the upper echelon of sprinters, and a nice effort, too, from Rivet to round out the Asmussen Heiligbrod Exacta. But this was impressive in a different way than his previous races, because he had to show the mettle to take that fight. He was in a barroom brawl, and he was the last man standing.
JK, hook 'em. The Heiligbrod Exacta in yesterday's Count Fleet with Booth and Rivet.
Heiligbrod, hook 'em horns. Here's the thing. It's fun. It's one of my favorite parts of the game is to get to watch a great horse that I loved in Matoli and see their offspring run. We got to see that with Booth. Here's the thing with Booth. If you look at Booth's 3-race win streak that he's been on, his last 3 races have been very impressive. He got tested here, and it took a toll on him late. The concern is going to be what happens when better closers start running at Booth. Look, he's exciting, but if I'm being honest, not to bury the lead here, there's a horse a couple stalls down from him that could be problematic to his success, and that's Skelly, who's finally back and is blazing fast early. If you thought Anarchist gave him fits on the front end, you got to think that a horse like Skelly and other horses from across the country, a straight no chaser, who could soften him earlier and for longer and set it up for horses out of it. Look, if I owned him, if I trained him, if I rode him, I'd be very happy with my position. We got a long way till November, and there's a lot of speed horses that are going to make his job very difficult moving forward.
And between now and then, I'm guessing Steve Asmussen is going to want to take different, separate paths with Skelly and Booth. As good as determined as Booth was yesterday, Skelly, he was breathtaking in his comeback.
You've got to think that Steve's going to keep these two apart till Breeders' Cup if they're both still healthy and good at that time. Is absolutely the most naturally fast horse in North America. He blitzes the early part. There's no rating him. He is just going to roll. And I mean, he opened up as much as 7 or 8 lengths in his comeback the other day.
Did it within himself. It's like when you watch a pitcher who's throwing an easy 99 as opposed to a pitcher who's reaching back and giving you everything he has. That was easy speed we saw yesterday, Friday from Skelly.
Well, it's not like Ricardo Santana sends him. He just puts his hands down and he just runs out from underneath him. And he runs with that extension blinker. And I think part of the reason why he has a tendency to bear out, particularly on the turns, he's just going so fast. Centrifugal force. He can't corner the turn that well. He is a pure speedball. And listen, Booth has shown that he's very fast. Skelly's like another dimension of fast. It'll be interesting to see how Steve keeps them separate for a while.
That assembly line of sprinters for Steve Asmussen, that trend continues. Having won that Count Fleet, as you just saw, 7 times, having done so with Matoli, and now a son of Matoli yesterday. Booth, Rivet, the Heilig Brot Exacta, and the $500,000 Count Fleet. We have one left on the Sunday program here. Horses on track. Let's see how they looked as they arrived moments ago. Arkansas bred, $10,000 claimers, non-winners to lifetime. Take out number 5, Fetch Brahm. And wide open. A 9-5 favorite in Shea Whiz. Who graduates or who wins this one, Richie? As we start with, I'll ask you that question after the post-parade. Mr. Commander here, Inside Speed.
Inside Speed, a horse that broke his maiden for 20, now in for 10. And that's a good rule of thumb. When they break their maiden, half the price.
Naderade, contender, 5-2 morning line, 5-1 currently. A debater here and an apprentice, Amanda Poston aboard.
So you're getting a 10-pound break in the weights for that inexperience. That's how riders get an opportunity.
Classic Cinema, 5-1.
Bring speed to the party. A lot of speed here.
Rerun, 11-1 maiden winner.
Yeah, another horse broke maiden for 20, now in half price. That's well spotted.
Mad Mardigan would be a big surprise.
Yeah, it would be a really big surprise.
Long shot side by side. Statler here, 1 for 13 coming in. That one win here at Oaklawn.
Yeah, but another one just would really be a bit of a shock.
Spinning his wheels of late. And for that reason, 32-1 outsider. Ozark here at 8-1 and Christian Torres aboard.
Yeah, coming off of a better-than-year layoff, but also should be forward.
Shea Whiz, the favorite, now 9-5 in Tyler Bacon.
Deep Closer was just in way over ahead last time, in a much more realistic spot today.
It's a Rainy Day, 33-1 outsider.
Another one that would be a bit of a surprise.
Number 12, Money Strike, 1 for 23, 13 losses, 0 for 13 Oaklawn Park.
Actually, I think has a little bit of a look, a horse turning back in distance.
2-2-22 draws in.
Yeah, draws in. Another one. Broke the maiden for 20, in the appropriate spot for 10, and cutting back in distance. Ron Moquette has had a tremendous Oaklawn Park meeting, a personal best for wins at one meeting at Oaklawn for him.
Gets to watch it all from his backyard. That's the field. 9th and final. Winding down Apple Blossom Weekend. JK, one final time. Who takes down this 9th and final in 4 minutes?
Well, I mean, look, I think they got the right favorite here with the 10. I'm going to talk a little bit about the 9, Ox Arcs. And, and Maggie had mentioned a little bit earlier on the show talking about Delta Downs being, kind of like a bull ring where, basically it's, a lot of racetracks are like ovals, and Delta Downs is closer to a circle than an oval. I feel fair about that. If you look at Ox Arcs' last 4 races, all of them has been wide. So you got to think that when you're constantly turning and you're wide, you got to go back to geometry, which I don't ever want to do that again, you're losing ground, and it's a tough trip from the outside. And while it's the 5 furlong variety is a little bit different, I do think that those aren't considered great trips. Now you got the trainer change, you got the rider change. This isn't the Kentucky Derby, and and this horse is going to have a hard time getting on the rail. Like this Calvin Burrell joke. I do think that this horse makes a little sense in here. Has some tactical speed, and like we've talked about, the last 3 or 4 horses I think I've picked speed is a weapon. It's a weapon that you can't coach, you can't train. They just have it. Skelly has it, Booth has it, and I feel weird saying Skelly, Booth, and Ox Arcs, but what I'm meaning is that in this race, this horse has a little bit of speed, and that is the ultimate kind of equalizer when you're looking at horses like this. When they all kind of look the same, just give me the fast one, because the fast one has more options to get themselves to the wire first.
Quickest of the quick, the approach, and Ozark at a price.
It's not a bad approach either, because lower level horses have a tendency to get more easily discouraged, and sometimes just getting the dirt thrown in their face. And it's really interesting, Lafitte, in sprint races, that dirt comes back so hard and so fast as opposed to route races, because the horses are digging in. Horses propel themselves, and they pepper you with that. Years ago at Aqueduct in the winter, you'd have, an Under Armour on, like a fleece thing, your flak jacket, and then silks.
Yeah.
And all the blood vessels in your arms and shoulders would be broken at the end of the day. So, think about, a horse having to take that in the face. Now, a horse is fitted with a natural, third eyelid, a clear, almost like a goggle. So it protects their eye somewhat, but a lot of horses react negatively to that kickback.
Being a jockey sounds like a lot of fun.
Best job in the world. Do it over at any
What
time.
you did for decades at a high level. Do you ever try to get inside the head of another rider? If you're on a fast horse and there's 3 other jockeys that are also on fast horses, any of those type of psychological warfare that takes place in the room?
At a high level, talking about it isn't going to get you anywhere. You're not going to, get in a guy's head at a high level. But if you come out of the gate with intention, it's like an elaborate game of chicken. This is what I'm doing. We can die together.
I'm going. That's what I'm doing.
Right. You guys adjust around me. You can make someone else blink.
Rafael Bejarano has not been blinking much at Oaklawn this season. Currently 3rd in the standings. It's like the perfect trip, stalking the dueling leaders, right? And trying to close out the week with a victory here. You're going with Bejarano and 2-2-22.
Again, that outside flow that I feel is a bit of an advantage. And look at this jockey race. This is a jockey race. This is fun. And listen, Tyler Bacon is on the favorite here, so he's still in contention. I mean, he'd have to get real hot because these other guys aren't going to slow down and stop winning for him. But this is a really good, contentious jockey race, and I think it speaks to the depth of this colony.
And Christian Torres aboard Ozark. JK's top selection at 8-1. Francisco Arrieta has been on that just torrid pace. See, that's when it's fun being a jockey, when you find that zone that Francisco Arrieta has been in for several weeks here at Oaklawn.
He's been on a mad tear, and you talk about fun. There was one stretch when riding in New York. The Intertrack meet opened December 6th, and by January 12th, I had already ridden 50 winners. 50 winners in less than 6 weeks.
The meet started when?
December 4th. January 12th, I
50
already
winners.
had 50 winners from 150 mounts.
Video game numbers.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, that was a lot of fun. I had already over double the runner-up in the jockey standings. And I wound up winning over 100 races at the winter meet that year.
This is going to be fun. A fight to the finish. Who will emerge as the leading rider, the champion rider of this 2025 race meet at Oaklawn Park? And we're right back next week. While we had the Apple Blossom yesterday, it is Oaklawn's most prestigious race for fillies and mares. Next week for the boys, the most important, significant handicap race here at Oaklawn Park, the Oaklawn Handicap.
Yeah, and the race was drawn. You've got Red Route 1, big winner in the Essex last time when he got big speed. But they also re-entered Disarm, who played as his rabbit to help set up his late run. So the Asmussen, Team Asmussen, out in full force for that. So it's going to be another great day of racing. It's going to be a 12-race card. But I've got a race in the book for you, Lafitte. Tomorrow morning, about 7 miles over hills.
Yeah, my day off. And, Richie arranged it so that, we're going to go on a hike at like 5 in the morning.
No, well, we bargained.
My good friend.
We're going to go at 7:30 now, late.
Still on California time. This is cruel and unusual.
You're going to appreciate it so much when it's all done.
Wonder what are the chances? I'd have to if you're to make odds that I'm actually going to make this hike.
Well, I know your room number, so you're not.
But you don't have a key.
No, but if I'm banging on the
heavy.
door.
I'm feeling a little under the weather. Very early call time. Yeah, that's tomorrow. Here, the 9th and final. Apple Blossom weekend winding down, and a race that could have real impact on this chase for a riding title at Oaklawn Park. Matt Ditterman with the call, the 9th from Oaklawn Live on Fox Sports 2.
2/2/22. Live racing resumes Friday here at Oaklawn, and then, of course, Saturday a 12-race card, 3 stakes, including the Oaklawn Handicap. For now, enjoy this nightcap. We're ready to go. And we're off. Classic Cinema, per usual, on the lead right away. Ozarks attempts to run with him. He's second pressing, 3 parts of a length behind. Now it's a length. Classic Cinema clearly quickest from Ozarks, and It's a Rainy Day. Mr. Commander moves forward on the inside while aggressively ridden, claims third from Ozarks, who's back to fourth now. Money Strike is joining him. Gap of 2 to Debater. 2/2/22. Right off of that rival. Then comes Naderade. Statler in the red colors next, racing alone. 2.5 clear of Mad Mardigan. Shea Whiz, he's second to last, and Rerun can see them all as they round the far turn. Classic Cinema, 5/16 to go, a length and a tail ahead. It's a Rainy Day, shaken up from the second position to go on with the front runner. Gap of 3. Mr. Commander's giving way. 2/2/22's trying to run on here. He's within 5 lengths of the lead, swings wide, and Shea Whiz is mounting a rally on the far outside. He's rolling. Shea Whiz down the center with Naderade. They're moving as a pair. Up the inside, Debater's still in with a shot, but it's Shea Whiz on the grandstand side and Debater. They're swarming Classic Cinema. Shea Whiz on the outside. Debater is inside. Shea Whiz, Debater. Shea Whiz out finishing Debater. Shea Whiz. Tyler Bacon, a hat trick for him on this Sunday. Debater was second. Then Rerun and Naderade, who was fourth in the nightcap at Oaklawn.
Pat on the shoulder to Shea Whiz from Tyler Bacon. As Matt Dinnerman alluded to, big afternoon, 3rd victory, and timing this one just right. Shea Whiz, the 2-1 favorite in the 9th and final.
Yeah, and I think riding Raymond the race before was just a basic.
Saw a lot of this today.
A lot of
in
this,
general.
right? That big late run down the center of the track, and nice to see Tyler Bacon get a hat trick. He lost the bug a few weeks ago and hasn't missed a beat. Keeps right on rolling.
Keen thoroughbred, homebred. Brett Creighton winning trainer on the far outside. Shea Whiz is just getting going.
Yeah, really hit his stride. Came into the stretch very wide with that outside draw. But, when you got a horse that's closing, you don't want to, interrupt their momentum. And how about the effort by Debater, the runner-up under the 10-pound apprentice Amanda Poston? That was a really good effort. And a horse that was probably too big a price because it was dropping out of much tougher races.
10-3-6-2. How important is that? You mentioned the fact that he's no longer an apprentice, Tyler Bacon, that he does continue that success like right away and finish this strong at the meet.
Well, you put to rest any idea that, it was just because he was getting a weight allowance. He's showing that he can compete on the square. And the other thing, too, is a lot of trainers were already showing confidence riding him in stakes races where you don't get the apprentice allowance before he lost the bug.
Because if he's not winning races, that immediately becomes the stigma, the narrative. Immediately. Like when a rider comes back from injury and doesn't win right away, he's riding differently, he's hesitant, he's scared.
They love to talk that nonsense in the clocker stand, in the track kitchen, the coffee shop. Oh, this guy. More riders have been retired by people long before they were ready to retire.
They say a lot, don't they?
Yes.
10-3-6-2. Tyler Bacon onward and upward. 3 wins on the afternoon. Shea Whiz in the 9th. And yesterday, she just does what she does. And a pat on the shoulder from her rider. Brian Hernandez, only jockey who's ever ridden her in a race. Torpedo Anna in front of 40,000. Captures a 6th Grade 1 victory in the $1.25 million Apple Blossom.
You got to be wired a little bit differently to hop on top of a 1,000-pound animal and run 40 miles per hour with an ambulance chasing you.
We do a very dangerous sport.
American racing revolves around the Triple Crown.
There are trainers, jockeys, and the owners.
There is unbelievable money in this game.
I just forced my way in. And I'm not leaving.
Some people look at us like we've lost our minds. Micropoli spends $20+ million a year on horses.
You're in your little Twitter feud.
Just Mike's loud mouth that I get tired of.
I expect trainers to put the horse in the best position to win.
Good horse will take you all over the world. Our part's finding a top horse.
Trainers will be firing one jockey, hiring another. It's cutthroat. There's not much loyalty.
Make me look good, will you?
Cars, motorbikes, you can press the brake. Horse racing, you can't.
I wasn't ready to retire. I'd rather die on a horse than die of boredom.
If you can win the Triple Crown, you're in the history books. You're a legend.
Tough trip right there.
Obviously, the prize money is huge. And there's a chance for the world to see who's really the best.
That's going to generate a lot of excitement for the sport at just the right time. Race for the Crown, April 22nd on Netflix. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. And you're watching Tyler Bacon. Have a big afternoon. 3 wins, another trip to the winner's circle. Shea Whiz losing ground, but traveling best of all.
And look at the way Tyler's riding into the stretch. No panic. You know, he still has 4 or 5 lengths to make up, and he kind of built this horse into his run. He didn't go all in at once or, oh my gosh, I got to move earlier. Just this calm, cool, collected Shea Whiz on his wrong lead, just ground down number 3 Debater, who took a lot of late money and got a real nice ride from a 10-pound apprentice, Amanda Poston.
Is there a knack, is there a trick to riding a late running sprinter?
Yeah, I think it's building them into their clothes. You don't want to go from, you know, you look at jockey's position early in a race, right? Their hind end is a little bit higher off the saddle. Their legs aren't as low. And you want to incrementally drop down into them. You start with your hold back towards their withers. As you're asking them to run, you inch up until your hold is about 6 inches from their ears. Now your body is locked down in behind them, and it's all a clue, a signal for them to really extend and move on. And he did it so perfectly, and the confidence that you could, and still not fully in a drive yet. Again, building into that crescendo.
Torpedo Anna, a completely different type of racehorse. She likes to be close to the pace. She does her best work in longer distance races, just like this 1 1/16 Apple Blossom. From the start, she breaks okay.
She broke okay, but it was a blessing in disguise because that allowed Wild About Hillary to clear quickly. And now Brian Hernandez is in the perfect spot just outside of her. No traffic problems for your favorite. When you're on a big favorite, the X is on your back. The path to the winner's circle's through you. So everybody's going to try to compromise you. Well, she's in a place where she can't be compromised. In the clear, and right here, Brian just gives her a little bit of rein.
So
subtle. And she greedily takes up that rein. And then he hits the front, and he kind of idles on her again. He gives her a nice breather for about 110 yards here, 1/16 of a mile. And her head's a little bit up towards his face.
Mm-hmm.
When he asks her, she'll drop. She'll level off a little bit more. Right? Ears still flicking back and forth. She kind of steps away from her rivals. When he kind of lightens up on her, she comes back up. Her head comes back up to him. She's winning with a lot left. And I know a lot of people argue, oh, the horses aren't capable of going faster. In this particular case, she is just doing what is necessary to preserve victory and no more.
So that 93 Beyer speed figure, for the win in the Apple Blossom. Last year's Apple Blossom winner, Adair Manor, 100. The year prior, Clairiere, 102. Latruska back-to-back, 102, 103. The last horse of the year to win the Apple Blossom, a Zeri and a 105. Again, by race standards, well below par, but you're saying no panic.
No, and again, I understand the importance of speed figures. I believe in them. I believe in the validity of them. It just does not tell the whole story in this particular instance. There are times horses win by multiple lengths. And even if the rider's not riding them, that horse is all in. They're giving everything they have. They're not going to go any faster if they're ridden harder. In this particular case, it's not. She is just doing what's necessary. And if she's challenged, she will find a lot more.
Luck in her corner as well. Kenny McPeak with the grizzly bear socks yesterday for Torpedo Anna, who told us this time last year she was a grizzly bear. What a filly. Another Grade 1 win and putting on some kind of show for the 40,000 here at Oaklawn Park. Sensational day, sensational weekend of racing. And in New York, another stakes win, another trip to the winner's circle. Dylan Davis in the New York Stallion Series earlier today at Aqueduct. We look forward to seeing you next week. The Oaklawn Handicap $1.25 million purse. We'll see you then. Much more racing from Oaklawn and another look, one final look at the champ, Torpedo Anna, in the Apple Blossom.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
These New York bred foals represent many sires: War Dancer, Salamini, Honest Mischief, Central Banker. But they all have one thing in common. Starting in 2026, they'll be running for the same purse money as Open Company 2-year-olds at NYRA tracks. That's nearly 20% more than they run for now. Learn more about it at nybreds.com.
This is my Oaklawn.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.